and they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Immortals takes down Liquid.
To the juggernaut that is Immortals, who remains undefeated 10 games into the North American LCS.
I think Immortals is the best. TL's not going to be the best unless we beat them.
I'm not really afraid of playing against them. We can just focus on shutting down Lolo again.
Oh, they're going for Lorlo because the flash is down!
They're still undefeated, so I want to be the first to beat Immortals.
꼴등에서 1등으로 올라가는 것보다 1등에서 밑으로 내려가는 게 더 쉬워요. 저희가 만약에 한 판 이긴다고 하면은 IMT도 쭉 떨어질 거라고 예상하고 있기 때문에 꼭 이기고 싶어요.
I don't think no one can stop us. It's impossible.
Welcome to day 2 of the North American LCS. We're revved and ready to deliver the best League of Legends action in North America, live from our home in Los Angeles, California. Now, yesterday was packed action, and the crowd is pumped for another day of exciting league matches. Earlier today, fans were gathered outside the Riot HQ and were hyped up to cheer on their favorite teams. Of course, inside, Coach Zix looks over Stixxay and Aframu practicing their bot lane synergy. They'll be going up against Renegades, who are at full attention for their pregame strategy talk. It's going to be a big one for both of those teams today. Joining us, thank you very much for joining us, this afternoon. I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me on the analyst desk is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler, along with returning special guest Marcus Dyrus Hill. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
There we go. That is the correct response, Kobe. You passed the first test of the analyst test today. All right, well, let's check in on the standings to see how the teams finished up day 1. Immortals is in first place, but C9, CLG, and TSM have found themselves in a three-way tie for second, 2 Sundays in a row. Energy Esports is in 5th, while Liquid sits just 1 win behind in 6th place. Echo Fox has tied up with Team Impulse in 7th, while Team Dignitas and Renegades fill out the bottom of the standings. We've got a packed day of games, though, today headed your way, starting with Renegades versus CLG. Then Dignitas goes up against TSM before Energy Esports faces off against Cloud9. Game 4, we'll see Team Impulse battle Echo Fox, and we'll finish the day with our match of the week, Liquid versus Immortals, where Dardoch will get another chance to prove himself against last week's MVP jungler. Now, we had a lot of great games yesterday, a few coming down to some impressive team fights. Echo Fox ended the day with a 60-minute slugfest to grab the 3rd straight win with their roster back in full form, which bumped them 1 rung higher up in the standings.
They did, and they did it with 2 Zerat portals, having to fight 2 Zerat portals as well. I don't know how exciting those portal fights are, but really the exciting part is that Echo Fox with Froggen back look amazing. Froggen has some crazy statistics as well. In his 5 games, he's got the highest first blood percentage, KDA, CS difference at 10, all the top stats for mid laners in the North American LCS. He has only played 5 games, though, so...
He's only played 5 games. He's played a fair amount of Corki as well, the last 3 games being on that Corki, and then we saw earlier in this split the Lissandra. I guess my question to you, Dyrus, would be, is there a champion pool? Is there a way to target ban him out so that he's not on a champion that he can put forth these kinds of numbers and help carry this roster to the victories that they're seeing?
Well, not only is it a trending thing for Danish mid laners who are extremely good, these Froggen is especially like one of the veterans of the league, so banning him out is definitely out of the question. I think he's been playing for far too long to be banned out, and even if he is, like, he just has something under his sleeve.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he shows, even in a couple clips that we've seen, too, of those team fights, that he is always cool and calm under pressure and leading that team to victory as the veteran.
Yeah, something that comes with playing the game since it was released is that you've played all the champions, pretty much. So, I mean, you can sort of target ban him and play what he's played most recently, but he definitely has more things he can use.
He's gone through all the metas, all the patches. And now we're here.
Now at the top of the tables, Immortals has shown that they are league's #1 team, but the race for second is as close as it's ever been, with a 3-way tie between CLG, Cloud9, and TSM. So starting with these 3 powerhouse teams, I want to go with Cloud9 first. Thoughts on them?
Yeah, Cloud9 have had some really exciting games as of late, but their game versus TSM was so close that TSM and CLG definitely still in this conversation for the #2 team. You know, everybody trying to get that spot behind Immortals because nobody can really crack that #1 spot.
That game was honestly insane because even with the small mistakes being made, like that one or two small mistakes turn into a huge one, and it just costs them the game. Even though they're winning for the majority of the game, one Soraka silence, root, one person getting caught, like the death timer at level 17 to 18 is just far too long. And with comps with Soraka, Gangplank, and, you know, against Kog'Maw, it's amazing how that turned out.
Yeah, the death timers point is definitely true because we're seeing already games across the world where teams will think that they can end the game and they go for a Nexus kill, get aced on their Nexus kill attempt, and get run all the way back, all the way to the other side of the map, even through extra outer turrets, and win the game off that. Like, it's just...
And let's
so
not
long you can just end it.
Let's not forget that this was C9 tying the head-to-head for TSM, meaning TSM got the better of them last time. So as it stands this split, those two teams even 1-1. Let's talk a little bit about TSM outside of just that game and how they've looked to improve, especially within the last 2 weeks compared to their first 4 weeks of play. Kobe?
Oh, me.
Help me out.
I thought we would go to the TSM.
We can go to TSM
player. But I think
next.
that the main thing for TSM is that they've shown so much improvement bringing Weldon in. They showed it a lot on the TSM YouTube show, but getting the players to focus, you know, and there was a lot of pressure on the coaching staff to get all these stars to work together. And they finally have shown the ability to work together. The last couple of weeks, they've definitely had bigger improvements than they had for the rocky sort of start of the season. Plus, I feel like Bjergsen is getting back to his old dominant ways in the mid lane. He was a little bit rocky in the start, but definitely showing up very big for the team.
Now, Darius, I don't know how much interaction you have with the current roster of players at TSM, but something that kind of jumped out at me yesterday was even in the defeat moment, watching those players immediately huddle up, they didn't look nearly as defeated as they had in the past. I don't know if you can speak to whether or not this is a product of Weldon working with the team, but they seemed, even in that defeat, in the loss, to be holding their heads much higher and be much more unified as a team than they had been in weeks prior.
Still being a part of TSM, I'm still pretty much a spectator, so I know as much as, you know, the next Redditor. So when it comes to watching that, I can kind of see what's going through their minds when they're losing, you know, how they're doing team bonding when you watch TSM Legends. Like, it's something that they've been through so much, and it just shows that they have so much potential still going into it. Honestly, they're kind of like the new CLG where they just have so much potential, but they're not just, you know, synergizing together perfectly.
Right.
But,
Well,
you
it's
know,
only fitting you pick up double lift, that the torch passes for the potential, right?
yeah, just too much potential.
Well, speaking of CLG, the team that once had a ton of potential might now have that potential realized here with this roster. Let's talk about them for a moment. I mean, they have had interesting games where they've made questionable decisions. The game against TSM, for example, where the second game against TSM in which they lost, where they just kind of opted out of their classic lane swap strategy. You know, what's our diagnosis of this team? Are they just a lane swap team? That's the only key to victory for them?
So they did return to the strong early game and the strong lane swap and objective trading in the mid game. But one new thing that they did show was Smithy on an offensive jungler, on Nidalee. And he crushed it. He had the highest damage on the team. He had all these great numbers, you know, high CS. And he was able to play that invading style jungler and use Nidalee. Maybe we'll see him return to his days of Lee Sin and the glory days of Smithy, like Vulcan Smithy, right?
Yeah.
But so, you know, those are, yeah, your eyes get real big when you hear that, but like, it's been a long time where people have, you know, kind of been down on Smithy ever since the Sejuani era.
Right.
And he really had a good Nidalee performance.
He definitely is capable of performing
Yes,
and doing it
he's
that
done it
way.
before.
And with Double Lift off the team, they definitely have like a different team dynamic. Whoever is like strategizing and planning those 2v1s and those strong early games is definitely making a huge difference for CLG.
Awesome. I'm going to put you on the spot now, Darius. I'm going to ask you, which of these three teams would you pick to be the second-place team in the NALCS by the end of the split?
I want to say TSM, and they have the most potential because from what I've seen, like, they could have easily taken that game. And at the same time, I want to say C9 because Balls has been such a monster. And as for CLG, they have, like, it's just so close. But honestly, I'm just a TSM fanboy.
That's fair. That's fair. Go with your heart, right? And who knows, over the next 3 weeks, if that potential is fully realized, then they definitely are in the conversation for top 2 teams in the North American LCS. Well, yesterday, in his interview, Adrian said he thinks CLG has the best shot of taking a win off of Immortals. And Immortals, they definitely looked shaky in their game against Renegades yesterday, even pulling out the win.
Yeah, as much as every time we talk to an Immortals player, after every single win, every game they play, which is every single win, every single time an Immortals player is like, you know what, we don't take anybody for granted, we take every game seriously. That game, they pulled out the Jungle Rumble, which is a little bit different for them, and having Reignover not with a champion who had hard CC looked like it did affect them, and not quite as mobile. He went for an early invade, or a very deep invade, without the support of his laners, and that was kind of the first cracks that we've really seen in an Immortals early game. I mean, they have been behind in gold before, even to TSM early in the season, but they always seem to come back and take the victory, and I think that scare of playing that poorly against Renegades is going to spur them on to play very well.
Will shock them into a reality. A question for you, Dyrus. Maybe you can speak to, was there ever a moment in your career where you looked at a weekend and you said, there's definitely one opponent that maybe requires more of my attention and preparation, and then in hindsight, looking back, had regretted the fact that you maybe didn't pay as much attention to the lesser opponent?
Well, you see, when you ask a player that, it's not only just the players, the entire team, the coaching staff, the players, you know, coming together and be like, this person's a real threat. For example, last year when we played against Team Liquid, we'd be like, you know, Quas dominating Special are the ones that really start up the plays and the ones that really, you know, threaten the other team. And that when they win the game, it's these players. When they lose the game, it's also these players not doing what they're supposed to be. So when you ask me that, I'm thinking, as a team, how are we going to shut this person down? Do we need to pick up a new champion? And that goes into a whole nother topic of when you pick up a new champion, such as Rumble Jungle, that's been played before, and you played for the first time on stage, like, how did it go? Are you going to play it again? Like, how does it translate? And when you play for the first time, it's kind of scary, especially for a team that's been on an undefeated spree, and maybe complacency might get the better of them eventually, but if not, that just makes them more scary.
Yeah, it will be. Oh, go ahead.
So I was just going to ask you, if you're looking at Immortals, which would be the players that stand out to you as the ones that you want to target? Because there's been a lot of talk of, you know, who's the
real threat on that
exactly,
team?
And they all seem like pretty viable threats.
Well, Huni and Reignover went undefeated in Europe LCS, and the rest of the players are extremely solid at the same time. So we have a winning formula here to look at.
I guess maybe you just attack the people who have like the ridiculous winning streak in regular season, right? You know, at this point now 29-0 or something, 18 and then 11, absolutely nuts. Moving forward, let's see. It's an explosive day of action. You guys were blowing up Twitter with your LCS big plays. First up, Delusional Zen called out his favorite moment from Cloud9's comeback win, saying, "Balls' late game barrel chain, the stuff of legends." Double IE, goodbye TSM. Let's check it out.
Double it, trying to stand up front. His crits will change this fight. There's another hit from Balls. He comes up huge. The double kill for Sneaky. They could wipe out Team Solomon right here. And they have Baron to get in the base. You have to be kidding me.
Cloud9 timed that really well. Here's the barrel chain. Boom! Double lift and Svenskeren get destroyed by the barrel chain right there.
I mean, everything about that game, there were so many team fights that had so many little things going on. It was actually really cool to watch. So many players on that team played really well in the team fights, but Balls was the one cranking out the DPS. It was like over 1,200 DPS. Or damage per minute.
Hopefully not DPS.
Excuse me. Damage per minute.
Yeah, but over 1,200 DPS.
But that's definitely one of the highest numbers that I've ever seen. Not even just this year, but that is ridiculous.
And Zyrene pointed it out yesterday on the analyst desk when we were watching that same replay there, but just how that single barrel could have gotten lost in the chaos of the team fight for so long, and Balls left it up, and then that was the one that was the initiator for the chain reaction that ended up winning them the fight. It just kind of speaks to the intensity of these games and how just a tiny little element like that can really swing a game one way or the other.
Just Gangplank things. He just does so much damage, and if you leave him alone, no one wants to attack the barrel, boom.
Yep.
1,000, 2,000 damage crit.
Right.
And at the same time, him positioning so well in all the fights and just never dying, he's just racking up the damage points.
Yeah, absolutely insane plays for him. Our next highlight was called out by GG Get Jinxed from our marathon match between Liquid and Echo Fox, who writes, Latucan OP. They forgot about him like people forgot about Dre, and he gets a quadra kill. Here it is.
And Keith is still alive. He's doing so much damage. It's a double kill. It's another one picked up. That's everybody from Team Liquid just dropping. Oh my God, Keith is a superhero.
Nice.
What's happening?
Save the Lucian.
Save the Lucian.
Save the Lucian! Get Alistair, get Alistair. Lucian's fine, Lucian's fine. Alistair, Alistair, get puppy. Holy shit! Kill him!
Run down.
Yeah, I think the best part of that replay is the difference between big shot calling and Froggen shot calling.
Oh my God.
Because Froggen, you can tell he's this senior guy. He's very calm. He's like, push mid, guys, push mid. Just kill him! Save the Lucian!
Yeah. Froggen's died. He's sitting there. He's like muffled by every other voice in the comms, and he's like, guys, just push mid, please, for the love of God, win the game. But anyway, that was fantastic play from Keith. It's good to see another member of that team step up, kind of illustrating the point that it isn't just Froggen. Froggen might be the leader of the pack, but he does have a solid roster behind him. Now, keep calling out your big plays throughout the day by tweeting at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Or if you're angling to get your tweet on PTL, use hashtag ThePenta. Now, we can't invite a distinguished guest like Dyrus to the analyst desk without giving you at home an opportunity to pick his brain. So send your questions for Dyrus to at LOL Esports and be sure to include the hashtag AskDyrus. We'll pick some of your questions and have him answer them later in the show. With that, though, the midseason invitational is just around the corner, and we need to start evaluating where different regions stand, or rather, dance. Now, on Thursday, Captain Jack dropped a new dance as part of a post-game celebration, and yesterday, GBM answered the call with a dance of his own. So my question to you guys is, who do you think is better?
Just my initial reaction is Captain Jack. It felt like he had it planned, and he was set on doing it. And GBM was definitely spur of the moment thing, and he just kind of went into it half-hard, but
There's like camera angles.
Captain Jack had a better angle.
I think a lot of it was like the hype of like beating them, you know? He's just so happy and surprised about it.
Right, Longzhu over SKT is definitely reason for celebration.
And specifically Captain Jack over FLICKR. Like, those two players have a very complicated history in solo queue and everything.
They love each other.
I think
exactly.
Yeah, then I think we might all be in agreement. We could probably give an edge to Captain Jack there. The enthusiasm plus the spur of the moment reaction to the winning of the game probably takes the cake there, but we'll see. We've still got time for NA to brush up on their new dancing skills. But now it's time to send it over to the casters to get us into the first game.
Hello and thank you for joining us, everyone. I am Rivington Bizen III, and I am joined by our resident dance expert, Aiden Cyrene Moon.
You know what the key is to a great dance? You have to gel and flow.
There you go. That's exactly the two keys you need before you can start to two-step. But coming up in our first game of the day, it's going to be Renegade versus Counter Logic Gaming. And if you've been watching the LCS, Renegades are sitting at the bottom of the standings, but I think they did surprise fans yesterday with their game against Immortals.
Yeah, yesterday, Renegades had their best game in a long time, Riv. And despite them actually losing to Immortals at the end of the day, they were the first team to take away first blood, and they looked energized and coordinated in their early skirmishes. But of course, despite going up with 6 kills on Immortals, Renegade's highest gold lead in that game was actually only 162 gold. That's only 3 potions, Riv. So I don't think those potions were used incredibly effectively, because Renegades, they were working as a team and using superior numbers, but they need to be conscious of what they're giving up when they move as a group. It's like 5-manning that mid lane. Well, what are you losing on the other sides of the map?
Right, and you're talking about Counter Logic Gaming. That is going to be a tough order. A team known for their rotations and macro play.
Yeah, and CLG, they showcased that yesterday with a super clean win over Team Impulse. And a large part of that was actually Xmithy in the jungle, who played Nidalee for the first time this split, and he actually ended the game with the most gold and damage on the team, a stat he actually hasn't held since joining CLG. We talked about CLG as a number 2 team on the desk, and they cannot lose to Renegades if they want to stay in this conversation.
Well, let's see how Renegades do. Let's check out the starting lineups. Let's get right into it. On the blue side, it is Renegades. That's RF Legendary in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Alex Ishin mid, Freeze at AD carry, and Hakuo at support with Coach Hermes.
And on the red side, it's Counter Logic Gaming. Darshan in the top lane, Xmithy in the jungle, Huhi in mid, Stixay at AD carry, Afromu on support, and Coach Zix taking care of those picks and bans.
We'll see how the early game goes for Renegades. Much obviously stronger, and that's how they got their foot in the door last game. We saw Crumbs on that Gragas in the jungle, which helped him get a little more in the face of the other jungler. He was kind of causing disruption. He didn't get the team too much of a lead, but it allowed Crumbs to kind of get the vision down he likes to get and then enable a few things for Renegades.
Yeah, and that draft that Renegades had up against Immortals yesterday, I actually thought that Renegades had a very good composition. The Malphite Orianna with the Gragas behind it, and then they had Freeze on Caitlyn, and that seemed to be a really good combination with the Braum. So Renegades have been drafting pretty smart in the last few drafts that they've had, but yesterday I think they came up really big despite not winning that game. I want to see what they get here against CLG, who have been kind of all over the place in picks and bans, but they've been finding that mid lane assassin for Huhi is what they like to go towards now.
Yep. See the Kog'Maw getting banned out. That may mean the Lulu is actually left up for the composition. We see those two being either paired or taken apart in these comps. The Nidalee will be taken away. Recognize that play from Xmithy right away. And actually the Lulu goes along the wayside with the Kog'Maw. It is going to be a first and very quick pick, Gangplank.
Oh, a Gangplank for possibly RF or Alex each here. Yeah. RF back on the lineup this week. And yesterday, he actually got a large lead on Malphite, but he wasn't actually able to use it. He gave up a whole bunch of CS. He didn't pressure appropriately. So if RF is able to actually snowball a lead here, he might be able to come up with a big Gangplank to take over the game.
Right. No, it's going to have to happen. It almost seems like CLG left that up, feeling like if they're not going to get their Nidalee, they get the Gragas now, and also take the Corki away. We've seen that go into the mid lane quite a bit lately. Froggen's played the last 3 games for Echo Fox. Now looking for Renegades. Pick. It's going to be Braum Lucian. Quick going for both teams. They know what they want here.
Yeah, Braum very strong right now. Highly prioritized support since the Alistar nerfs. And it synergizes really well with things like Lucian, and also we have Kog'Maw that it synergizes with too. But I want to go back to the Corki here, because if that's Huhi's Corki, Huhi actually has not died this season on Corki. He's currently 10-0-7 on that champion over 2 games, and it's been something that, you know, he loves playing assassins. He loves diving in. I think his package use is actually quite good on this champion because he's not afraid to make those dives.
You can kind of flip that switch and go in, but no, he needs to stay in a good position because you're still quite a squishy champion once you make that dive. 19 seconds here. CLG actually taking their time as they round out the 4 and 5 pick for themselves, and it's going to be a Bard and Ezreal. So we're going to see that Afromu Bard coming into play.
All right, so you know what's in the mid lane here for CLG. It's going to be that Corki with Ezreal as AD carry. And now Bard down in that bot lane for Afromu. Afromu, he's really good at making those rotational plays with the Bard and catching people out of position. Little strange here, though, because CLG have a double AD composition. The Bard is a good amount of pick and a little bit of engage.
Yeah.
They have one of the best disengaged junglers, and I think that CLG, Poppy would be the best thing to round this composition out with in the top lane. And I think that's actually a pretty kind of in the middle of the road pick for Darshan. He played it yesterday to great effect, and I think that it's got that mixture of offensive pushing power and lane dominance and team fighting that I think CLG can use in a versatile way.
And we may see even more aggressive play out of that Poppy from Darshan. Like you said, just that one time yesterday against Impulse, so he really hasn't had a chance to go off on that champion. Another champion, however, we saw yesterday was Karma, and will be locked in once again with Rek'Sai.
I think we're knowing who scrimmed who this week. So Renegades picking up the Karma. GBM played it yesterday, and they ended up winning that game. And utility mid laners are kind of coming back into style. We're seeing Zillion, Karma, Lulu be high priorities for a lot of teams because it enables your stars on the team sometimes to actually take control of the game. It's going to give confidence to Freeze that he can run forward. You can speed up a Gangplank, which getting that last parlay in is sometimes what makes the fight and makes the difference.
Last pick now for Counter Logic Gaming. 18 seconds to go. He said it will be for Darshan in the top lane.
I'm personally expecting
banned out. It looks like the Poppy is somewhat the only thing left for him, unless he goes back to the Rise. Is he gonna throw in the Pantheon pick?
Oh, right.
And we're gonna get a top lane Pantheon from Darshan here, and it might be the matchup versus RF Legendary's Gangplank.
Oh, man. Pantheon is very lane dominant. He needs to be able to get a lead early on, but the rotational play you can make with this team comp and diving on the back line, nobody is safe at that point. Renegade's lineup, the only people who are going to get tanky are the jungler and support. If you're able to jump onto the Karma, the Lucian, get on Freeze or RF, you're going to be able to destroy at least one of them. And I want to see what Darshan takes here as a Keystone Mastery, because Thunderlord's Decree is good for his combo, but if you want to go for Spear Poke, sometimes you actually take Deathfire Touch on Pantheon. It's a little bit different, but I've seen it before.
I want to see the synergy. They've planned this out, the Tempered Fate into the man drop. We'll see if he can get it to work. The timing is going to have to be perfect, but the composition overall looks like it's going to be very hard to fight against. You have the poke, and you also have disengage from Gragas. We'll see if Renegades can get themselves into the fight. The coaches will step off stage, and now it is up to the players. Let us know if you think CLG will take sole possession of second place with this game, or if Renegades will stop them in their tracks. Send your predictions to @LOL Esports with the hashtag RENWin or the hashtag CLGWin, and we'll tally those votes up as we get into game. Week 6, day 2 here. It has been going very fast. Teams don't have much more time to kind of fix the things that are wrong. They need to be fixed now, and the wins need to start flowing in. We're going to be getting onto the Rift right now. Renegades versus Counter Logic Gaming.
Yep, after today, we will be 2/3 of the way through the split here, Riv, with only 6 games remaining after that. I want to see what goes on with this top lane Pantheon, though. That's where my attention is. The Corrupting Potions start. Very standard. You need to get that mana back, throwing the spears constantly, and it also gives you some extra poke and trading power. But I want to see the shield blocking parlays. I believe that's how that interaction works, is that Pantheon will auto-attack minions, and then you cannot get the same type of parlay harass that you normally get as Gangplank.
Interesting. All right, Huhi taking some hits. He's going to pop the Corruption Potion, rather. Remember, if you go back by 120, you basically make it back to lane in time for everything, or to your jungle cabs. A lot of love taps in the beginning of this game.
Yeah, trading back and forth. CLG actually like to go for a lot of blind invades here. They like to go run into the enemy jungle, put down some wards for the lane swap here. But nobody actually gets lane swap wards down. They get some jungle wards down to see that. But actually, Renegades won't have much information there. It's only going to be CLG that have what side of the map is being started on here.
I wanted to see the matchup. Doesn't look like we're going to get it, Zyrene.
Nope.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, lane swap. That's something you really want to do, though, is when you don't know a matchup, if your top laner is unfamiliar with it, just lane swap it. Make sure that the Pantheon doesn't have that early game, and just think about scaling for a second. GP scaling, if you can keep your GP safe and at least funnel some gold into him, he's way more effective in the late game. Pantheon's early game dominance.
We saw that with Cloud9.
Exactly. Pantheon's early game dominance is something you actually should be very afraid of.
Right, you have to keep on that, pedal to the metal. As soon as Darshan gets a lead, hopefully CLG, for their hopes, can keep that lead in their favor. Up to the top lane, see how 2v1 works out. We already see a little bit of a roam here from Aphromoo, as per usual. We'll see what kind of trouble he can cause for Crumbs in the jungle.
Aphromoo walking up here to both of them. It is going to be Storm Raider's Surge for the Pantheon.
Oh, you are correct.
Yeah.
I like it.
I love it.
That movement speed to continue on in the fight once you burst out your opponent.
A little bit back and forth here. Aphromoo. Keep going. Keep chunking him. Keep going.
Well, he's got no worry now. No parlays to come in. Yeah. RF's like, this is all you, man.
He's going to get the little ones.
No, he took a Raptor.
Here comes Darshan, though. So he's going to he has to leave it.
He tried to get just under him to Cosmic bind him against the wall one more time. Darshan would have had a first blood. So it looks like they're going to go down and get themselves to the turret now, looking for a kill along the way. That's something we were talking about at Counter Logic Gaming, is those rotations, which would make this game hard for Renegades. Within their rotations, already trying to get kills, already trying to get ahead.
Yeah, Counter Logic Gaming, they're that team that we always praise for having such a good lane swap game. And they're able to actually adjust a little bit on the fly. They understand how a lane swap should go from a standard perspective, but also they recognize deviations from it. Are they starting on their weak side of the jungle? Well, we need to punish that with Aphromoo, and Aphromoo knows when to stop punishing and how far he can actually push that.
That's when it becomes scary, when a team has those strategies as second nature and they can bend them to their own will and make it work.
Yeah, you're like, this isn't how it should be going. You're doing something wrong. It's not us. And then they punish them.
Exactly. So not too much gained off of that. Counter Logic Gaming, trade a turret. It's going to be on the top side here, just about the same time. The game is going to pan out very slowly here for these lane swaps in the beginning of it. Anybody caught in the jungle will really be where that lead is taken.
Ooh. So slight difference here. The gold in the bot lane turret was actually spread out between 3 members, Afromu, Darshan, and then also Stixay. Whereas the top lane went completely to RF, went completely to the Gangplank. So he's actually up about 200 gold over Darshan now because of that, and because, of course, a little bit of extra gold from 3CS. Oh no, 3CS. It's the difference here.
I have to keep an eye on it. I need someone to do my taxes. Whoever comes out with more, lock it down. Oh, a little reacher on here from Crumbs. He is going to get, no, the knock up. Well timed by who he channeled it previously, seeing the aggression from Alex Each and kind of played that into his escape. Nicely done. Did have to blow the summoner spell.
Yep, exhaust down from Huhi, making sure that he can't be actually blown up by anybody. It's an interesting summoner spell choice here. It actually signals to me that he's going to be going into that backline pretty frequently. Because his core point, normally you're sitting there going, well, I'm going to maybe run TP to help my lanes out. Maybe I'm going to run heal. But the exhaust is saying, well, if there's an assassin, I'm going to be able to exhaust him and stop his damage. There's no assassin. So he's going to be the assassin jumping in and exhausting people trying to get those fights when he divides them with package.
Also, this back, just a telling of how slow we're going to be in Farm Fest. The call was picked up by Freeze after his first buy.
We're seeing that more and more, and it's something that Freak actually loves and was telling me about it before people were doing it. He's just like, yeah, people should really be picking that up second item after a lane swap, because when you swap turrets back and then you push out the lane, which everybody is doing to get those second turrets, you're actually going to get like 20 of those coal stacks off right there. And you're perfectly fine, especially against a blue Ezreal who's going to go for a tier and try to delay his power spike. Right. Just try to get on the same level as his. And
riding the curve.
Exactly. Delay your power spike a tiny bit to get that burst later.
I don't like a Cyrene. I want to see fighting. I want to see this.
I mean, that's why play-by-play casters love to call fights. So I got you. I got you.
Lane swap gentleman agreement things. I don't know about this.
It's the ceremonial taking of the turrets for the first 6 minutes.
Oh, you got one? Okay, we get one now. See what Afromu does here. Just setting up vision. Looks like they actually may try to bump down Rift Herald real quick and get a little more aggression. Maybe clears from Smithy, and then he can get back into the lanes to help get more push down. See who takes it. Oh, look out. That's low. It's all right. There you go. So Smithy does decide to take that one. Huhi and Alex each continue to trade a mid lane as both hit level 6.
Okay, slight difference here. Darshan's wave is actually going to shove out. He didn't bounce it appropriately. He's going to push it and try to gather some CS, and he has to bounce it off the second turret if he wants it to come back to him. But his wave on the bottom side also is unfarmable right now. So Renegades are going to be able to pick up a lot of CS, both in that top side and in this bottom side, because of the way that the turrets were handled. It's just that tiny little micro thing that was thrown off.
So what you're saying is let the minions die at the turret, be pushed.
Yeah, the bouncing of the turret is actually quite important. You can lose an entire lane off of that if your opponent punishes you appropriately.
Well, we'll definitely keep an eye on where the stacks for CS go between Darshan and RF Legendary as they begin to pick it up. It actually looks like Freeze is going to be getting that other lane. So his CS will be the one going through the roof, a little engage in mid lane, but Afromu makes it out safely. Doesn't look like they really want to fight with all the items that were picked up, saying, we're in farm mode right now.
Yep.
A bit of damage for CLG with 2 Sheens there, but nothing too surprising for Renegades.
Yeah, Darshan is still staying up really far without ward coverage. So he's got 1 ward on the side of him, but he has to shove this wave up. It's pretty much the mission that he's pushed himself into. There's the parlay being blocked by the Pantheon passive. So he has to shove this wave up. He's very vulnerable. He's actually not being capitalized on at all. And then this wave gets to turret. It'll bounce appropriately from there. Yeah. But Darshan is actually able to weather the storm and the risk of pushing this wave up.
Also helps that he quickly just, not even quickly, RF didn't hit those barrels. So really just delaying the threat for that top lane.
Ooh, since he pushed that wave out, he's able to gank Alex Each from behind.
I was wondering when he would start moving. Pre-6 gank from the Panth. Still very effective, and Alex Each is forced to summoner his way out.
That cleanse can be very important because if Darshan hits 6, which he will in the near future, and lands in the mid lane, he'll get that stun off, and there's nothing that Alex can do about it at that point. Playing around cleanse cooldown is something we see Lissandra mid lanes do, where they'll ulti just to get it out, just so the next one that they do is a kill.
Just makes it that much easier. Afromu was able to go back and get his sight stone. Hakuo is still waiting on a little bit of gold there, so the vision for CLG is flooding. Oh, I guess not flooding. They're just keeping it in the river still. I guess they don't have the power to enter Renegade's jungle, but it's definitely a lot more vision on that side.
Huhi with the package in the mid lane. See if he goes assassin mode again.
His exhaust did come up.
Yeah.
Could be ready to do it. He'll most likely get this level 8 off of that, so he'll be tied up with Alex each. Off in the lane to grab blue buff, so Huhi's trying to look to push this lane as fast as possible.
Yeah, you push the wave and then you roam. He has a possible opening on the bot side since all 4 turrets on the top side and bottom side, those 4 the outer ones, are all taken. You have many routes in, and you can see right now he's actually going by this pink ward behind the back of Dragon Pit. If he clears that out, and he finds it, which he hasn't yet, then he'll actually have a clear route bottom. And he looks like he's actually just walking around for it and setting up his route, testing the vision, but he doesn't see that ward.
So he's all right. Just about 5% left on the package. It seems like this one's going to fizzle out. Don't need to use it. Oh, okay.
It's a short one.
Make me a liar. That's it. That's what he's looking for.
Just that minion wave. It didn't see it coming.
Hey, he's still getting his push.
So
get back out.
Yeah, Runic Echo's completed for Smithy, so he went with the jungle item for Gragas that gives him the movement speed, as well as some barrel wave clearing power. I think it's actually quite good. Despite his team not having any tanks, he'll eventually build tanky. You can see, really, you just pick it up like an Elise would, mostly for the clear and the dueling power, because right now he could pretty much beat Crumbs in a one-on-one with that.
So looking at CLG's composition, how does this fight kind of work for you? Because if it's done wrong, you're not hitting any of your poke, you're not getting anybody, or the Tempered Fate's not hitting. How do you see it work out?
So the way that this is going to work out for CLG is Darshan becomes split pusher if he can gain an advantage over RF Legendary. Gangplank is more of a team fighter and less of a split pusher. He can kind of stall split push waves though with his ultimate when he's grouped as 5. But you're going to have the core, that is the Bard, Ezreal, Corki, and Gragas, 2 disengage/engage champions with 2 poke champions with mixed damage. That's your core 4-man unit. If Darshan gets split push advantage, he has TP and he also has his ultimate, the Grand Skyfall, to join that fight. So then CLG puts a timer on the engage from Renegades, which they actually don't have much engage. So they could end up losing turrets to Siege and then losing turrets on top lane. Oh, nice.
Oh, whoa! Smithy going in very hard. Does get the flash for flash on that play. Looks like Smithy could have gotten himself a little too far in here. Crumbs taking shots to the back. Still is able to get the kill onto Smithy. That's first blood. That's a double kill for Crumbs on the rec side.
Darshan.
They probably get Afromuk here as well, but they're keeping it for Darshan. You are absolutely correct, Cyrene. I don't know if they fully want it. It's been such a long fight. Renegades is able to bolster themselves once again. Hakuo now gets in there. Crumbs looking for a tunnel. Afromuk turned around for another attack and gets the triple kill over to Crumbs.
Renegades group up and they take CLG by surprise. It's exactly what they did yesterday to Immortals. They did not expect that many members to be on the same page and collapse that quickly. Renegades make it through the early game unscathed, even with CLG, and then they have a skirmish that was actually started off by the members of CLG. Smithy went in.
Not sure as well if that kill, if he would have gotten that first kill, if it would have really been any different than getting it. I think Renegades still would have taken the rest of the fight and had the same result in the end. 4-1, 12 minutes in, that's a 3K gold.
Yeah, well, Ezreal's actually on the bottom side of the map the entire time since stays down there. RF is sitting in this bush. Huhi uses the Valkyrie to get out, so the timer on that is very long. He won't have it for the rest of this. Smithy, body slam flash in to try and finish them. The Runic Echo's damage is not enough, and that's when Crumbs comes in, and it's a 2-on-3 now. They end up killing him. Boom, Crumbs is able to go after Huhi. He doesn't have Valkyrie back up yet, and Afromove flashes in. And there comes Darshan. So one member goes down from Renegades. But look at that, another member comes in, the numbers game. That's all that they're playing on Renegade's side is the numbers game. As soon as the skirmish comes out, people are coming there much faster than CLG members. And you can see Stixxay just now makes it to the mid lane because he had a wave bottom that he had to clear out, that he wanted to push.
All right, another spark early game here from Renegades.
Let's see what they can do with it this time. Because last time they only had 160 some odd gold advantage. Now they actually have thousands of gold.
Working with a little bit here.
It's about 100 times or 10 times more of an advantage.
No, hopefully they don't spend it all on potions. Oh no, that's there's too much follow-up on that from CLG. That's the thing, though. You anger CLG, they want to get something back immediately. They will push any advantage they may have slightly had. And this is not the situation that Renegades was looking for right after that fight to get them in the game.
Wow, Renegades actually just do what CLG did. They're 80 carry. Freeze is pushing bottom. you're outnumbered no matter what.
And then
It's
you
going
fight.
to be a 4-on-5. Why are you picking that fight?
Here's a
Now
TP.
here comes the TP. You might not even get this turret on the top side.
Very back and forth. The second this game goes off the handle, CLG finds their way
He's
back
faster.
in. There's the flash. Aegis stun as well. Freeze is going to throw down the heal.
Oh, here comes RF.
Yeah, they're a little bit
He's
afraid
over
of
the wall,
RF
though.
Legendary. The jump. Darshan's out. He says, later, Huhi.
Right behind him.
He tried to jump a little farther, thinking the fight would go up, but Huhi started to kite down with the amount of pressure still coming in. Smithy on the other side. There's the auto coming in from Alex Each. This is starting to become a bloodbath. This is what I was looking for early games, Irene. Lane swap or not, we're getting the fights in now. 14 minutes in. We're all even 5-5.
They ended up getting divided there. That was actually a pretty good Grand Skyfall there from Darshan because it made it so that Freeze was now zoned off from the backside as opposed to the front side. And then he's not able to actually group up with Alex and continue his auto attacks. You saw he was so scared of the jump and the stun from Pantheon. RF actually couldn't get back into that fight. We saw his TP and then he walked around, but when he walked into the lane, Gragas showed himself because he was coming down that bottom side. And then RF could not enter the lane that side and actually get the wraparound. So Smithy a little bit faster with that. Runic Echo's coming into play.
Runic Swifties flying around the map. See it one more time on this.
Yep.
So Freeze goes out. It looks like Darshan's going to leave, but he has a method to the madness.
They think they have numbers advantage. You see here, ends up jumping there, and now they're divided, and Freeze runs off to the side. He can't keep running forward towards Huhi. Huhi will give him auto attacks, and Darshan will just get the W off. And you can see Gragas made it there before RF did. RF had to go through that bush, in the tri-bush area, and then he got cut off as soon as he saw Smithy. He had to return, because they thought they had superior numbers on Renegade side. They thought it was a 3-on-2, and it wasn't. It was a 2-on-2, and then turned into a 3-on-2. Not in their favor, and Alex just barely makes it to the other side.
He got the wrong bump. He was looking for the right side. Good move by Alex as well to get himself in the right position as he stacks up a Rod of Ages. Looking to just hang out in mid lane. But everybody's starting to charge up very, very quickly. I don't know if there's going to be any time to really sit back and relax at this point. Dragon going over to CLG. That will be number 2 on the game. See that one coming up at 22-11 as Renegades tries to take down this Rift Herald. That was also grabbed by CLG first. So they're Renegades trying to at least get back on some objectives to get themselves back in.
So Renegades, even in turrets again now with CLG. Rift Herald picked up for themselves, even in Rift Heralds now 1-1. And 1,200 gold up for Renegades. So they're still having a superior early game. But there are some power spikes here for CLG. Despite Stixxay being down about 40 CS, he does have a really good Ezreal power spike now for the sieging alongside the Trinity Force of Huhi. So now they're actually able to go against these turrets. You're going to start seeing the split push come in because Darshan has ultimate as well. I also really like the Storm Raider Surge is a little bit questionable. I want to see how it comes into play because I understand the theory crafting behind it. You jump in, if you hit anybody with Grand Skyfall, you're going to get it. But a lot of what Pantheon does is where he stands in one place with a Heartseeker strike. It's just the follow-up after. Maybe he wants to get that last crit, run in and get the auto. Now he has Youmuu's, though, to help him out in that regard anyway. So he's going to be a very fast Pantheon if he gets that off. Also,
once it works, oh,
Crumbs.
He said, I will take this journey.
Going after Afro move.
He wants to. Well, they see that the Gangplank ultimate was used. CLG may actually want to take this as Crumbs get spread.
Pantheon.
Skyfall comes out. That's going to be around Stixxay, so they are okay on the side of Renegades. And this shield has actually been stopping quite a bit. I thought it was actually quite nice that they used the Essence, the True Shot Barrage, I should say, first, and then used the Corky Poke, but then they went hard, and it didn't even matter.
Yeah, they're actually stopping the siege here from Renegade's side. They're able to actually stall it out, and then continue to poke. So this Karma is becoming a big pain, and Hakuho on the Braum stopping a lot of the sieging and the poke is also really good for them. So CLG and Renegades, this is looking like a really good game so far.
Crumbs knows he is ahead at this point, and very, very strong. 3-1-1, all going into these fights with the confidence of his team behind him, the shields he can get from Alex Ish to make sure they're strong, and also the separation on RF's ultimate. We saw them try to put that into play. CLG doing a good job at getting themselves around the fight, getting good positioning in. Haven't not seen the damage from Huhi and Stixxay just yet, though. Back again onto Huhi, calling for the Valkyrie. He actually gets hit by the Glacial Fissure as well. Hakuho quick to the Unbreakable once again, and now they're onto Aphromoo. He can't get through the journey this time. It just becomes a nightmare. The auto coming in from Stixxay with the Sheen proc on it, crushing down onto Freeze, and it looks like CLG gets the fight they want. The Aegis onto Legendary. The hit from Darshan. They're back onto Alex each, and that's going to be the ace for CLG.
And all of a sudden, Storm Ranger Surge looks really good. Darshan comes in from the backside, and he just cleans up. As soon as he's able to get that spear and that crit and take out Hakuo, he's able to continue to run and get in range for that W follow-up.
And this
cool.
has been planned for so long. Not the fact that that fight worked, but the side lanes so ready for Counter Logic Gaming here to be pushed. Not pruned by Renegades throughout this fight. This pushing in the mid. You can see already Darshan leaving top, and that lane's ready after this fight.
Yep, and they're able to actually turn it around on him. Afromu goes down, but he gets a stun and buys time, so they trade 1-for-1 at this point. But then the poke there, both AD carries from CLG stacked on top of each other, and then it's just the bruiser follow-up. Storm Raider Surge allows him to close the distance, ends up finishing off RF, and then he blocks a turret shot. So Pantheon, great diver for that as well, because he has that.
People flashing for kills.
Barely takes any damage from these turrets. And that actually allows Pantheon to build a little bit squishier than you would expect. So the Youmuu's Ghostblade is fine. He's still able to dive turrets. He's still able to block some abilities, or like parlay. But now he can go for things like the Sterix, like the Black Cleaver. I wouldn't even say like Maw is out of the question here. I think there's a lot of great things you can build on Pantheon. And he's currently sporting, I believe, 40. Yeah, he's got 40 armor penetration at the moment. So running a bit in his page there. A 20 from the Ghostblade, and then also the Masteries.
We can see how fast the fight turned as soon as he got there.
Oh,
somebody knows they're getting deleted.
So everybody's paper to him.
Respecting that.
Yeah, Lucian basically has 18 armor, and Karma has 20 armor in the face of this Pantheon.
The cloth armor stands true now.
It's all you have, though. You're just wearing paper at that point.
Muramana finished up for Stixxay here, so he's going to start putting out some big damage as well.
Oh, so now comes the play where you bait out Baron, you get vision control of it from CLG. Darshan has split push advantage. He can kill RF every time he goes in. He has that advantage now. Bait the other side of the map. Your TP is up. See what happens here. Just controlling the area, that's all they're doing. CLG, they don't think Renegades are actually going to bite.
No, they have that TP up as well.
Who he wants it back for the package. He really wants to get the package before a Baron fight. It's funny because the time that they've had, they may have actually been able to take the Baron by now.
I think even the pressure on it is what I'm thinking, because RF can be stopped by Darshan, and then Darshan can just teleport right in front of him.
They're all going after Darshan right now, so there's 4 members on the bot side. Saw Crumbs use his ultimate and then home guard towards him, but Darshan a little aware of what's going to happen. Possibly Grand Sky falling into the middle of the lane in a bit. There's just a decent amount of engage here. CLG.
And they feel confident too, so they're not going to hesitate to use it.
If you Bard ulti on a group of people, Darshan can channel his ulti.
That's what I was saying. That synergy has to be there. Oh, the blocks.
Oh.
It hasn't seemed to affect him too much. I wondered about the Braum pick once, or not the Braum pick, but the Ezreal after seeing the Braum and whatnot. But they're able to still force them off with the amount of damage.
Smithy has a portal.
Yeah, he was still built. I saw the Raptors Raptor cloak, and I was like, it'll be here soon.
Yeah, he's running down bottom to go place it in a ward, or place it in a bush.
hide it in the cap of the ward?
Yeah. You place it there. Now that minion wave will never pass that point and will constantly push towards the enemy side. And also it becomes very, very annoying, because when you are doing Baron, you still have this minion wave pushing bottom. It's always going to push. It's always going to be on CLG's side now because of that portal. In order to clear that out, you have to push the gigantic minion wave that's built up. You have to push again. You have to push through Darshan, who's most likely going to be guarding it, and then you have to kill the portal. If you allocate too many people to do that, because RF cannot do that alone, then you're going to lose Baron on the opposite side of the map. It becomes this gigantic mission that's worth too much. Oh, and it's right in range, too, to actually have those minions, the, I don't even know what they're called, the Void Spawns.
Oh, Zats? I call it Zats.
The Zats. All right.
Zats.
The Zats. When they reach that's just in range to actually reach that tier 2, so that tier 2 will continue to take damage if that minion wave is shoved up.
They are Void minions, though.
Yeah, they're Void Spawns.
Yes.
Not to be confused with Voidlings like Malzahar.
But they're Zats.
The Zats.
The Zats.
All right.
3K gold in favor of CLG here. It was 1 or 2 towards the beginning of this game for Renegades. Still starting off strong, but losing kind of control of the map as things start to spread out. Maybe it was vision, maybe it's something else. but teams always seem to get the better of them around that 15-20 minute mark. And now, as we said, with that Srap portal in the bot lane and CLG usually having their lanes pushed up, one fight could mean Renegade's base here.
I know a lot of people who are really happy with this Pantheon pick. It's those guys in solo queue who are like, just let me pick Pantheon every time. Every time. It's like,
so ready.
Okay, I guess so. Can he take on RF? Easily.
Just a few shots.
There it is. Baron call here for CLG. Renegades. There goes the blue trinket. They know.
So they go. Oh,
Darshan killed him!
How did he live? He must have thrown himself a heal on the other side, but here comes Renegades through the journey. The Cosmic doesn't stun anybody. It only hits one. I don't think they have enough to chase. Darshan's going to be able to stay bot lane now. Yep. They were saying, hey, come up, and he changes his mind, keeps heading back down. That's going to be a turret that drops. TP's up for RF Legendary, but not for 20 seconds because he is dead.
Yeah, I think RF was actually looking at the Baron fight while fighting Darshan because he had to throw his ultimate down, and that's when Darshan struck and actually blew him up. So wasn't really paying attention. He had his attention divided because you have to watch the Baron fight.
Yeah.
You have to watch where your team is on the map at the same time. And Darshan took advantage of that. Here comes the Grand Skyfall. Where's he going? Right onto Alex.
Blue. Alex is close. He is going to be able to hop in. That's a little too much damage than what he wanted. Huhi with a pretty nice Frost Bomb that almost drops Hakuo. Hard to talk. And it looks like he flashes over the wall to get himself safe. That actually baits in Renegades to want that kill, and it may have been too much. The True Shot Barrage cleans up 2, and it looks like they'll be able to get 3 and 4 on this one. Crumbs is going to say, walk this way. The base is not what you want, but CLG still gets it fast enough. And RF Legendary just coming up is the last one left as Alex Cheese heads back to the base.
CLG a little rocky in that early game where they didn't get an advantage over Renegades, and they were taken by surprise when Renegades grouped up so early on. And now CLG are the ones with all of the cards. They're in the driver's seat, making this Baron power play and the advantage in split push as well by 2 levels for Darshan.
Decide take this. Still have bot wave pushed a little bit, but the health bar is being half right now. Could be bad problems with 2 members coming up. So it looks like they're going to clear this wave, get themselves back and more items. And once they grab control of this game, Chronologic Gaming usually does not let go.
No, they don't, especially when you're in this position.
Yeah.
Aphromu's Bard, sometimes we'll see some Bard performances by him where it's like, okay, well, that maybe wasn't the best move. Speaking of not the best move, Darshan jumps in, doesn't really have mana for the follow-up here, and then the Bard ulti comes down, it zones, and that's where Darshan ends up dropping. Freeze thinks that Huhi, he can get him because he knows Valkyrie's down, but the flash from Huhi to reposition, and then Xmithy with the flash body slam, and the barrage hitting true there onto 2 members, picking it up. Stixxay, there's been some highlight clips of his true shot barrages before. That guy is pretty good at Ezreal.
Good, just like over the shoulder, no look.
Yep, no look. Close your eyes. And now CLG, they can 1-3-1 if they want to.
Yep.
They have that middle inhib that's down. It's going to constantly be pushing. Oh! Is this low?
Everybody's with you, Zyrene. Here comes Grand Skyfall. Crumbs.
Oh, the knockup!
Oh, he lives. He will get out of this one alive. Push back. He's actually saved. We are going to see Huhi coming back down mid lane. I believe he has a package. Looks to be cruising quite fast right now.
Yeah, he does.
I don't know if they're going to keep a fight up here. He should have time to use it, but Chronologic Gaming do not get a kill on that push. Renegades should be able to stand tall here on this defense.
Those are actually a few moments of brilliance there for Renegades. We saw Crumbs knock up just in the right moment to stop Darshan, pretty close in those frames. And then Hakuo actually put his shield up to block Smithy's final barrel to actually try and blow him up there. So the Braum shield absorbing that and actually just stopping it short. Yeah. So Crumbs took no damage and walked away with sub 100 HP.
He's saying thank you.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Looking at finalized items. Lockets are there. A little bit more help for Renegades here so they don't get zeroed out in these fights by Darshan. But the whole team of CLG may just be too much at this point. Looking at an 8,000 gold lead right now on Renegades as they knock on the front door once again. Middle being pressured by Huhi so he can somewhat come around the side and just get the poke in while the rest of the team pushes the lane. Crumbs gonna go straight in. We saw this in mid lane just at the midway part of the game.
And this is the timer I keep talking about. Pantheon on the bot side, split push advantage. RF doesn't really want to fight him because now Darshan can just dive him and kill him, and we've seen it happen before. So Darshan pretty much gets a free lane to continue scaling. RF can't really go toe-to-toe with him. And Renegades keep saying, well, Karma, we need to engage. Put shields on everybody, run at the 4-man unit. And there's enough disengage and peel on this 4-man squad of CLG that they just buy time for Darshan.
Definitely need to fight with this turret if they can.
Darshan, is he going to ulti? There he goes. Where's he going?
It's going to be right on the inhibitor. He is falling. The Tempered Fate goes onto the turret so the team can come through. But they got to be ready. Who's going to be tanking that when it comes back out? Darshan takes all the damage, and he is the only one down right now. Renegade starting to push back, and this is going to be Stixay on the right side of the wall. The focus is on Aframu, locking down and more crowd control, but it's going to be Crumbs going down. RF Legendary, they have his eye. Oh, he tried to flash over the wall, but flashed up. And the small mistakes are when CLG begins to capitalize. One after the other, double kill now for Stixay. Possibly the triple to follow through as he finalizes with another Mystic shot, taken over by Huhi. And they're gonna head down and most likely to Renegade's Nexus.
Yep, there you go. Clean ace there. They do lose Darshan with the engage, but that's going to be another inhibitor going down. They have minions in the base. They're actually going to ignore that. It's the game. It's more important. Take down the Nexus. That's going to be CLG keeping their hands on that second place spot.
That's right. They will take sole possession of second place until the games are played later today. Right now, Counterlogic Gaming, 30 minutes in, struggling in the beginning of the game against Renegades, are finally able to take them down. And CLG takes down Renegades.
CLG, that mid-game, little bit sloppy, but honestly, they looked rather good when they started grouping up again and having these skirmishes and playing to their composition strengths. Darshan with that gigantic advantage in the top lane. And Xmithy, another good game from him. 2-1 and 13. And this is when Gragas was back in the meta. Everybody's like, well, now Xmithy has another champion he can play really effectively. And it wasn't Cinderhulk. It was Runic Echoes for him. Doesn't have to be that sole tank on the team. And once again, Huhi, really, really good Corki performance. Died twice, though, so it's 2 deaths now for his Corki overall in the LCS. But we do have to talk about Renegades, because Renegades are looking better and better now. It's no longer that kind of stunted growth. They seem like they're actually coming into themselves and going, you know what, this is how we play the game. Freak, what are you doing down there?
No, you're absolutely right, though. Renegades have been showing much stronger in the early parts of the game, and that's kind of what you're always playing. It's like everybody always has somewhat of a better laning phase, and then you look at fighting phase, something that may not happen as much. And a lot of times, teams are avoiding that and only going for objectives, so you may not be getting all that practice in that you want, but we are seeing those glimpses from Renegades in their early game recently.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of teams in the LCS mess up lane swaps, and then it's like, oh, well, they got 2 turrets to 1, and now we slowly but surely bleed out. This was a game where the lane swap went well, Renegades played it well, then they grouped up much faster than CLG thought they would, and they were able to take advantage of that and get themselves a lead of multiple thousands of gold there. CLG eventually came back with better skirmishes, and then Darshan got that lead over RF, and then that's what slowly bled the game out there, is they just kept pushing that advantage, because in order to push back, you have to give up a lot on the other side of the map, and then at that point, it's not really worth it, so.
Oh, wow. Went over to Counterlogic Gaming, sole possession of second place right now. We'll see who can join them later today. But right now, we are going to Grand Skyfall down to Freak, who's on side stage with CLG's top laner.
Thank you very much, Riv. I'm here with Darshan, the man who played Pantheon. Talk to me, why today, why this game for Pantheon? And why is he good also?
Well, I used to be known as on-Spartan, but you know, that Spartan part of me never dies, so gotta bust out the Pantheon, show people my real namesake, and it's pretty fun to play.
So you brought him out because he's fun to play, nothing special?
He's pretty strong too.
All right, fair enough. So then talk to me about like why CLG is happy to play all these different picks, right? The first Pantheon here, you guys brought out Ashe last week. People were like questioning why. What's the inspiration that has you guys continuing to sort of innovate and play things that other teams don't?
Well, I think one of the keys to being better than your opponent is always trying to think of what's next and being ahead of the curve rather than just playing what everyone else plays. So, you know, everyone's going to play Fiora, Nautilus, like Malphite, they're going to play the tank tops, they're going to play all that, but I'm always thinking about what's the best, what's better than that. And so, like, trying to elevate your game to the next level is thinking about how you can be the best in every aspect, like mentally, physically, like all of that. So trying to improve your champion pool and like innovate is one of those steps.
All right, one final question then for you here, Darshan. It's about Xmithy. So he actually didn't give me the high five when I was lining up in front of the audience, sadly, so I'm a little bit mad. But yesterday you gave him Nidalee for the first time for like a year for him. He's been known as a tank player. What is it that gives you guys the trust to put him on a carry when I feel like he gets so much flack online?
I think it was more of just like the way we played as a team was wrong. I think Smithy's always been a really good player, but he always does what the team needs, and we realized that Smithy's an amazing player who can play any champion, so why not let him go wild on Italy?
And of course he did. Darshan, thank you very much. Congrats on the win. Better than Smithy actually gave me the handshake. Thank you very much. Send him down to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. Second day in a row, Renegades has come out with an early gold lead against two of the top teams in the North American LCS. Immortals yesterday, CLG today. So although there was a defeat screen for them today, that has to feel good, knowing that they can stack up to these other teams in the early game.
Yeah, it's really good that they really got the early part of the game down. But the big difference between the lower tier teams and the top tier teams is that keeping that lead. When you see a top tier team get that lead, they just hold on for it for their dear life. But you saw in this game, when Renegades got that huge lead, they gave it right back 2 minutes later.
Right, and that, oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, yeah, I just want to focus in on that huge lead that Renegades did get, because one of the things I was looking at a lot this game were plays that were made without vision, deep on the map, and a lot of teams, both teams actually, overextended at different times. And the play that we have the replay of is that huge lead that Renegades
Yeah, we can pull that up. 11 minutes into the game, we see a 4-for-1. It starts with like a 2v2, 1v1 skirmish, and then eventually turns into a 4v5 team brawl. We'll roll this out on your screen. Renegades getting the better of this one.
Yeah, so this is because, you can see the decision-making here from Smithy. They think with the vision that they have, they can go for this 100% and they're going to get RF, but he flashes out of that, and it's an overcommitment. They didn't know that the extra numbers from Renegades were all on the way, whereas you can see those are the only members of CLG that were even coming. Now we have late members arriving from CLG trying to clean up the scraps. But this is really where the huge swing in the game came from, and this huge lead that Renegades got was due to an overextension of CLG. Up until this point, Renegades had been doing a good job staying even in the lane swap and, going blow for blow, maybe even a slightly ahead with Cole for Lucian. But at this point is when, CLG kind of stepped a little bit further, outside of their bounds, and Renegades punished them really well for it because they had the fog of war advantage.
And that all started with Smithy going in there. He saw an opportunity, and even if he could have executed it perfectly, he needed to judge for the rest of the map. They had Lucian coming up, and Ezreal was still bottom at the end of it, and that's how it turned out.
So some sloppy decision-making. Even if they did secure that first kill, the rest of the fight still probably plays out about the same way.
At best, you probably get a trade there, yeah.
Right, exactly. I do also, though, want to, focusing still on the early game and Renegades play, want to recognize the fact that they found themselves the lane swap against the Pantheon, trying to avoid that 1v1 against the GP, because we had mentioned as soon as we saw that locked in and Champions like, oh, Pantheon is fantastic in the 1v1 against GP if they can actually find it. So good on Renegades to lane swap on the lane swapping team. They did manage to get the vision down that they needed and execute on that lane swap.
Yeah, and Pantheon is just the solo queue 1v1 terror because no one lane swaps in solo queue. But in competitive play, you're able to avoid that lane. What happens in the Pantheon versus GP lane is that every time you queue Pantheon, he has that block up. When you take down his block, he stuns you and he has block again. And you're like, huh, I have oranges, but I have no damage.
Yeah. From the Pantheon point of view, you could be Gangplank here. I'll be the Pantheon. I'll take this matchup. Right. I double you onto you. I stun you, and I make you use your remove scurvy early so, you don't get as much heal. And yes, you can take off the stun, but I'm still going to spear you afterwards, and you still take a big chunk.
But another interesting thing about that is the Storm Raider's surge that Darshan had that you mentioned earlier. Every time you get that 30% HP, you can't run away from him, and if it looks bad, he can just run away.
Right, yeah. Typically, you're scared of a Pantheon when you don't have your escape, flash spell. Well, if he's got Storm Raider Surge, even if you flash away, if he's already dealt that 30% damage, he can catch you.
Well, specifically against Gangplank, in this Gangplank matchup, when Darshan is going to go seek out the Gangplank in the late game, you have all the answers if you have Storm Raider Surge, because your play pattern is still, yes, I'm going to double you early to get the gap closer, and you're going to have to use remove scurvy. After that, all I have to do is spear and maybe an auto. This is a DPS champion. Gangplank, it's very easy to deal 30% of his health in damage, so it's so easy to proc the Storm Raider Surge. Then you know that he has no more remove scurvy. He has nothing that he can do, and you chase him down. And Darshan did it really well.
So now let's look at how this game turned back into CLG's favor, because as we mentioned, great early lead, great first maybe 12 minutes of the game for Renegades, but then things started to fall apart. We have a replay that we want to show. Pull that up onto your screen. 14 minutes into the game, a TP down here by RF. We're going to roll this clip out. And this goes back to what your point was, Kobe, about vision play and decision-making based on the circumstances of the map.
Right, and actually they can see Gragas right now. So there are minions up that were trailing there and pushed all the way to the turret that saw Gragas. What you're seeing right now is Alex and Freeze thought that they had numbers advantage because of the teleport of RF. But RF he got a little greedy here. He wanted to go around and cut off the members of CLG that were running away. But when he ran into Gragas, who was coming down the lane through those minions, he actually couldn't even 1v1 the jungler, and RF had to turn back around, and then Alex and Freeze are sitting there like, oh, what? I thought we had the teleport advantage. I thought we had the numbers advantage. So this is kind of a lesson, because this happens so often, even in solo queue games where you think you have the pick and you want to cut them off, but you should stick with your numbers advantage. If RF just went with the pack, and they had that three-man pack, they probably could have gotten
At worst, they just walk away from it.
Or
even
that.
if they realize that, like, this still isn't going to go in our favor, now as 3, we can walk away. I had the privilege of seeing on my own client scrolling up to that 1v1 between the Gangplank and the Gragas, and it was literally a W and a Q that took him to half health. I mean, the Gragas was pumping out a fair amount of damage with that Runic Echoes early in the jungle.
It's like one of those things in solo queue where you get, oh, we killed the support, time to go Baron. And this case, it's like, oh, I have the TP flank, this is our chance.
Right.
But it's only something you do when you're really far ahead. I mean, when you're kind of in the middle, you kind of just have to, you know, take the budget path and just group up with your team. And even if you're not cutting them off, you're still giving them the power to like go all the way through. You're kind of skipping steps and, you know.
Yeah. It's kind of the same thing where you have to judge risk differently in the early game when you don't have deep wards and you haven't had time to set up for these plays, and you're just kind of going off instinct and going for heat of the moment plays.
Yeah. So we saw from there the gold differential kind of even out and then grow in favor of CLG. And from there, we saw a more accurate representation of what you were talking about earlier, Dyrus, the difference between a top-tier team and a lower-tier team in that CLG, once they had gotten their gold lead back, they played it out a lot more methodically.
Step 1, get that gold lead. Step 2, wait for your power spikes, play for objectives. If you still have that gold lead, keep going for those objectives. And if you're behind, wait until the opponent makes the mistake. And CLG played it out very well.
Yeah, they played around the 1v1 that you mentioned, Darshan, or the Pantheon versus the Gangplank. They had that great Baron call, which they were able to snag and get out using the Bard Tunnel. So overall, well played for CLG once they made it back into the game. Renegades, though, things are perhaps looking up for them. Coming up next, we'll see if Team Dignitas has what it takes to keep TSM from joining CLG in second place. Don't go anywhere. The LCS will be right back.
I mean, Z0 and Gauntlet has...
Dude, if you play against lane with Z0, just buy Call and go there and farm the fucking creeps. And get Call like in
or pick Veigar
3 waves.
and Q the Z0 minions.
Countered.
Still is able to get the kill onto Xmithie. That's first blood. That's a double kill for Crumbs on the rec side. They probably get Afremu here as well, but they're keeping it for Darshan.
I'm running behind them.
I'm
you guys see me? You guys see me?
There's only three. Go. Karma. Okay, it's all you guys. It's all you guys. Karma. Freeze. Yeah.
Flash.
I'm on side.
Let's go. Ulted. Nice.
Nice shot. Yo, I'm gonna put it over the wall.
Got him.
All right, Legendary. They have his eye. Oh, he tried to flash over the wall, but flashed up. And the small mistake, so when CLG begins to capitalize, CLG takes down Renegades.
Welcome back, lords and ladies, to our second game of the day. It's going to be Team Dignitas versus TSM. And Dignitas played Energy yesterday and weren't too far behind in the first half of the game. It's kind of been a story for most of these teams. It's all in the mid game, though.
Yeah, and then they ended up making some questionable decisions, like trading their inhibitor turret for a tier 2 at 8 minutes and not getting that extra turret in response. But of course, those decisions that they've been making that are quite questionable, they weren't limited to just inside the game. They started in champions like for Dignitas. Like, we're seeing Team Dignitas prioritize champions like Trundle, who isn't a contested pick in the meta. And Elise is also permaban against Kirei. So the limited champion pool of the newer Dignitas players restricts them from drafting more diverse strategies and gaining an advantage in champion select.
Right, and on the other hand, yesterday we saw their opponents TSM draft with a very clear game plan. Protect the Cogma.
Yeah, and it worked out. Doublelift was 7-1 at the 30-minute mark, and he was basically living the Cogma fantasy. TSM was looking super coordinated in those early game fights, but after getting aced in Cloud9's base, they seemed to completely lose focus at that point and deviated from what was working the entire game.
Right.
But despite losing, it was a solid performance, and they looked much healthier after the defeat, and I don't think it will affect their performance in today's game against Dignitas.
Well, TSM has been improving every week, a sentiment that support Yellowstar seems to share.
I really think that we have like 5 individual strong players, and the team play is getting there. It's improving day after day, and hopefully it will translate into stage, because I really think we deserve seeing how my teammates work every day, how hard they are trying. Makes me feel happy because they're trying their best.
And there's also going to be some kind of feeling of setback when you can't get to explore all of that practice and experience you tried to get in the prior weeks and then show it on stage.
Yeah, I'm basically really giddy for what's going to happen in these next few weeks, because this sports psychologist Weldon is over here.
Right.
And he's worked with TSM, and he's working with Renegades this week. And this guy is just, I think he's absolutely incredible in what he does. He gives the teams this mental resilience, and teaches them how to build up resilience as opposed to avoidance.
One thing,
like,
mentality is a big thing.
Exactly. You're going to lose games on stage, unless you're Immortals, I guess. But you're going to lose games at some point in League of Legends.
Right.
It's not trying to avoid those. It's how do you deal with those losses and move on to the next one. Because it's an inevitability, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to be nervous on stage. Everybody's going to be nervous.
You're nervous before and after the game.
Exactly. How do you deal with that as opposed to avoiding the nerves completely? Because it's an inevitability.
Well,
and I
we'll see.
absolutely
That's one thing they're trying to tackle, and we'll see if it works out. Let's check out the starting lineups with a quick roster rundown. As always, on the blue side, it is going to be Team Dignitas. That's Billy Boss in the top lane, Kirei in the jungle, Shifter in mid, Apollo at AD carry, with Kiwi Kid at support, Coach Interflame.
And on the red side, it's TSM. Hanser in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Doublelift at AD carry, Yellowstar on support, and Jarge doing the coach work.
That's right. We'll see if the coach and the staff can open up that Pandora's box that everybody's been looking for. What's the right way? It's obviously going to be different for each team.
Yeah, oh yeah. Every player is coached in a different way. It's just like school, right? Do you learn by doing? Do you learn by seeing somebody else do it?
Yeah.
So I think that it's good when you actually get a feel for the way that the player learns, and then you tailor it to that.
That's right. Don't change the golf swing. Mold it.
Yes.
Mold it to what they already have. Well, we'll see what kind of picks and bans mold this game before we get on the Rift. Fiora is going to be locked out as per usual. The Elise goes away from Kirei as well.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see a decent amount of top lane bans this game, because Hanser has been performing really well on TSM. He has been a consistent force, and even when they were having a little bit of a slump and not having the cleanest of victories, he was still a rock in that top lane in an aggressive way. He wasn't playing these tanks. He was playing things like Fiora, like the Poppy, and he's able to come up with good engages, with good split pushing. So I think Hanser is actually making a case for himself to be in that conversation for one of the top laners in North America.
Absolutely. The Poppy play really put him up there on that play.
Yeah.
Seeing the mechanics in that, the dodging plays, and really getting himself in 1v1 situations to come out on top. Really put shined a light on that mechanic ability. Gangplank. And the last one for TSM. What will they decide to put to the wayside here before the picks go live?
Yeah, you ban out the Kog'Maw or
Lulu left up. Shifter loves the Lulu. You keep the lane cleared. Something like that. Or Victor, we saw continuously played against TSM in the finals with CLG. Polebelter kind of just stuck to wave clear, keep Bjergsen in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Corki, though, is picked up. That still could be going to Shifter, as the Lulu may make it her way TSM
take Lulu,
side.
and then you take a jungler that you want. There you go. Gragas there for Svenskeren. They played that yesterday, and he was 1-7-13 on it, but he was a big part of how they separated the fights on Cloud9. And of course, there's actually that final fight against Cloud9 going back to yesterday's game, where Hauntzer went aggressive. His Poppy ultimate knocked up 3 people, and Svenskeren's barrel actually landed, his ultimate did, when they were all invulnerable, so he actually didn't displace them in that final fight. So if they do pick Poppy here, TSM need that communication down.
There's always been kind of a synergy, I wouldn't say issue, but there's that possibility for the cask to always go off at the wrong time and completely mess up a fight you were planning for the last 10 minutes of the game.
You can wreck your own game plan.
Absolutely.
The dis-synergy there if you don't perform. People always say, you know, Gragas is easy. No. Learning the travel time of the barrel based on distance is sometimes rather rough.
Right. You could easily break up your own fight. Kindred possibly for Kirei here. Also pretty scary with a Gragas on the board, knocking a Kindred out of her ultimate much easier than a Lee Sin would have to. So we go for the Alistar and the Lucian.
All right, so yeah, especially since Gragas is back in the meta, I expect to see less and less Kindred.
Right.
Because Gragas and Lee Sin were really good counters to the
very
Kindred
good.
ultimate. And going to see the Alistar here for Kiwi Kid, staple pick for him here. Now we know that this is already going to be a mid lane Corki because the Lucian is picked up. They don't want to have a Lucian for double lift alongside the Lulu. It's something that SKT used to run and they still like to run, where they put FLICKR on Lulu and then they have Bang on Lucian.
Right.
He just wins the game via that combo.
That's Bang.
Yep. Get the run forward, super fast, run back.
Oh, good. Oh, Bang. Well, we'll see how Apollo does on that Lucian, and it's going to be double lift on Caitlyn this game.
So yeah, I like the Braum pick here because you're up against double marksman composition. There's a little bit of poke, and I think Braum with a Caitlyn, you land that Q, the slow, you're going to be able to get multiple shots off. And this is going to be a very, I want to say, difficult team to break the siege on for TSM. They have some decent wave clear here. They have the Gragas that stops engages. And then Braum stops some wave clear from multiple champions. And then the traps from Double Lift. Double Lift is one of the first people to bring out Caitlyn in North American LCS, and his trap usage back against Immortals was really, really good. I love the way that he sets it up in that defensive and offensive line based on the position that his team is in. And I'm actually going to keep track of this game, point it out a few times for you guys.
I'm a really big fan of a few traps down and then almost using one active trap in a fight that you can catch somebody off guard with for their CC or their movement towards you. It's actually quite effective to have just a few in your pocket. Let's see what we get on this last pick here. Hauntzer looking towards the top lane. Still has a chance for his Poppy we talked about just a little bit before. Up against possibly a Malphite if there's no lane swap.
Well, Vladimir's fine against Malphite because you get a pretty much free lane. He's not going to harass you down. He spends too much mana to do so. Quinn against Oh my
Quinn
god.
for the win.
Oh.
You were talking about Quinn.
It's a hard matchup. But for memory's sake, Huni was solo killed level 5 by a Malphite. I think some of the hardest matchups for Quinn are Malphite because you can't do as much as you want to in the early game. And if you get ganked early, Quinn is feast or famine. You're going to get very far behind it, and you have to go to different lanes to affect them. Of course, Quinn can flank double AD carries, and that's the plus here, is that Quinn can get to that back line if you play it correctly. It's just really rough in the laning phase here. He's going to need some help, and that Svenskeren upsets that lane. He can snowball. It's just very difficult against an armor stacking Malphite.
You get a fast finger on that Q, and the vault pretty much leaves you back in range to get slapped around a few times. Nothing you want, slow that attack speed with ground slam, everything that an AD carry would not want. We'll see how Hauntzer plays that up against Billy Boss. Looking at the lanes, looks like we may actually get that lane swap in on this one. But we do know Kiwi Kid on the Alistar does like to go a little bit hard if they can get that level 2, as anybody would. Very, very big time to get that spike and get that lane advantage for the duos, especially against Yellowstar and Doublelift. We saw Doublelift going off yesterday. Let us know which of these teams you think are going to be taking the Nexus. Tweeting your votes to @LOL Esports with the hashtag DIGWin or the hashtag TSMWin. As always, we tally up your votes. You know this. It's the same thing every time. Hashtag TSMWin, hashtag DIGWin. @LOL Esports, hit it up. We're about to be on the Rift. And so far through this split, teams at the top of the table looking to keep those records, and the teams at the bottom climbing as fast as possible.
TSM, they want to stay in contention for second place. CLG just winning their game. Staying up there in Cloud9 playing immediately after. We could still have a 3-way tie for second place at the end of the day, the end of the week here. Then we go into week 7. So 2/3 of the way through the split. Multiple teams tied for those top spots.
Yep.
Dignitas, though, talked about how their drafts the last few weeks have been questionable. This is a triple AD carry composition with some magic damage from Corki, but then they have a hard engaged champion and another hard engaged champion that can also be some disengaged. So this is a composition that when you get your power spikes, you have to identify it, you have to group up, and you have to use it appropriately. TSM, a little bit of a split push here, a little bit of a stopping of the siege. We'll see what happens, because when you group up against a Caitlyn on as 5 people and you're trying to siege down a turret, she can kind of wall off the turret with traps. By that point, you hope Billy Boss has enough armor to soak it and not take too much damage. But then she just puts the trap down again. So if it's level 13 Caitlyn, you're definitely in for a long siege. Becomes trench warfare at that point.
Just sitting back, hopefully find Bjergsen without any mana at some point.
Yeah.
Again, towards the fact that more mids going towards these support champions. We see it with Bjergsen here on Lulu this game to also help protect the AD carries he has on his side. Seems to be the name of the game lately. Everybody wants to be an AD carry.
Yeah. AD carries are good. Everybody wants to be an AD carry. I mean, even like on Immortals, right? He's like, I'm going to swap to I'm going to swap to AD carry.
Yep.
Up. I can play top. Never mind, guys. I'm good. I'm good. I get more gold this way too. It's fine.
Yeah.
I get more levels.
Solo anywhere, and it's mine.
Yeah. Here though, oh, Kiwi Kid.
How
took
rude!
Took it.
Do it. Take the other one. You won't.
That's scared. Oh no.
He did.
Oh. Yeah, I like how you take it. Take it. You won't. You won't. He took it.
Okay.
Oh, you got me. So jungling on the strong side of the map there, get a little bit punished, but TSM wants to lane swap this Quinn away. Make sure they have an okay laning phase for her. Because as long as Quinn goes unharassed, then she's fine for that mid game. Billy Boss, though, he won't have too much gold when they end up grouping up again. Maybe he'll have a chain vest to his name, possibly a Bonnie Cinder.
Double lift getting straight peacemakers on that top wave. You can see he was quite far under to already get the second wave as it was coming up. And he's going to be meeting up now.
Sometimes a little bit worse, though, because look at this wave. Not too many creeps. Now, if we go down bottom, you're going to see a gigantic wave here.
Yes.
Because they stalled it. So there's a difference between when you push the wave. If fast pushing is not always the best push, because there's way more effective HP in that bot side.
So they'll have a bit more time with the turret. Now feeding a few more waves to the top. It should be matched as everybody got there.
Yep.
You can see Shifter taking quite a bit of damage from Bjergsen in the mid lane.
You can see not enough minions here, so they're going to have to back off, pull the wave, clear it, wait a second, and see what happens. I want to see what the answer is here. They'll kill the turrets about the same time, but Dignitas, this one's going to have to be thinned out a little bit more, so they'll stall out the turret. We'll see if it bounces.
This is the bounce we were talking about last game.
I think it'll bounce, though. The DPS on this turret. Oh, Billy Boss.
Should be all right, especially if he takes down the cast minions.
It's going to be fine. I like that, too. When you are done with the turret aggro, if you take all of the caster minions and those melees and you run them into that tri-brush, you actually pull the minion wave back a little bit further.
Right.
And the whole idea of bouncing a wave is you want it on the enemy side of the map, because then their minions get there faster and reinforce it, do more damage earlier, and push it so that when you come back to that wave, they've been outnumbering your minions the entire time. And you pick up a gigantic minion wave for yourself.
So easy to say, but you always have to look and count.
Yeah.
Every time you're like 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I messed him up by one auto. Why'd they all go after that one?
That's the thing too, is you can mess up minutes of a wave by not allowing it to push correctly. Everything good in the bot lane for Billy Boss, as they had that one now in their favor.
Keyray?
Get finished talking about
Yellow Star?
He doesn't know. He just
surprise.
There's a few bumps. He gets the health back right away from his attacks being stacked. So that is just a little bit of jungle knowledge coming in for Yellow Star as he roams around. It does not look like Keyray will be getting his stack on this one as it gets taken away over towards Raptors by FLICKR.
No lane swap back here from
that's a very good point.
Either side. So usually you swap it back and you try to get the second turret, but it just looks like more denial for both of these top laners. I think that does favor Dignitas, though, because your top laner does more with less gold.
That's true. A lot more safer for him to be taking a few shots, and he can push double lift off. You can see Haunter have a little bit of trouble down there. He's getting pressured in. He's got to keep a good distance.
Yeah, it's much easier, though, for a Quinn to actually sneak in some CS on the
in your queues, yep. Hopefully. He has to play this one very safe. Kiwi Kid making sure that nobody comes around too close.
Because of these matchups too, Quinn is actually pretty decent into the Lucian. Like, you can go back and forth. So Kiwi Kid has to stay around here to make sure that it doesn't end up being a duel that Haunter chunks him out or ends up winning.
Right.
Whereas in that top lane, Caitlyn's never going to get killed by the Malphite. There's never even going to become in like auto attack range. So he's safe, which allows Yellow Star to roam around and affect this map. So you can see that Kiwi Kid is leashed to bottom lane because of the matchup, and now Yellow Star is free to roam about and create havoc and put down wards.
Oh, nice. So close to the cupcake. So Doublelift doesn't have an idea on this one, but it's a level 5, level 3. They're really looking to give Doublelift just a bit of trouble here. He's having way too much of an easy time in this top lane.
That's going to make 3 people come down bottom lane, though, from TSM. So Doublelift is going to be trying to stop the siege by himself. Full HP turrets, though, and on the bot side, there are 3 members here. Svenskeren, Body Slam Flash is available. They can wrap around it, see what they want to end up doing here. And Quinn Braum can stop some of the wave clear. Oh, boy. Oh, Kirei took aggro!
Oh, Mike, no way!
Oh! He had Gromp buff. He attacked him, and then the Gromp buff poison drew turret aggro.
Mind games.
That was pretty sick, though. Doublelift with the presence of mind to be like, all right, I'm going to hit him. And then as soon as it went over to him, I think it looked like it actually took Kirei off guard.
See it right here. So he knows Gromp buff is there. You can
he's got the
easily
purple
see
stuff
it.
around him. He's like, okay, I hit Malphite. There we go, Kirei. Turret's like, hey, we don't like that poison.
Instantly throws out the Peacemaker
too at
line.
the end. And Kirei had flash as well. So Kirei, it really took him by surprise. The Peacemaker follow-up and the amount of damage that he took from that turret.
Yeah, could have went instantly down over the wall as well. So that's how you know it took him by surprise, because he had an instant flash that would have saved him.
Never smiting Gromp again. It's 15 damage over 3 seconds. Like, literally 5 damage to Doublelift in exchange for his life.
The call for help from the turret is what he needed and what he got. Doublelift hitting level 7 now as he head towards the bot lane to soak up even more experience with a free kill under his belt. We're just 8 minutes in here.
Now it's finally swapped back because they have an advantage on TSM side, so Doublelift doesn't need to stay in that top lane anymore. So he's just going to hang out in this bot lane, catch this gigantic wave. You see the level discrepancy here. Supports. Yellow Star's been roaming, level 3. Kiwi Kid's been babysitting, level 5. So there will be a point where Yellow Star is not as effective as Kiwi Kid is, because you'll hit his ultimate and he'll be able to tower dive.
He's still making moves. He's still heading around, making sure the wards are there for Doublelift to keep getting bigger, making sure everything's cleared to make him safer. Kiwi Kid doing the same towards the top side, since this turret is the next thing they have their eye on, and we just saw TSM's ping towards the bot. So one more swap for this, and we may get some of that mid lane action if they don't decide to go for tier 2s right away.
Looking at the gold here, Doublelift about 700 up. Haunter, though, gotta be careful.
Barrier stacking does quite a bit of damage. There's Lamb's Respite still on, and a bit of heal for Kirei.
No final auto attack there from Kirei to actually get the oh man, what's it? Mounting Dread, that's what it is. I was like, I remember because I was talking about it before, it's like, why is it called Mounting Dread? It's like, well, it's because Wolf is coming for you, and after the third shot, that's where the Dread comes in. It's no longer Dread, it's actual action. The fear of that third shot.
Towards the top side, looks like second tier will be an option here for Dignitas. Doublelift left at that first tier, and TSM's going to try to stop this one. So we'll see if the fight actually happens. Doublelift would not have anywhere near home guard. Only 9.5 minutes in here. Feels like we're at least at 15 minutes. And that's the hit up onto the turret. Doublelift's going to keep pushing. Mid laners are still in mid. That is Billy Boss going down as he goes a little too hard and locked up by TSM.
3-on-4 in the top lane and a 1-on-0 in the bot lane.
Yeah,
you have way more abilities at the top
field
side to actually defend against this, and Billy Boss just dives in. No flash available for himself because he used it previously. Oh, man. That's going to be a lot of damage on this turret. Kiwi Kid is the one who's backing right now. If Doublelift can push out this wave, Peacemaker it, can get some decent damage on it, but he is going to back. He's not sure of where they're backing in the Fog of War just yet and how close they are. So he could get a little bit more damage, but it's not worth it at this point with the risk.
He's already got a CS lead as well, because you see Dignitas pushing up as a team, sharing all that experience, all that CS. Doublelift's had his own lane.
Yeah, just to stop the back, just to delay. Kirei.
Someone's window shopping.
Kirei.
Back to this play.
Oh, you see right there.
It's actually a great ultimate, but then the Unbreakable
Yellow Star
pretty much denies everything.
Yellow Star with the Unbreakable.
Yeah.
Stopped all the follow-up damage. So Yellow Star not knocked up in that initial combo, and then jumps in, throws down the Unbreakable, and now he's absorbing all the damage, the full HP Braum.
Yep.
Really well played there by Yellow Star, but Billy Boss, that was an itchy trigger finger where you're on a timer of the bot lane being shoved out by double lift, and you're losing that.
But it looks
you
so good.
Feel like
they
you,
all
feel like you
stepped
have
out.
to go.
They were all grouped up. I would have taken it.
Yeah, you recognize the opportunity, but
you don't always
counterplay.
You don't always have to take it just because it's there.
TSM looking for this mid lane turret.
The clear is tough too.
Yep.
They're taking a little bit for Shifter to get that out. They don't have
this,
Apollo.
These are the trap lines that I'm talking about. And I'm going to go on a little Caitlyn spiel here.
Spiel it.
So when you hit level 13, you get 5 traps, right? And they're on a 10-second recharge timer. So you'll get the maximum amount in 50 seconds. Way, way lower cooldown than rank 1. So people are maxing at second. And you put the turret... Oh. Okay. Kirei?
That's the headshot! Oh! Knowing the boundary to the max. Knowing what he needs to do and how he needs to do it. It made it look so easy, and we all thought Kirei's just a step from getting away. Double Lift knew he had the kill.
The 90 caliber net gives you that double range headshot that does so much damage.
And then he got another headshot.
Oh man, and so here comes Sven Skaren from the side. But anyway, so when you're setting up with traps as Caitlyn, you put 1 between the turret and the wall, and then you put the other 4 in the lane. That's when you're sieging turrets. When you're defending them, you put it right out of turret range in a diagonal line, and we'll probably see that later. I actually don't know, because TSM defending turrets may not be what happens this game, because they seem to have vision dominance on this map right now, and they're the ones pushing up instead of defending.
You should just see all these traps go down during the fight. This Double Lift starts to snare people left and right. 18 to 20. 2,000 gold lead here for TSM as they start to control more of the map, and they're hardly being pushed off. This turret's taking about 20% each time they approach it. Dragon goes over to TSM. Oh.
All right. So
double flash.
Yeah. Flash fair out from Yellow Star.
Or single flash, I should say.
Pulling
Double
the mouth
Lift was able to
fight
get
down
out.
now, though. Billy Boss finally getting a little piece of this. See what he can do. Back there from Hanser and Sven Skaren. Hanser will come back rather quickly, though.
Billy Boss.
Thought
about it.
Yep, looks like it'll just be a Rift Herald here. Go knock on Herald's door. Pick it up. See, it'll most likely go to Kirei out of these members.
Yep. So looking at lanes right now for TSM, Bjergsen up 20, Double Lift up 10 CS, as well as Apollo's been able to soak a bit more experience up once they got to these side lanes. Dig realized that push not really in their favor, and they'll kind of stop the lanes to team solo mid before they'll try to make another move towards that top lane altogether. Works out for them because Double Lift got more than they would have wanted in that bot lane push.
Yeah, so Kirei going off of what he did yesterday, because he built Devourer on Kindred, which I think is suboptimal. He went with Warrior this time, and I would keyed me off because I was like, he's doing Herald again really early. Herald, when you have Devourer, actually gives you 5 stacks. So you go Herald Dragon, that's 10 stacks there, and then you do both Scuttles, and you have 14. So you're pretty much halfway done with your Devourer in pretty much a minute and a half's time. That's if you went that route, though. This game, though, he did go with the Warrior, but he still went for the Herald just because they're putting a lot of priority on that when there's nothing else to do. They feel like that's better than actually sieging against this team right here. You can see diagonal line coming out from the traps here from Double Lift. Putting it right out of turret range. You step on them, you eat that double range headshot, 1300 range. Looking for an engage, though. Hanser on the side, found Kiwi Kid.
Huge ultimate to actually just pop out a Kiwi Kid on that one.
Yeah, right now, TSM, their minion waves on the sides are being pushed towards them. So Dignitas actually has a little bit of a pushing advantage on that top side, or bottom side of the map.
Right, top
is actually going to start pushing towards them, and now they're just sieging.
This will be the turret.
Such a low turret.
Double Lift trying to stay very
Where's
safe.
Billy?
The aggression over onto the entire team in the mid lane. That's Yellow Star going down, but it's left Hanser and Double Lift to kind of fire off some shots here, and they are whittling down the HP bars of Dignitas. They can't find a way back in after that first initiation.
Double Lift is coming up big in this game.
Yes.
3-0 right now. Only missing out on 1 kill in this game. And Svenskaren's actually being a large part of how they're starting this off and peeling for Double Lift. It's a Caitlyn. You actually have to respect it, despite what people thought about this champion when she got reworked. She's got a lot of damage.
A lot of damage and a lot of range. Once you just think you're out of it, you take that step back in to kind of, you almost try to bait a fight at this point, at this high level of play. You want to be enticing, but really Double Lift's just easy to pick you off and get that last hit at this point.
Yeah, and the fact that he has a Lulu behind him as well gives him that extra picks damage and gives him that extra movement speed.
This
ultimate comes out there. Billy, good ultimate here. Doesn't catch Double Lift though. If it had caught Double Lift, he was taking turret shots. Double Lift would have died. They would have been able to take him out, and then they get the counter kill there. Support for top laner. A little bit, if it had just been a little bit more forward, it would have caught him under turret.
Everything from Bjergsen as well on to Double Lift. The guy that used to be carrying this team gives help picks and everything he can to let the 3-0 carry, which is the right thing.
Carrying the person that's carrying.
Yeah.
He carries because he's on the shoulder of a giant.
4-1. See how much more they can get in that top line score here. 16:50 into the game. The 3K gold lead. It's been spread a little bit more in TSM's favor now.
Hanser's pretty much just going to be playing the map, going between lanes to farm, trying to avoid Malphite as much as possible. Yomu's Ghostblade, even when you complete it, doesn't do much against the Malphite. So Hanser's been doing an okay job of dodging this matchup, and TSM has been putting him in a good situation for it. Because TSM last year, whenever there was an unfavorable matchup, sometimes they wouldn't swap it. If they didn't know the matchup, they wouldn't swap it. And now, this game, they know it's an unfavorable matchup. They're making sure that Hanser doesn't fall prey to even the possibility of getting killed by Billy Boss or even ganked. Just safe CS.
For now. I think he had a wave there. He'd be down to about half HP, and I'm sure Kiwi Kid would have went a little bit harder for the engage.
Yeah.
Hanser, no, yeah, you are absolutely correct. He doesn't even want a chance to be taken down that much further. Gonna give this turret up, doesn't know through the fog board what is around him, and he plays it very, very safe.
Evened up in turrets now. Dignitas only down 2,000 gold here. Package is available for Shifter when he backs. They can start something, but Billy Boss on the bottom side of the map, Apollo on the top side. There's 3 members on the top side of the map. They aren't really going to be able to accomplish anything at this moment. And now on the bot side, 3 members of TSM.
Yeah, TSM's focus.
And here comes Double Lift as well. So it's going to be a 4-on-1. Billy, he might have to ulti away.
One thing you always say, take the play to the TP, and that's what they do here with Billy Boss. The team's forced to run to him. Now that's going to be the block from Kiwi Kid. He gets there.
So Billy Boss gets to hold all of his abilities. Shifter going back for what looks like he'll try and pick up that package, possibly start a fight here with Hanser on the opposite side of the map. If Billy Boss can get a TP in their own jungle, he can get a good ultimate. Kirei though!
Look at the vision in that side of the jungle right now. It is incredibly dangerous for them to dive in. And Kirei takes the chance to try and get a ward down. Cost him his life.
Oh, man. They have a pink ward at red.
And everybody was in front of it.
Well, TSM was playing around that vision. They were in the Krug pit.
Right.
Bjergsen was in that other bush right in front of the red.
They can't be here then.
Yeah.
That's kind of the feeling you get when you see that vision.
Just barely. Now, Dragon. Shifter, though. Hanser, little slippery.
All right. Can't turn into a bird while you're fighting. Can he get these stacks? Oh, cannot. Is lined up with the wall and didn't have too much further to go there. Easily pinned down by Shifter.
Yeah, good play by Shifter.
Picks himself up a kill.
Excluding supports, Hanser is actually the weakest champion on the map right now. I actually think that Kirei stands a really good chance if he was even in a one-on-one against this Quinn. Now with the Ghostblade completed just now, he has a little bit of a power spike, but I definitely think that the state that he's been in this game as this Quinn, without getting a large advantage over his opponent and then roaming, like causing havoc to these AD carries in the backline, it's that point where Quinn is starting to power up. He's going towards that Sterix, he's going towards some survivability, and once he does that, then he'll have that stickiness of his damage. But I definitely think you try to pick on him as much as possible early.
Right.
Like, Quinn either makes your top laner feed or feeds your game.
Do you know from experience?
Oh, yes.
We'll see how it happens right here. Apollo goes for the fight himself. Got to remember that blind comes out, so he throws immediately the call.
Oh, he tried to get the Q.
Oh, Kiwi Kid flies in. Would have been very nice unstoppable force, but unfortunately Billy Boss was not there for the hit. And they are going to have to get out of this one. Unstoppable Force is still there, but everything Dig wants to do is head home right now. Yellow Star's back to base. That's the only person that TSM is missing at this point. And it does not look like Dig's going to be able to get any further forward here on TSM's side.
TSM.
What are these
have to clear some
pings? You're saying let's get our wards back in. And
yeah, all those
ourselves
wards.
Yep.
Clear it out. There's actually a blue trinket ward in that bot side bush near the tier 2 from TSM. That'll probably be there all game. It's a bush people do not check.
Very true.
Very bottom of the
Especially since that turret's down now.
Yeah.
You'll know whoever's farming that lane and how far out they are farming it. So it definitely provides some pretty useful information when you're sieging the base.
That's a lot of vision from Dignitas on their bot side of the map where they no longer have a tier 2 turret. TSM, now you go top side, get Baron control, go between those 2 tier 2s that are left for you to take, and then you're fine. All this vision on the bot side of the map, all those pink wards from Dignitas become useless.
It's kind of trying to correct the situation right away, but you actually don't need to correct it because you just need to not do it again. And then you
oh, Billy off their Haunter.
Fool yourself into protecting.
Oh, no!
One last shot. I thought I was going to get over the wall.
Get him, Wolf.
Took a little bit long. Hit onto Sven Skaren. Fight in the back between Yellow Star. Double lift is huge. Wild Growth's already on, which means he took quite a bit of focus damage here from Billy Boss. Almost able to take down Double lift means good things if they can keep getting fights like that.
You have to respect Kiwi Kid right now. He doesn't have flash, but it's still the Alistar. If he walks all the way around, his ultimate's almost back up, so he can dive the turret, no problem.
They're going to stick with it for a second. Bjergsen tries to get one last Glitter Lance out. This turret will fall. Keyray as well, adding a bit of pressure behind the turret, and Dignitas find a fight that they like.
Yep, Dignitas, they find Haunter, right? This Quinn is something that's basically a running money bag. It's really fast, you have to catch it, but it's going to be providing your team a lot of money, because if you're able to catch it with Malphite, with any of your other champions too, then it's pretty much gone. It's super squishy right now.
Well, Haunter back down to the bot lane to try and push and stay safe by himself. They're just looking for ways to be able to utilize Double Lift, who got hit pretty hard here. First on to Haunter though.
Pretty good by Billy too. If you get that catch and you only have to use your ultimate on it, then that's fine. Double Lift very low because they walked forward and Dignitas was actually able to counter engage with superior numbers. Even though that was a 2-on-1 on the right side, they got the right amount of damage off. And I think there was a couple crits in there too from Apollo that took him off guard because he's at those 2 item spikes. Double Lift though looking for the siege. You clear the minion waves, give Caitlyn the ability to put those traps down in the sieging position. And with rapid fire cannon, she can actually hit the turrets out of their range. And Kiwi Kid, too.
Step to the front, blocking a bit of damage. The turret is theirs. TSM methodically getting what they want around the map right now. Still looking at 2 outer turrets on their side of mid and bot lane. And all they have to work with now is that top lane turret for Dignitas, somewhere they can hover the top side of the map and Baron and make this even harder for Dig.
Yeah, hover that top side of the map. Of course, TSM, they're losing some of these fights and skirmishes. And yesterday, they had a hold on that game versus Cloud9, and then they just let it go. Their focus dropped a little bit. They weren't as attentive to the game as they were before. Haunter was jumping in instead of protecting and peeling for the Kog'Maw, and that was the big difference there. Is when you change your playstyle in the middle of the game when something was already working, then you were not adjusting to your opponents, and now you have to play their game. Of course, Billy Boss, though, he's always going to try and go up against this Quinn, because the ultimate will be able to tag her. Billy Boss can even just like flash ulti right now and catch him, but Keyray not in position to follow up. There's no wards on the backside of Quinn either, so you could actually walk all the way around. You just don't know that, of course. We have a God mode vision. We know where everything is.
You're said than done. That was always the hardest thing casting. When I first started casting, it's like, but he's right there, other side of the wall.
He's in the bush right there. Just do it.
How do you not know?
Man, now I'm gonna be paranoid in my games. I'm gonna just start throwing and like skill shots over walls. Like, is he there?
You should. The rule of thumb, somebody is in that brush. That's how you play this game. 25 minutes on the clock, and not too many kills have come from the early part of the game. Just that 5-4. The gold lead's still around 2,000 here. Shifter doing great in the mid lane on this Corki to keep the kills up and keep pressure on from a distance.
Well, Billy Boss is sitting in the bush still. I don't know if he's looking for a TP flank or anything like that, but Dragon's up. Dignitas don't have any vision inside the Baron pit. If they go to Dragon, they lose Baron. But if TSM start Baron, they're most likely to lose that fight because you put yourself in a horrible position.
Yeah.
But Double Lift gets to set up traps. He can actually close off a choke point entirely. Yeah.
It's a lot of cupcakes.
Isn't that just unfair?
What was it?
So don't play around those.
Imba?
Imba. Oh, Imba, yeah. Oh, man, take me back.
Who's going to fight first?
Yeah.
Wolf wants it.
So Haunter needs to stay away from the rest of the carries on his team because you have to make the choice. Do we go after Haunter and focus him down, or do we use the Malphite ultimate onto multiple carries on TSM side? Trying to get the inside track on this wave. Bjergsen, though. Bjergsen and Svenskeren are just trying to clear the wave. Ooh. And you can see Bjergsen's job is pretty much wave clear. He went for the Luden's Echo. We've seen very different Lulu builds. We even see Lichbane second after he gets the Frost Queen's Claim. But this is for wave clear, purely for wave clear, because he's really the only wave clear tool on this team, save for Svenskeren.
Right.
Oh, Kiwi!
Kiwi goes in. Svenskeren to Yellow Star! Immediately deleted, and look at this. They have switched goal side. Dig's coming from TSM's side, and they're pushing him into their own base. They are going to get wiped out here. Did they even take damage in that fight? Apollo, the only one to really get scratched.
Barely. They could actually run towards this Baron and pick it up. Jungler down, 4 members of TSM down for another 30 seconds here. Haunter the only one up, and Haunter was trying to flank that fight. He was trying to get in from the side, and Dignitas, as soon as they saw that, Kiwi Kid recognized the opportunity.
What a dance.
Svenskeren over-aggressed. They're trying to give Quinn access to that backline. That's going to be Dignitas picking up the Baron. No throw at the Baron because everybody else is dead. They take the fight beforehand. That right there, body slam forward. Kiwi Kid goes, oh, you done goofed. Jumps right in, gets the knock-up on 2. The front line is gone, and Haunter was looking for the flank onto Apollo and Shifter on the minimap, so it was a 2-on-5, and then it was a 2-on-5 again.
That was a great calling. Great
Wow.
all around from the synergy of Dignitas on that fight, instantly pulling the trigger.
Destroying the desk over here.
It's okay. So you're excited. You're excited. At least we can still cast. 40 CS up here for Apollo. He's also coming up big now, 3-0-3 after not really seeing much from him in the early game, but that's when he starts to shine, is in these fights. And we already said Shifter from earlier was helping to get these possibilities in position.
Oh, yeah.
Staying 3-0 and 1 at that point, now 4.
Yeah, both their AD carries have been untouched this game because of the lack of engage on TSM. They have defensive champions here. It's really on Svenskeren solely to engage. But Dignitas, they're the ones with most of the engaging power. So if Dignitas have this lead of 2,000 gold, again, they're able to actually force their lead. They're grouping up as 5. They can siege these turrets with the Corki and the Lucian, do a lot of damage to it, and then they're able to start a fight when they want to. It's just avoiding Haunter, who's almost been a non-factor this game. You can see all the CS he has over his lane opponent. It doesn't matter when you're Quinn against the Malphite. The matchup, and I really think that the pick is an incorrect pick here for this composition. I would have liked to see something like a Poppy here.
I was going to say, how does the Poppy play into this? And it seems like it would have.
This is just more for Dig. They're using this Baron buff here. Billy Boss is on the top side, so you have to be worried about that. If TSM can find the right engage with Svenskeren, which they're trying to force now.
Yep, there's a help picks.
It's a 1-1-3 right now. It's a 1-1-3. You're sending Haunter to go deal with Shifter, who's alone in mid lane. He gets himself a turret there. They're trying to spread their Baron buff out across multiple lanes to maximize it.
Very Dig-like. Usually
There's the barrel.
1-3-1. A little too close on this one. Svenskeren puts him on the stairs. There's the teleport coming in from Haunter, or rather Billy Boss, I should say. Haunter already coming out of base onto Shifter. Billy Boss is in. The ultimate actually misses. Yellow Star gets out of that. Double Lift able to shoot now onto Billy Boss if they can get the range. Haunter going back into perform. He gets shot right out by Shifter in a quick hit. And that's Billy Boss going down after expending the ultimate and missing by mere inches on what could have been a huge play. TSM is now biting back on that mistake. And they may keep going. There's the hit, the whimsy, the shot, the 400 crit, and the kill. He's got red buff as well. I don't think Net will get him in range, but they're not going to stop this pursuit down the lane.
Double Lift. Kind of slow right now, but he has that red buff. They're clearing out the minion waves, pushing it up. That was a macro misplay from Dignitas. When you are doing a split push and you're doing a 1-1-3, your 3 is not actually meant to siege.
You don't poke the bear.
You don't need to actually go in and try to kill a turret with those 3 members. When you do that type of split push, it's all about stalling and making sure that you are keeping track of their numbers. If they're keeping 4 people there to deal with your 3, one person is unanswered on the other side of the map, and they did not play that appropriately. They walked too far forward.
Right.
Billy Boss was going to get a turret.
In the play they had, you have to be even extra careful because you don't have team disengage either in trying to split your team that thin.
Yep, Svenskeren
becomes really dangerous.
I was talking about how he's really the only one on this squad that can't engage. Kiwi Kid, turn back! He's Alistar though.
Not for dinner. Not just yet.
He's got flash. If he gets down low enough.
Kirei with the hit. The shield heal came out. He is safe.
All right. That's flash, pulverize, flash, headbutt down. But of course, Kiwi Kid with the distortion boots, very popular now on Alistar. Too far forward. Shifter's not there. You shouldn't even be near that. Those are Baron buffed up minions. Just have them check the turret and check the numbers. Billy Boss, he has that turret below half HP. I'm gonna go check it right now. It's legitimately 1,400 out of 4,000. And Billy Boss,
wow, double
ulti's in.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, double it flashed away. What? Very quick on land. Flashing a Malphite ultimate is actually rather easy. There's pretty much no excuse for getting hit by a Malphite ultimate that distance on land and having flash up.
I noticed Yellow Star there, but he did it so quick, my eyes didn't draw up to the top of the screen fast enough.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to actually hit the Quinn on the left side, but he went for double lift instead on the right. And double lift was in a position that I don't think he could have even reinforced with the rest of his team. So there's a little bit of an overextension there, even with the Malphite ultimate. So Dignitas, they misstep, but they still have a gold lead. The Baron is gone, though, so they don't have that going for them. But they still have this composition and the fact that they can go back to that 1-1-3 or group up as 5. So the options are pretty much Dignitas's to choose from.
I mean, look at that fight. Dig's still 3,000 cold in the lead right now. In this control, they're going to give Svenskeren a hell of a day here. Oh! Right to double lift. Cleanse goes off immediately. The damage has to be there from Shifter. Shifter can't get close enough. The team's trying to block. Kiwi Kid's in now. They finally get him to go down. And Kiwi Kid gets the last attack in. Svenskeren way too far for the team. They're trying to clean up kills on Dignitas now, but it's slivers of health that aren't calculating into kills. And it looks like Bjergsen's going to be forced back. He was trying to get that last hit over onto Kiwi Kid, but with the team and power and numbers is going to be stronger here.
Yep, 5-3. They have a little bit of the wave clear, like you said, from Bjergsen. But this turret's going to go down. 380 carries. That's a lot of damage to these turrets on a very consistent basis. They have top lane pushing in as well. Top turret is next.
This is also the thing, Zyron. You look at a composition that TSM has, and so much is in double lift. When you lose him, you don't have much that you're protecting with either. There's not much of a threat now on the team.
Yeah, they knew his flash was down.
Yep.
And, ooh, Yellow Star, too far forward.
Dignitas coming up big on Team Solo mid, coming off of yesterday to the loss on Cloud9. Now taking a hit from Dig after they try to repair some of these errors being pushed to the limit right now.
So close. Bjergsen almost going down there. TSM, they are on the brink of losing their second place spot and dropping to 4th.
We thought they would be back with CLG today. That's pretty much the general consensus of what it was, but Dignitas absolutely showing up here in the early game. Shifter in mid, Billy Boss, few of the ultimates as well towards the middle part. He's kind of been getting them in trouble now, which is something they have to work on, but starting things like this is what begins
QSS used on the knockup. You can't QSS knockups. You need a movement ability to regain control. He didn't have flash, so he went for the 90 caliber net, but you can't actually use cast time abilities while you're in the air still. So he QSS's the CC and the knockup, but immediately you cannot use cast times, and it has a cast time on it. For example, if I'm Orianna and I QSS a knockup, I can QWE, but I cannot R. So it actually regains control, but if you have flash, you QSS flash, you're fine. You can actually move again. So knockups are QSS.
Did you know?
Did you know? And that one I do know.
Thank you for not trolling us.
He actually did it yesterday on Kog'Maw when he got Lee Sin kicked. He QSS flashed.
Right, yep.
It was actually pretty sick. He was very fast. They lost that fight, though, and they lost that game, and they're in danger of losing another game here and going 0-2 for TSM. Their first 0-2 week of the split.
Absolutely crazy. Definitely credit to Team Dignitas for really turning things on here towards the second part of the split.
Yeah, and Dignitas, I mean, their draft has always been a little questionable. I love this one. Sven goes in!
This could be bad. Apollo takes a bit of damage, but he gets the heal off right away, which keeps him nice and healthy. And in this fight, there goes Billy Boss. The flashes are hit there from TSM. They're starting to re-engage. Hauncers trying to get the Harrier stacks on. Kirei, Lamb's Respite on in the front line, so they can't get anybody to die immediately. And it means TSM doesn't really want much of the fight either. Yep. They are starting to back out. Flashes have been used on the priorities. Doublelift staying safe because of that.
And super minions pushing into the base here on the top side of the map. You have to defend your base. TSM with 2 inhibs down. Baron for Dignitas. Kiwi gets off on the side. He's going to try to flank Doublelift if he can. Doublelift doesn't know!
Oh, he gets bumped into the team and immediately deleted! Look at Kiwi Kid, shaking his head up and down, loving the play. They know they made the right call, and again with Baron, they're gonna be going into TSM's base.
And there's only 2 turrets left on the map here. 3 turrets. Got a little excited, I couldn't see the just gigantic minion wave up there. Still, ping in the base. Dignitas, they might look to close here.
This is absolutely crazy. Doublelift down for another 30 seconds. Remember, all that power on Doublelift is off the map now. The confidence is just surging for Dignitas to be inside the base. They're lacking Kirei at the moment. His ultimate's down anyways, but that's still damage. They will need to pressure down these turrets. They have to be careful.
And Dignitas, if they win this,
seconds.
If they win this, they go to 4 and 8. But look at that, the engage.
We've talked about these 17, 18 fights. They talked about it in the analyst desk today. If you lose this, it will be all the way back down for TSM, but Dignitas looks to have a stranglehold on it. They are suffocating out TSM in their own base. They will take down TSM, and it will be a 36-minute game. Team Dignitas takes down TSM.
Incredible play there from Dignitas.
Wow.
Capitalizing on the weaknesses in the composition from TSM and playing their game for one of the first times in the split. They move to 4 and 8, and that ties up TIP and Echo Fox, and those teams play each other. So one of them will be tied with Dignitas now at the end of the day, and that means that they're going to be closer to that playoff spot that they want. It's kind of this race for that 7th place spot, and then what happens with Energy and Team Liquid? Do they fall down? Can you overtake them and break into playoffs? And Dignitas, very few hiccups this game, but they came back from a deficit playing their composition strengths.
One of the things they did well is also correct the in-game mistakes, making sure that they didn't repeat errors and fall farther and farther behind. The mistakes they did make, when those mistakes were done, Dignitas was still up in gold, which meant they were doing the right things and recognized where the errors were. Team Solo Mid as well, looking at these games, there are always the strong points for them, and it just seems to be one crutch towards the end of a game where they lose too much. If this were to happen in the early game, I feel like TSM could come back. But when it's a loss of a few turrets and then an inhibitor, things get a bit too chaotic, it seems.
Yeah, TSM, their last 3 weeks have been all over the place. 2 weeks ago, they played Echo Fox and Renegades, and they were not happy with those victories despite it being a 2-0 weekend. It was really sloppy. Then they had a 2-0 week again, and it was really clean against Impulse and CLG. And they were really happy, and it looked like they were working together.
Right.
And then this week was a little bit of a step back. They lost to Cloud9, and they lost to Dignitas, and were handed their first 0-2 weekend of the split. So TSM, right now, is it back to the drawing board? What happens now? Because this is, like I said, first time that they've had this weekend that's full of defeat for them. Because last week, it was full of victory, but they looked defeated.
Well, seeing what Yellowstar said and how proud he was of the team, this definitely has to take a toll with how much they actually want to show what they've been working on. How that's going to come forward for them is still in question here with what we've seen here in the past few games. So it might be a difficult road ahead. Right now, however, we are going to check in with Freak, who's standing by with Dig support.
Hey, thank you very much, Riv. I'm here with Kiwi Kid, who's trolling me a little bit before we got on the camera. Sorry about that. But, yo, talk to me about this game, because you can't realistically come into this one expecting to win, and yet you guys showed up really well. Talk to you about coming into this match and playing it out this way.
We kind of acknowledge that we kind of been sucking and that we're kind of bad. So we've just been focusing like on a certain kind of comp, which I won't really say, but pretty much we did get like mostly what we wanted here, and we just drilled it over and over, and now we just put it into play. And it's really great that it worked against like such a good team. Like TSM's, like they were looking a little rusty at first, but they're great now. And just like being able to overcome that, it's just awesome.
So that's interesting. You finally said, look, let's just practice a different way. Let's just practice a certain kind of comp. You said it was because you weren't playing well. Like, what else went into deciding that, you know, we're just going to run one type of play style and make this work?
It's because only like really good players, like probably like Immortals, like they can probably play anything they want pretty well. but right now we're just kind of we just need to like kind of just go back to the core, like where we started, like, you know, just really straightforward things, and I just thought that would help a lot. Our analyst, actually Jesse has been working with us, and he actually suggested that, so that's mostly credit to him.
Hey, I mean, props to Jesse. It definitely did work. You guys took down TSM here. So do you think this is something you can keep pushing forward? Like next week you have a new comp and you're going to like keep taking the world down? Like, are there still high hopes that this season goes well?
Yeah, of course. Like, we're going to have to like look for more comps. We can't just stick with one, because if they just ban it out, then, you know, we kind of be lost. But yeah, like, I'm feeling really good. Like, yeah, I'm in an ultralight beam right now. So yeah, shout out to that.
All right. Kiwi, thank you very much. Congrats on the win. We're going to throw it down to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. Great to see a smile on Kiwi's face after that victory. As he mentioned, they are taking down one of the teams that was in contention for second place in the NALCS, so it's quite an achievement, and they themselves now moved to 4-8, so that's fabulous. But before we get into the achievements of Dignitas, I need you guys to help me understand something. Why on earth would you last pick Quinn into Malphite top?
I'm tilted.
Thank you.
Good
answer. That's a
Thank
good
you
answer.
for representing in fewer words my exact feelings on the situation.
Kiwi played great, though.
Go into it, but
Kiwi played amazing.
Kiwi did play fantastic.
I mean, they talked about going back to the core of champions, and Alistar for Kiwi Kid is literally the champion that got them back into the LCS. You know, Kiwi Kid making huge Alistar plays is been the hallmark of his whole career. So that's definitely was a really good pick for Dignitas. This whole pick ban phase, actually, I had a lot of question marks watching the whole thing, because it's not even about like the comp as a whole. Holistically, I really like Team Dignitas' comp. The question of the Quinn one is still, I'm kind of skirting around that, because I mean, if you pick it, you know you can't team fight with Quinn. Quinn is not a good team fighter. I mean, what you try and do is flank around the backside and maybe assassinate an AD carry. It's so hard, though.
Right.
They last picked it into a front line that is Malphite and Malphite and Alistar, which is so hard to get around. So
and a Kindred ult that even prevents you from assassinating somebody if you do get past
Well,
them.
at that point, you're like, okay, so we have to split that. And then they weren't really able to use the Quinn to split to do that either. I was thinking, as I saw it initially, maybe they're going to do like this China thing, and the Rocks Tigers, I think, also did it, where you pick Quinn early and get Lulu, and then you swap, and you have Lulu up top in the Malphite, and you try and snowball Quinn off the mid lane, where she can move around and, you know, get a lot of early game pressure, but they didn't do that either. So I'm still not quite sure how to fully answer. I think Darius had the best answer so far.
So there's two really big factors here. Okay, so one, you have a Lulu and you have a Caitlyn, but you want to have one kind of damage for AD, and that was Caitlyn. Lulu Caitlyn.
Yeah, one source.
Because Doublelift got extremely fed that game, but the reason why it wasn't as effective as it could have been is because they had an 80 damage top, and it was Quinn.
And your AP fed is Lulu and Gragas semi.
Right, so Malphite's empowered to build armor.
Yeah, so they don't have like a super AP, but they have like a good mix of AP. But what happens in AD and AP comps is you notice that some teams, they'll have like all AD and then LeBlanc. This is a exact opposite example of where it could have been all AP and then Caitlyn, and where the Caitlyn just like is the biggest threat on the team, but that kind of gets shut down by Malphite, but that's why you have the evened out AP balance. So when they hovered Vlad, maybe potentially Lissandra, that adds a whole nother layer where Malphite's like, oh no, I can't stack Thornmail or armor.
Right, I have to deal with the pressure from a Vlad or Lissandra in lane, so the immediate threat is an AP threat, plus across the entire team, there's going to be more sources of magic damage. I'm forced to go that direction. It then, by virtue, increases the damage that Caitlyn can output because you haven't been allowed the opportunity to stack armor.
Really like the specific examples that they had, too, because those are both AoE magic, which you're going to be taking that AoE magic, you're on the front line. But yeah, the other pick that had me with some question marks was the Kindred into Gragas after they already saw Gragas picked. Because I'm not a very good Kindred player, but I hate that matchup because Gragas has so much control. If you do not dodge perfectly with your dance of arrows on Kindred, her Q, then Gragas is going to wreck you. And even if you get a good ult off, usually Gragas will be able to knock you out of it. But they were able to pull it off here because, like I said, holistically, this Team Dignitas comp is very solid. They've got Malphite, Alistar frontline, and then 3 AD carries.
Maybe it was more of a comfort pick that He practiced a lot in
like they
scrims.
said,
maybe,
going back to their core.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Comfort pick for sure, and he did seem to have a bit of a rough early game. We definitely saw some better ultimates from Kirei in the late game, a very crucial
Save
one,
shifter.
that save shifter in that team fight in the mid lane.
And crucially, that was after Gragas had used
Already
everything
ulted.
and engaged everything. So you can do it afterwards.
All right.
If he doesn't hold on to it.
I want to push this forward because I want to get to a team fight that kind of illustrates the way that these two comps interacted. In the mid lane, 4-0 nets the Baron for Dignitas on the back end, and kudos to Dignitas for layering their CC properly. We can roll this right out. You'll see the headbutt pulverized combo come through, and then the Malphite ult to follow. So again, the team fight prowess of Dignitas. Quinn, not even in this fight. You can see her in the back. She's on the minimap. She can't find a way into this fight. So this is where TSM really struggled.
It's not only Quinn either. Like at the end of this fight, all of TSM's summoners from everyone who died was still up also. So that was also a big
So no flashes blown. We saw that the Braum ultimate didn't even come out. The Gragas ultimate didn't even have an opportunity to be used, but that's because of those knockups.
Yeah, I mean, Kiwi Kid, once again, when you highlight Team Dignitas, the Alistar plays from Kiwi Kid once again are initiating everything for them. Billy Boss had a great layering right on top of it, so they were able to get the maximum duration out of the bounce house effect there. But yeah, you could. Exactly. The setup for it was, we can't really teamfight with Quinn. Where's Quinn? We're circling around, then they're all split, and they got collapsed on. It was a really good move by Team Dignitas.
So overall, a very peculiar draft by TSM that didn't allow them to make the most out of the early kills that Double Lift was able to secure. And then on the side of Dignitas, very well played when it came to those team fight phases and then playing around the Baron. Coming up next, though, we'll see if C9 can leapfrog ahead of TSM to share second with CLG, or if Energy Esports will end the week with a 2-0 finish. Stick around. We'll be right back.
That Gromp buff almost.
You know, it's my birthday, and Froggin's, and Cutie Pie's.
Dude, you're such a fucking wannabe.
Yep, born on the same day as him. Dude, I just want my own birthday, but everyone's like, happy birthday, Pearson and Froggin!
Oh, Kiwi! Kiwi goes in. Svenskar and Yellow Star immediately deleted, and look at this.
Lulu, Caitlyn.
Nice.
Caitlyn.
Get her?
You can chase. We can get Baron. Let's go, Baron.
Nice.
Got it.
Hey, see Corky, see Corky.
Corgan on Valkyrie.
I'm ulting Peter.
The damage has to be there from Shifter. Shifter can't get close enough. The team's trying to block. Kiwi Kid's in now. They finally get him to go down.
Double Lift doesn't know.
Oh, he gets bumped into the team and immediately deleted. And it will be a 36-minute game. Team Dignitas takes down TSM.
Welcome back to our coverage of the North American LCS. While you were away, we went through your questions for Dyrus and have returned from the Twitter sphere with some choice queries. Our first comes from Falls Meyer, who says, being a part of a long-time CLG-TSM rivalry, what did you think of TSM picking up Doublelift?
It was a huge shocker. But at the same time, TSM has been trying to grab Doublelift at a certain point in the season. So it wasn't too surprising, but it was actually really big because it's probably the biggest roster swap in the history of League. And it's just like, well, I guess he's on my team now.
When it comes to go ahead. I mean, you haven't been a member of CLG.
I remember when, before he was even on CLG, when we got him from Curse, was like, it was like a big thing because we were like, oh, that's like the Curse's best player, and we saw him from Curse.
Yeah.
When he was like Blitzcrank main.
That on top of the fact that it was such a spotlighted rivalry and he himself is such a big personality, that was such a huge jump to see him leave one brand and go to the other. Our next question comes from Noah Murray88, who asked, who would you say at this point in the split is the best top laner in the NALCS?
So obviously not just because they're winning all the time, but at the same time he is the best, and that is Huni. He has single-handedly raised the skill floor of top laners in NA once again. Before it was like Hanser and Impact, and now we have Huni, who was undefeated in Europe LCS, comes over here pretty much undefeated so far. And even if All-Stars was for fun, like he showed a really dominant performance at All-Star with Quinn top. He just always seems to be ahead of the meta, and he always seems to be like on top of things. And even though he's the best in my opinion, I still think the ones next to him are almost as good or just as good. They're just all way too good.
So it's a tight race.
I like
That's
that
why I retired. They're just too good.
That's why I retired. Don't sell yourself short, Dyrus.
I like that you also mentioned the fun factor of Huni from All-Stars, because it's really funny now to watch in solo queue also. We see a lot of things, people replicating what Huni's doing when Huni's just having fun in solo queue. He's been playing a lot of Kalista top. And so now a bunch of other LCS top leaders are playing Kalista top just because like anything that Huni tries, you gotta be like, well,
is that a thing?
Yeah,
Should I
try that real quick.
Should I be playing that? I don't know. We'll find out. Well, our final question comes from Pink Ward, who's wondering any non-meta picks that you enjoy and that you'd suggest to other people if they wanted to have fun too.
Well, most recently, Pink Ward himself has suggested AP Shaco and Alistar top, but most recently we've seen the rise of Bruiser Akali.
Can you break the Bruiser? I heard about this for the first time this morning. So can you kind of break down this Bruiser? Maybe the both of you can break down this Bruiser Akali.
I let Dyrus do it. I don't like it at all.
Kobe just doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to be associated with Bruiser Akali.
I mean, no one really fully understands it yet, but you build damage items on Akali and go tank stuff like Cleaver, Hydra, Titanic Hydra into tank, and
like Sunfire Cape, Burnham.
Boy maybe understands it still. He was the.
That's the person to go look for. If you want to know how to do it, go watch Voyboy stream. Go watch Pink Ward stream if you want to watch an AP Shaco rain hell on people in the top lane. I can't imagine. That's got to be one of the most tilting things in the world, to walk into an AP Shaco's lane and get hit by the triangle of boxes. Anyway, now it's time to set up for our third game of the day, Energy Esports versus Cloud9. Energy was struggling the past few weeks, and we pointed out Altec's low damage as a sore spot for this squad. But yesterday against Team Dignitas, we finally saw a glimpse of Energy with a full power 80 carry.
Yeah, I mean, we keep on posing it every week for Energy. Like, the new guys need to step up. Altec also needs to step up and deal some damage. And all the things went right for them. Altec, he basically doubled his DPM, as he said, versus Team Dignitas. And then the new guys also, Moon, and Quan were basically looked like their communication had improved a lot with the team.
Now, part of that success, though, could be attributed to GBM. He played a more supportive role yesterday on that Karma in the mid lane, and this is the second kind of really unique champion that we've seen him pull out. However, Dyrus, my question to you is that with the Zilean, they picked it, had success with it, re-picked it again, kind of forced it into a comp and didn't have success with it. Is there a fear that that similar kind of situation happens with these unique picks that he keeps coming out with?
I think it's more of bringing a surprise where all of these champions, even though they're not all in the meta, if it's a specific counter pick, let's say you have a bunch of lockdown on one target, maybe you pick Zilean and just ult that target and, a comp's completely negated. And that was a good example of when they played against TSM. Zilean was actually a very prime pick there. And for Karma, she's like a second Lulu. except with more poke, and it's just a slightly different. So getting used to it is way different on stage compared to like just playing the usual like Corki, LeBlanc, and other typical mid laners that you see.
Yeah, and I think a really important part of these sort of surprise picks from GBM is that the team drafts a whole team comp to integrate that champion. Like Karma, her main strengths are perfectly fit a poke comp, and that's what they ran with it. A full-on poke comp, you know, she can speed up the whole team, they can disengage with her, plus she adds her own poke when they do go for those sieges. And they just worked around that pick, and they integrated his interesting and weird and off-meta picks really well so far. Except for the game against Cloud9, which is who they're playing today. So that is a worry. Cloud9 were the ones who punished that Zilean pick.
Let's flip to the other side then, because we've talked a lot about GBM, but we've got Jensen in that mid lane up against him, who has grown to become one of the more dominant NA mid laners, and, as you just mentioned, crushed GBM when these teams last met.
Yeah, talk about impressive performances. That was probably his most impressive performance so far this split. Absolutely demolished GBM on the Zilean pick in the mid lane, and set up plays for his teams. It's not always just in the stats for mid laners, you know. It's a lot about the pressure and creating plays for the team. You know, do they roam a lot? Are they able to, you know, control vision? Mid lane dictates so much of a league.
On top of that, I think a lot of that is attributed to Rush and his aggressive playstyle, where he just gives so much to mid lane also, and it allows Jensen to play super aggressive and feel good about it.
And finally, we can't talk about Cloud9 without talking about Balls, who put up a huge performance yesterday, 9-1-11 KDA, with that earlier stat that you mentioned, the 1,246 DPM, not DPS, although still impressive.
Yeah.
But this is a guy who did have to suffer through some criticism over the past, 9 months through Worlds and Summer Split, but has kind of showed back up this split and put up a couple strong performances.
Truly the buff top laner of our time.
Yeah, that's very true. That actually makes me sad to think about that he's as buff as he is, and I'm
carries in game and out.
He does,
can
really.
you even lift?
Yeah, I mean, and everyone's going to point to the game yesterday where he's got crazy damage numbers. He hard carried with Gangplank, but I think so far this whole split, he's actually had a pretty big package of good performances. Like there have been multiple games where he played well. Even the Fiora game where he only did like 539 damage to champions, it was because he was so strong, nobody would go and fight him, and he was splitting the whole time. So still a good performance.
And I think one final interesting thing about this top lane matchup is the fact that Balls has, in these last 9 months, been primarily relegated to tank-type champions, and more recently been moving back towards the carry-type champions that he used to shine on, like Rumble. And then for Impact, kind of the opposite. We've been used to seeing him on Fiora, making huge outplays and carrying games, and then more recently playing the likes of Maokai, which is just a utility tank engager.
Yeah, I mean, little known fact, Balls was an AD carry main in Season 1 and Season 2 before he had to switch to top lane. This guy knows how to carry games, right? He's used to playing damage dealing champions.
He's been playing pretty much as long as I have, and he's definitely a super veteran when it comes to these things.
Yeah.
So, again, plenty of fun matchups to look for in this game specifically. Impact is certainly a resource for Energy to play around, and as we head to our casters, we'll hear how Moon has found Impact to be a coach for improvement.
Before I would just play the game and I felt like I wasn't making many mechanical mistakes, but whenever I gank Impact's lane, it's like, oh, you could have done this better and maybe we could have gotten the kill, or if you started with this and attacked a couple of times and then thrown the skill shot, like it's just there's always something. It made me realize that there's always something that I can do better.
Sounds like Flamin' to me.
But it's a learning process that he is obviously going through, and we've seen the teams be able to synergize with him. The communication's much better.
Yeah.
Showing that Nidalee game yesterday seemed to really work out for them. We'll see if it's something they can put back in their pockets today. Let's get right into this one with the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is going to be Energy Esports. That means it's Impact in the top lane, Moon in the jungle, GBM in mid, Ultec at AD carry, and Conquan at support with Coach Herman.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Balls in the top lane, Rush in the jungle, Jensen in mid, Sneaky at AD carry, High on support, and then Lemonation taking care of those picks and bans.
Yep, 7-4, Cloud9 versus 6-5 here. Both teams looking to make it a 2-0 weekend.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to be leaving here sad today.
So what could happen here is if Energy end up winning this, then Energy put themselves in a situation where they're tied with Cloud9 and they're also tied with TSM. And then they're tied for third place there. So they can go from being in that 5th, 6th spot to being tied for third with a couple of other people there. So if Energy are going to start proving that they're the real deal, because there have been some question marks around this squad and the communication, this is the game that they do it. They have to beat Cloud9, a team above them in the standings, to make that statement.
So does the Nidalee get banned out or taken out by Rush this game? The Kog'Maw surely finds himself on the bench.
Yep. I think Fiora's a ban.
Gangplank will be falling that way as well, most likely.
I think Fiora's a ban that we're going to be seeing now pretty much every game in North America, with Ryze no longer being a ban that you have to make. Fiora is 15-1 in North America, and that one win is Huni, or that one loss is Huni against Huni as Quinn. So Huni played a strong Quinn into a Fiora, which is a great counter matchup. But I think we're going to see Fiora banned because North America, we don't seem to know how to deal with that champion just yet. So NA Fiora, not much stronger than NA Quinn.
We make the champions here, but we don't know how to fight them yet.
It's true.
Kalista is going to be one for Energy, and the third one, it will be Nidalee.
All right.
On the side of Cloud9. So
Lulu up.
Moon won't get that. Alistar first pick for Energy. They do not hesitate to make sure it's theirs.
And so they give Conquan an initiator, and I know that Conquan, his Alistar used to be something that he played a ton, and he was really good at it. Recently, though, his Alistar, he's had to kind of scrape off some of the rust and get back into the feel of that champion.
Yeah.
C9, though, jumping over to their squad, Lulu is available. You pick your jungler and Lulu, and then you can set up that composition. You can pick Corki and then flex it here. There's a lot of options, as well as Poppy. So I think taking a flex pick here alongside your jungle, or if the flex pick is your jungler, you can pick up your support, or you can pick up a contested AD carry. There you go.
Will be a support type pick. There you go. Lulu to the mid lane.
Yep.
Rush will get Lucian for Sneaky.
Yeah, it's a contested AD carry. Pick it up.
Yep.
Lucian, Lulu, I was talking about this last game. SKT loved this combination and made it very popular.
The Lulu Lucian.
Oh, other side already locked in.
Yeah, Energy is going very fast with this. AD carry is also going to be the name of the game for them, having that front line of Alistar. So they're going to have a bit of peel. We'll see what else they decide. And Gragas may be working out for them.
Hey,
or that being the jungle.
Yeah, exactly. That could be a top lane for Impact.
Right.
I think it's going to be a jungle here. Graves is nerfed on 6.3, where he has the 0.25 second delay before his Q blows up when it hits a wall. It gives appropriate recognition time, not so much reaction time. Reaction time is more of like a 0.5 second thing in our game.
Right.
Where before it was instant, so people it would go off and you'd be like, what killed me? And you'd be frustrated. So 0.25 seconds gives you the time to go, oh, that's why I died.
A little more clarity. So Morgana actually locked in here, and Sneaky's going to grab the Lee Sin for Rush, so they're going to be switching those champs. But supporty going over here for the side of Cloud9. Remember, High was taking Soraka and her utility last time in yesterday's game, so still looking to protect as much as he can his AD carries and the rest of the team.
Yeah, he played multiple Morgana games so far in the last few weeks. Picking up Qs from Bunny Fufu.
Yep.
Playing some pick champions when the Alistar is taken away as a first pick, which is why they picked it up on Energy's side. Deny that from High.
Really?
And that's the worth they put on it. Oh, do it!
It's GBM.
Do it!
Anything. It could be anything.
But
Army yesterday. They are holding 5 seconds left on the pick. There was quite a bit of discussion going back and forth between Alltech here. They're confirming it'll be the Karma. They're going to play a little back and forth game, but he locks the Karma in once again. He really liked what that provided for the team, and he actually had a great mid lane.
Then Lemonation will look across to the other coach and be like, I see your Karma. Nice pick. Where'd you get that? But the Karma there for GBM. Played it yesterday to great effect, and he was able to speed his team up, allow these engages to happen, and they came away with a clean win versus Dignitas, only giving up 2 deaths. And that's once again going to be impact on that top lane Nautilus, something that he loves playing. It's peel, it's engage.
They still got some fantastic picks
really
for picking a support first.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's a team that is Energy right there. whole lot of damage and a whole lot of keep going forward.
Yeah, it's mostly a 5-on-5 composition. You don't want to fight them in any closed spaces because Karma's Q with the mantra. You have to run through Nautilus Riptide and also just blue Ezreal on top of Graves damage. So fighting in the jungle is what Energy wants to do. You don't want to do that. C9's comp, that Twisted Fate locked in last. Little skirmishy here. A little bit back and forth on that skirmish power. Their 5-on-5 may not be as apparent. They can still do that, but it's one of those compositions where high execution will give you that lead, and will give you an ability to close out the game.
Lulu top lane then. See how Balls provides. Definitely have the lane pressure, but I don't know if we'll really be able to go toe-to-toe if we see Moon going towards that top lane. Be hard to gank, which will be in Balls' favor, but this is a switch now. We've kind of seen that Balls was on the up and up for carries, being very strong for the team. This is definitely a role switch.
Yeah, it's definitely a role. Balls had that's the #1 single best performance in damage per minute in the North American LCS this split, that 1,200 damage. Balls actually also holds the record right now for worst non-support damage per minute with the Fiora game. Still won it though.
That's right.
Also, another fun fact is that in that Gangplank game, he did 100 times more damage than his Fiora game to champions.
There you go.
Yep.
Because math. But before we head into game, let us know who you think is going to win. As usual, tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag EnergyWin or the hashtag C9Win. And we'll update the fan vote in just a few minutes. Looks like it's going to be a pretty hairy game for both teams. A lot of fighting going to be happening throughout this entire match. And that's what I like to see, Sam.
Yeah, Rush is going to be looking for those kicks to break up the fight, make skirmishes happen high with the picks. This composition can pick you off on C9's side. Twisted Fate will be able to come down on top of you. You also have the Morgana bindings. Lee Sin singles people out. Just a really good composition for that.
Just kidding.
Lulu Twisted Fate is also a little bit underrated. A Twisted Fate with a yellow card on him and the Whimsy to speed him up is incredibly frightening.
Yep.
You're going to get caught at that point. So Energy, they need to rely on some of their tanks. They have GBM for the speed increase. He's also taken Cleanse to deal with the Twisted Fate and the Morgana. We'll see how this happens, or how this plays out for Energy with their tanky members.
See Con talking to the QA dudes. We'll see what's going on and get that fixed up right quick. This team, they were just talking about Cloud9, synergizes so well with the speed ups, the slows. They'll have the Frost Queens coming in as well from high towards the late game. So like you said, if any stragglers on the side of Energy, and that is going to be picked off immediately.
It's actually interesting because Energy want to fight you 5-on-5 in the jungle, and then C9 want to pick you while you're rotating in the jungle.
Right.
And get you in that regard. So if Energy stay as a 5-on-5 or 5-man unit, they still can't get split push down though. Because if Lulu builds Lichbane, it's a 1-3-1 with a Twisted Fate, and you have 2 ways to collapse. So both compositions, there's no like, oh, this one beats the other one, right? It comes down to execution here. So I'm really excited to see how this game plays out.
And Energy, looking at the comp, looking at yesterday, you have from Karma down the same thing, Karma, Ezreal, Alistar, and it's almost like what Kiwi Kid was saying to Freak in his interview is we've been driving this composition home, and it's been working for us. So they almost try to put together the same thing. It was Poppy and Nidalee last time, but you still have tank and impact on Nautilus and damage from that grade.
Exactly, and I think having Moon on the way that this team Energy are going to operate best is if Moon is on a damage dealer, and then Impact is on an initiator, because Impact can speak with GBM, and then he can speak with Conquan, who follows up initiations, whereas Moon can't really speak to GBM too well. And Moon, GBM does understand English perfectly fine, but it is always hard for GBM to communicate with Moon what he wants to do, what he wants Moon to do.
All right, so it looks like Conquan's keyboard is all fixed up. We are back into game. We'll see what both teams have for each other in these early vision back and forth. So just knowledge of starting camps. Easy peasy stuff, orthodox starts on both sides. Looks like we actually might get our lane matchup here as well.
Oh, even mantra'd that one.
Advantage Energy.
Some bad juju right there. Let's see. C9, no deep wards here to see lane swaps. They'd only see that Alistar on the bottom side camp, so they spot out that it will be a 2-on-2. They've already shown themselves as well, so Energy, the jig is up on that. I'm actually quite interested with Balls on a supportive top laner, because Balls has the lowest kill participation on his team at 53%. And Impact actually has the highest kill participation on his team at 82%.
Wow.
So
it's actually quite
Balls, he's been playing a split push role this season for his team. And Impact has been playing the team fighting role, the tank, the bruiser.
All right, only missed one. Yeah, he is that option for the team, though. To change whatever you want. We saw him going back to Maokai. We saw him doing different things. And he actually plays everything to a pretty high level.
Yeah, oh yeah. Impact is a jack of all trades top laner. He's very versatile. I think he could play pretty much whatever you asked him to. Balls, though, Balls is also very versatile. Like Dyrus was saying on the desk alongside Kobe, he's been around a very, very long time. He's been playing as long as these guys have, so he knows his way around that champion. He knows his way around a lot of champions.
Right. It's also, it's difficult. Changing champions, you know, you pick it, you play it, but changing the mentality and making sure you're playing it the right way and not just carrying over one from the other is also difficult.
The thing is, when you diversify your champion pool, you get a better idea of how to play many different styles.
Right.
If I just play something that's exactly the same every time.
Attack.
For example, a lot of junglers adapting to 80 carries in the jungle as opposed to initiators like Zach was a big shift for them, and we saw some people not really jump on that train because the 80 carries were difficult. And they actually like being tanky and have this kind of bruiser mentality where I'm helping by shielding people. So Moon, though, hasn't had to make that transition too hard, because he's been playing a lot of Nidalee, a lot of Evelyn, and he just likes to kill people in the jungle. But for Moon, he's actually never been a part of any of the First Bloods for Energy.
Right.
Energy actually only have one First Blood in their 10 games, and they actually average down gold at 15 by about 600 gold. So Energy, their early game is rather rough, and they've been relying on GBM to kind of pull out a Miracle Team fight a couple times. Baron Steel.
It's kind of, it reminds me of the way Team Liquid used to work when you'd see Phoenix on Azir. They kind of hover around, get a consistent laning phase, and then Phoenix would explode in those team fights.
Yeah, that player is worth like 400 gold. See what happens.
Early flash is going to be nice, especially without having a whole lot of crowd control in that lane.
Yeah, it was a little early, but it also might have been a little late, too, because he took a decent amount of damage there and had to use some potions. He had just used his flash initially, but he had to make sure, because was the tether going to actually root him at that point? Was he able to break it? But GBM speeding himself up. I actually think that Karma's kit is super intuitive, because all of the abilities synergize together. E to speed yourself up, W the person, as soon as they're rooted, mantra Q.
Right.
Big burst of
for
damage.
more catch-up.
It just so, at this ability allows me to do this one, which allows me to do this one. So it's really got a really nice flow to that kit.
A lot more are picking it up. I'm sure Bjergsen still has the knowledge of that play. Maybe not the composition the team's been working on. And that's kind of something that Energy, I feel, can do as well. While they're putting together somewhat of the same comp, they make these choices to actually go for something that nobody's been playing and create a composition around that. It seems to be working for them.
Yeah, whatever works for your team.
This time the Karma.
Yeah, whatever works for your team, you should continue to do, but not to a fault, because we saw that at Worlds with a couple Tristana Ezreal's, or Tristana Azirs from North America, where we had pretty much one strategy that was working in that meta and slow to adapt. It worked for a bit, and then everybody caught on. But you need to be able to diversify your playbook, which Dignitas in last game showed that they can, and Energy, they have as well. They have a very diverse playbook here, but the thing is in Champions they do. But playing through GBM seems to be how this team has been winning.
Ever since level 2 high, I've been trying to hit these bindings. Good dodges by Energy, but they've kept the pressure on. CS is relatively even throughout this entire laning phase so far. And the wards are keeping everyone safe. The only gank we saw was on Jensen. They have a repeat of just about 2.5 minutes to do that again. Moon's already trying to clear vision to make that a possibility.
Going for the invade here. Graves, you always want to be able to fight people in the jungle. Blow it up. But Rush, he loves fighting too.
That's Sixth Sense. Comes back. He takes double damage on that.
Oh, he's going to wait for it. There we go. Oh, he blows!
It was the safeguard over to the ward. This is actually going to go to Jensen. He gets a piece of it just for walking up and saying hello. This could already be bad. That's a 20 CS difference just about in that lane, but the level 6 won't be able to come in. They don't get under the turret fast enough.
Rush picking on Moon there. Moon thought he was the aggressor. Rush, you should know this guy by now from all the games that he played last year. He'll fight you. Rush doesn't run away from fights unless he gets something. One fight there for him.
Yep.
Like, he doesn't run away from fights, but they're make me a liar.
Cast your curse.
Run away.
Wow. Toying with Impact, keeping him off a few of the waves, or a few of the minions, I should say, not a few of the waves. He wasn't gone for that long. But just a bit of a gold lead there, grabbed by Cloud9, and great pressure as well, especially for the call to Jensen. A quick move up there, and nobody really had the aggression in that lane, so Jensen made sure he could get up to get that kill.
Yeah, that 1,000 gold up there. There's about 300 gold in favor of balls in the top lane.
See this again.
This Moon doesn't get the instant
Jensen
Q off the
moved
wall.
right away, too.
Does take a second. Actually, it did go off the wall. Jensen moves right away. Moon. GBM's trying to speed him up. Not enough. Yeah, fighting the Lee Sin in the jungle, despite him not being a warrior enchant Lee Sin, he's going for a Cinder Hulk here. You're still not going to be able to do enough. I think that he was going for some trackers knife wards over the Krug pit and stuff like that. So Moon was just trying to keep tabs on Rush. He found him.
I mean, they have great wards on that side. It's 1, 2, 3, right up, just a security line. Got to be careful, though. That's exactly the composition we said that C9 would be. Very skirmishy. They'll look to find those one-off fights and take you down right away.
Oh, yeah. I think Lee Sin got a range indicator on his Q, so we're going to be seeing a lot of that every time he lands a Q, if he can take it. I believe it shows up in Spectator. Or else I was just, my eyes were lying to me for a second there.
The Sonic Wave sight.
Yeah, that's the thing. After you cast 3 games in a row, your sight starts to go. You start seeing hallucinations on the Rift. He flashed!
Things are happening that aren't happening. Low mana for balls here.
Yeah, that's kind of a giveaway.
This guy with 300 health is just walking up on me. Blows a flash, though. It seemed like balls took to respect that too quickly. He may get a repeat coming in from Moon. Now, also, we just said at that moment I was saying there's about 2 minutes 50 seconds left on Jensen's flash was when Moon went to the top side jungle. So maybe he was actually thinking that was going to play into his favor. He gets another one top. We'll see if he repeats there, though.
Yeah, but warding by yourself on that side, you really have to have your laners play towards you. And all tech.
There's one. Conquan being a big meat shield. The dive in, the shield is off. The soul shackle is
is a
Oh, he got him into the turret. You got to be kidding. The best of a worst situation.
Oh!
Conquan makes it happen. Very nicely done. And now Cloud9's forced to try and run out of this one. The shield was on, so waiting for the hook to come back up for all that to happen. There it is. Just going to get the true shot barrage out.
And Altec
make it work.
Picks up 2 kills for himself. We've been talking about his damage per minute. He's been looking on the rise here. And whenever Impact is playing a very tanky top laner, like when he ends up playing or something that has versatility to it, something that can peel and can initiate Poppy, Nautilus, that's when Altec actually does the most damage per minute in his games. High is level 5. He's waiting for that cannon to die, and then he'll hit 6. Dies, hits 6. Sneaky was already 2 levels up. But then right there, Conquan's Alistar coming up big, and the TP channel from Impact, he actually gets an assist on the back of that too. So the hook hits as the Q comes through, and then GBM was already en route. And Jensen was coming back from the base there, so GBM utilizing that Karma speed to get there just in time and cut off the retreat from high.
Okay.
And now it's still a 2,000 gold advantage for Cloud9.
Yeah. And we'll see what Rush can do now. He has Herald. We'll see where he decides to use that pressure. Red buff is on as well, so they may be able to get a catch and run down fight here if Altec stays. Yeah, they are actually going to get the kill that they're looking for. It's how long is it going to take is really the question. High's got the tank, easily seen. He's able to walk out with just 3 turret shots.
Yep.
And they were making sure that happened in favor of Cloud9 after the mistake they just made.
Have to get something in return for this.
Right.
So some mid lane turret damage. I don't think Energy are going to be able to take this at all. Just some chip damage there. But allowing Cloud9 to get through your jungle and all the way to Altec definitely is something
it
that
was
they
more
can't
brute
answer.
forced as well. As soon as we saw them come back up, they were instantly going for that kill. So I think they were kind of trying to play off the we'll take them off guard, but that's not going to always work.
Yeah. This 2,000, it's almost a 3,000 gold advantage here for Cloud9. It's just all across their lanes. Balls, he's about 700 gold up in this top lane, purely based off of CS. The jungle, Rush is 500 up. And then Jensen's almost 1,000 gold up in that mid lane here. Twisted Fate passive helps him out as well as those kills.
Yeah.
And first blood.
Pushing in right now, so we may actually see that. His ultimate's down, so we won't be doing too much roaming. He'll stay for these waves. But it's not going to be coming towards him too fast. GBM back towards the mid. May actually be able to cut off Jensen and do a bit of entry damage on the lane. 12 minutes in.
Level up.
3,000 gold lead. Could be a little bit more. The first auto attack, so Sneaky can get the light binding to hit. Or rather, piercing light, I should say. And it did not work out well for Sneaky. He was expecting Balls to be there a little bit sooner and get that wild growth on. Balls to use that TP. He did. And now it does not look like it's going to be a good situation
Gotta
for
dodge
him.
the next glitter lance.
He's using the minions. Oh, he used the minions for damage. He actually gets the kill. He'll be taken down by the cow. But that was not what Altec was thinking was going to happen. Another fight towards the top lane. Rush trying to hit the Sonic Wave. Impact flashes the binding. And they both get out of that sticky situation. 4-4 now, as Blood is almost shredded across the map.
Yep, 2 for 1 there. TP out of Balls. Only clear in the mid lane by GBM. So more kills going over to Altec, 1 going over to Conquan. And then the cleanup there from Balls with his own life. So he completes his Rod of Ages on the 12-minute mark. That final Glitter Lance, though, just barely. And I think that was so well played by Energy because that was a level advantage for Sneaky. And Sneaky, he's got the right idea. Blue Ezreal, you want to take advantage of that tier before he ends up getting decent armor from the Glacial Shroud. So go ahead, engage when you have BF Sword and you have your Call Fields. But Conquan Flash Headbutt Pulverize is what turned that around. And then I also like the fact that Altec waited and waited to actually come back in towards Balls because Balls had to use his E and Q onto Conquan because Conquan was peeling Balls away. So out of frustration, he used all of his damage onto Conquan the first round, which allowed him to take even more. But yeah, we might be seeing, like, this game is between a team that's potentially Cloud9 wins, tied for second, and then Energy, who are sitting in 5th right now, I believe. So this is a game that might be showing us a little bit of Energy's ceiling right now, the place that they're at. Because Cloud9 had a rough start. They were jumbling up their roster. Energy, same story a little bit with some of the substitutions. And then they were able to get everybody together. GBM was figuring out how they wanted to play League of Legends together. And now Energy, we're seeing this point 2/3 of the way through the split. And look at this, picking on GBM.
There's the cleanse right away. Fast fingers. GBM looks to put more damage back down. The smoke screen comes out. Wasn't a gold, it was the blue, but there was really no pursuit after the card anyways. It was just to deter the fight. Very fast in the mid lane. You can see how quick both teams can be in and out of these engagements. Should be the push here. GBM, I don't know if he wants to stay in clear. He knows there's going to be
he's got Mantra, so he might Mantra Q, clear those casters.
Yeah, look for the caster wave. Siege stays up. That's going to be the first to tank. And it only means a few shots on
All right. Top lane, Impact with Banner of Command first against a magic damage dealer. I really like this. It's going to take Lulu forever to clear him out. You pretty much just use Wimpy auto attacks all day on it.
We already saw it going in Impact's favor when they were just up there the last time. Balls was down to about half HP. Just glitter lancing through, worrying about the waves, not the Nautilus. And now it's going to get some vision in that bot lane. His mid still getting pushed. Jensen trying to stay safe. Knows that headbutt pulverize was just on cooldown. So he can take a few steps forward.
Nice Lich Bane hit there. Was not a gold card again. It was a blue card from Jensen. Maybe could have been able to pick up Conquan there. It was. Yeah.
It was seen.
Rush, though. Rush is very active this game. Looking for Conquan. Ooh.
Teleport stopped.
Yep, Flash E there from Altec. They also got the TP out of Impact. And now Energy, they're running out of outer turrets, and they're running out of areas that they can siege as 5
I was just going to say that. They're so spread out.
Because
they haven't
Rush
been able to do their composition.
Exactly. And when you lose these outer turrets, it means that when you push up, there's more room for Twisted Fate to ult be behind you. There's more room for Rush to find avenues to get behind your team. Because right now, it's 0-3 in turrets. Energy have effectively lost every lane this game.
Banner as well. Could be, or in Energy, I'm saying, one of the big things here. You only have really Sneaky that's going to be able to clear that quickly. I don't know how far it's going to get when it meets every outer turret right away. Almost taken. Very nice try by Altec.
The thing is, once you take it, you still have to pick it up.
The team has to get it.
Oh,
Energy
GBM got knocked up too by Moon. That kick hit Moon. into GBM. Rush with a nice, clean getaway there.
He's definitely feeling this game. You can see the confidence when he brings it out on Lee Sin. Just always diving under turrets. We just saw it with Altec in the top lane, making him blow a flash. And it creates a threat as soon as he appears on the screen.
Yeah, sometimes you land that first Q as Lee Sin, and you're just like, I'm in the zone today. I got my flow going.
This is the game. And then that 40-minute Q you take, you're like, oops.
Yeah, then you get a little too hyped.
That wasn't so much in the zone anymore. A lot of action, very low kill score here to start this one off, but only 4-4 for what we've seen. 15 seconds onto Dragon. Frost Queens to get vision on everybody and make sure they can clear these wards safely in place what they need.
Yeah, Energy are flailing a little bit because even though they have a 5-on-5 composition, if you're this far behind before you even get the chance to move up as 5, then it's definitely going to be difficult to even win even win with the condition that your team has.
Yeah.
Conquan though, they're looking for the 5-on-5 here towards that Dragon. 2K on it.
It's such a hard fight. 6,000 gold down right now. They're attempting to fight it. Rush gets the smite, and they're gonna have the after fight. This could be big. There is the wild growth for Jensen, but he's got
he got black shield.
What a hit for High. He gets the shield down before he uses the gate, so he gets in without the ability to be crowd controlled. Where's the follow-up damage from C9? Because Energy's doing a nice job at keeping them at bay. There's the damage finally following through. They were waiting for the cooldowns, and Energy just couldn't fire back fast enough.
Rush is taking.
Whoa! Oh! He gets the double! That was a flash in from Conquan to try an instant crowd control, but Jensen was too fast.
That was an almost full wipe there for Energy. Wow. C9 coming up huge in these team fights. They're playing the 1-3-1, they're playing the split push of their composition, and then they just group up instantly and deal with Energy. Too much poke at the Dragon. And then TF, Jensen, he's been going crazy this entire split, recognized the opportunity.
Wow.
Continues it.
The black
shield. And then he eats the pulverize. Conquan can't do anything to peel him at that point. And Jensen is just throwing cards constantly. Another blue card. He just wants the DPS at that point. And Impact eats a Q, goes down. Jensen, Rush is tanking the turret so Jensen can get this position. Gold card, flash, point blank. Oh my god.
I don't know if the pulverize would have hit at that point because Jensen took a step as well. But you still got to try to save your mid laner. Valiant attempt by Conquan. Unfortunately, giving the 4-0-2 over to Jensen now. A sub 20-minute Zanyas and a Lich Bane with the cooldown boots. They're going after High here. Rush could get a pretty good kick if he lines them up. And he actually just waited for a second. Got locked down. He's good to go, though. And he will just pressure them off by being a brute this game. 1-0-5 for himself. 8 kills overall now for Cloud9 as they look to possibly give up mid-turret. It wouldn't be that much. It's the first turret they'd be losing this game.
Yeah, you don't have the TP from Balls. A little bit of poke here.
Nice
Energy.
sidestep.
Balls is running down, though. He has enough AP at this point to give himself a large amount of movement speed. Run straight down from that top lane. Join in fights, no problem.
8,000 gold, 20-minute lead right now for Cloud9.
Energy are becoming more and more exposed as the season goes on. People were expecting them to be in that top half of the standings. And they risk falling to 6-6 here, being 2 games out from second place.
Yeah, and this will be a big week for Cloud9 as well. TSM and Energy, as Energy was trying, has been, as we said, finding themselves a little bit with these compositions. Love to get that 8-4. Energy wants to climb to 7-5 and keep themselves in contention for those top spots. The clearing now to come out to play. 20 minutes in here, it's been Cloud9 pretty much in the driver's seat. We'll see if they can keep it that way. If you let GBM and the rest of the team start to farm, Nautilus will get pretty big. They'll be able to utilize this banner of command. They can easily get back in this game.
Banner of command.
Take a while though.
Yeah,
to grab 9,000
it'll take a very long time, especially since Cloud9 now have tools to continue pushing.
Right.
They have tools to engage. You pretty much
Titanic Hydra for
Rush is
damage.
I love that. I love that build. Build that every time. Solo queue. Be great. When you're ending up building the team though, kind of sucks, but
yeah.
Jarm's Fist covers you for a little bit if you want to just say, hey, I'm building tanky, guys. I'll get there. I'll get resistances later. It's fine. All he has is just flat health in his entire build here.
sometimes at this point in the game we can say, you know, Energy has a lot of gold to pick up, but that's going to be so difficult, even though the turret's outer line is right there. Baron being attempted now 22 minutes in. It's really just a fight bait. A huge mantra Q from GBM wipes the health bars of Cloud9. The Zanyas goes off, but it only sets up Jensen to be taken down, and a very bold call by Cloud9 goes very wrong.
This could be how Energy get back into the game. Rush is still alive. He's still right over the wall. He has charges in his sight stone.
That is not
Sneaky!
Baron's not taking much damage. They have to go for the full fight here. They skirmish back in, and will they attempt? It's pretty much staying at this 75% as they take damage. A lot of full health bars
Rush
go in and out.
Rush has to count.
He is going to attempt. The pink ward is there. They're going for this. He sees it at 2,900 HP. Nope. He will go for the Krugs and decide not to hit it.
Yep, the call is to not attempt it. Alistar Kongkwan walks all the way around.
Wow.
Maybe he would have died if Rush had stayed, because Kongkwan walked up. Kongkwan walked up there, such low HP, and he still had.
He was ready to give his life up.
Yeah.
He was going to be like, this is a headbutt to death.
Yeah, but Rush still had Rush still had kick. So I mean, you land the Q from the bush, and then maybe, but Kongkwan would try to outplay it with a pulverize. It's very risky though, because that just seemed. No vision coverage, really, of where Rush was, just checking that area.
That was risky for Cloud9.
Still.
Why pressure this? They wanted to fight.
Yeah, they wanted to fight.
They didn't have the vision.
Hits high right as the knockup from Kongkwan comes out. That was a 4-man pulverize from Kongkwan. Definitely getting the rust off of his Alistar here.
Very, very well played. Well, oh, he's just got the, does he have an upgrade? He does already have the distortion, so he'll be able to flash pulverize even more.
Yeah, it's super popular.
Right.
I think I've said this every time.
Immediately.
Because of the headbutt nerf and movement speed, people go more for the distortion early on now, because flash pulverize is just way more reliable now, because headbutt's dodgeable, headbutt's slow. That's why it's done.
So all these items Cloud9 had. Seems like they'd be on top of every fight, but a very nice flank out by GBM there. That Mantra Q set up all the HP bars to be wiped out by the rest of the damage on the team.
Yeah, in Champions, like when I saw this composition, it's like if you're fighting them in enclosed spaces like the jungle, that Mantra Q, that Pulverize, even the Altex ultimate coming across people, like this is a team that wants to fight you in those 5-on-5 scenarios.
And that's exactly what Cloud9 was avoiding previously.
Exactly. Their comp is not built for that.
Hitting out Jensen with the shield to go forward and pick somebody else out. Cloud9 actually brought that fight in for Energy.
Yeah, they wanted that fight because they had such a gold advantage, and Jat had a really good League of Learning about this exact scenario where you will start leveraging your gold lead instead of your composition's strengths. They tried to use their gold lead as their win condition as opposed to using what their comp is good at doing.
It makes
and Energy punished them with what their comp was good at doing, despite a gold deficit.
Makes perfect sense for what we just saw. Now on to the next turret. Once they get there, the Graves, the Ezreal, they're going to be able to drop these.
Sneaky!
And possibly the champion. Sneaky very low. Wild Growth goes out. Sneaky alive. Black Shield on, so there's no more follow for him just yet. He's going to be back from the fountain with home guards in a second.
Altek's a little caught.
Yeah, he gets out. He was waiting for that Arcane Shift to come back up.
Oh.
A lot of exit damage being taken. But Cloud9 needs to do some clearing here. The Baron really giving Energy a bit of time to play with at these turrets.
Whenever an AD carry eats a gold card and then I see wild card comes out immediately after, I just stop breathing for a second. I'm just like, how much damage is it going to do? It's like, because Thunderlords will come down if he gets another auto. It's like, it could really just mess you up.
Jensen knows it too. He plays with that confidence in this champion. Is pretty much what Rush does on that Lee Sin, is you have to create a threat factor with how strong you play and how you play that champion up in the front of the fight.
Yeah, and speaking about how people are playing their champions, you see in that top lane, Balls is going towards a Lich Bane, so it is going to be a 1-3-1 most likely here as a win condition for Cloud9. They identified that. Getting that Lich Bane allows Lulu to become a gigantic split-pushing threat. Rush, though, covering the top lane. 3 members of Energy up here. Actually, 4 members of Energy in the top lane. That leaves Cloud9 with 3 in the mid against Impact. They have to get back fast. If Rush and Balls interrupt back timers, wave clearing as a Nautilus is not easy. If he stops GBM,
Rush heads
blocked
in.
it.
Yep.
Yep, it didn't block it. So that interrupted the back. That's going to be an inhibitor turret tower. Impact Oh, he didn't make it over.
No, tried to get himself over the wall. The flash did happen as you see it on cooldown. 46 seconds.
The support made
right
it back.
now
That's it.
on
It's only the support.
timers.
It's only the support that made it back.
Karma's trying to fight it out, so GBM staying in there. Balls is still keeping Moon back. Alltech now facing Rush. This is not going to work. This is a full damage Lee Sin coming into the fight. And Sneaky and the rest of the team have actually pulled back to try and rout the rest of the team. But the minions have been stopped up at this top side.
Oh, they're still hunting right now. They're looking for GBM. They're looking for Moon. They're looking for all of these kills. But they might let them go. They might just clear the wave, depending on how Energy position after this. It's still a 5,000 gold lead for C9.
Look at that.
Moon swept the bush. He's sitting in here waiting. Oh, man. If Energy all find a way to get up here without being spotted.
A fewer backing. Now would be the time to pull the trigger if they start going out. Sneaky, no! Uh-oh.
Go for High.
I don't think High can do much. High actually tried to stay there for a second and help him, but he doesn't have much other. He does. He takes down Alltech. I am wrong. These are the kills they needed to be coming out before they go down. A few more valiant attempts, and it's only Alltech as C9 loses 4. You see Balls is coming back out. He died just a bit ago.
Energy keep doing this in all of their games. When they group up as 5, that's when they shine. I talked about how they have a gold deficit at 15 minutes on average, which means it happens a lot.
Is he even hurting him? I think he's healing him.
Nautilus things, man. Just Nautilus things. But this is what Energy would do every time. Their team fighting seems to be what's on point. When all 5 of them are in the same spot, it's a really good team. You see here the divide. GBM recognizes I need to go off to the side. Impact was trying to save, but then High, Thunderlords and the Tormented Soil ends up getting him the kill there onto Alltech. So 1 kill for multiple over there for Energy, and now it's only a 4,000 gold difference. It was, what, 9 at one point?
Yeah, I was just going to say that ever so slowly. It keeps getting closed. We saw a 9,000 gold lead 8 minutes ago, 8.5 minutes ago, and now it's only 4K. Energy really closing this one down and suffocating Cloud9, who has been going for a little too much, overstaying their welcome a bit too long, and that's how they've been losing these ones. Because once they do that and they start to disengage, they lose that factor of being able to skirmish. You have all 5 people coming at you like Energy wants.
Yeah, Energy definitely want that as their win condition here. Run into this team, or allow them to engage into you as 5. But Energy, just taking a step back and talking about where they are in the standings right now. They're right below that second place spot. If they beat Cloud9, then they're tied for 3rd with TSM and Cloud9, and 1 game back from 2nd. So Energy making this back half of the split surge for themselves, trying to prove that they do belong in this top half. It's been something that they've been struggling with because their early game has been their problem. Their early game struggle from day 1, where they had to steal Baron twice with GBM. This team plays well from behind, but they keep getting behind, and that's the problem. Balls is splitting. He has TP'd. Baron has started. Twisted Fate looking for the flank. They peel off.
Balls on the bot side. Twisted Fate on the left here. They have them completely surrounded. Actually, Balls leads towards the top. Now it's 2 aside. Or I should say 5 aside for 2 teams. As 6 seconds on the Dragon, really not going to be in anybody's eyes just yet. It'll be an afterthought once this battle happens. If it even does. That ultimate not actually doing that much damage. Jensen is caught. Flashes up. He can go right over the wall. But Alltech primes that position and puts himself there immediately. 50 seconds plus on these timers. A lot can be gained if more than 3 members drop for a team here. Or if it is that priority wave clear. That's going to be Balls staying alive. That'll help get these turrets cleaned up along with Sneaky. Energy can look to grab a little bit more vision around the map here. And looks like they will not try for Baron.
They have to defend their base. Their base has super minions pushing into it, so this Baron just gives them a little bit of a respite so they can take a breath.
Me too.
Yeah, you too. Clear some minion waves, get some extra gold for themselves. Dragon is up. It would be 3rd for C9, and be 2nd for Energy if they're able to take it. But yeah, that's TP down for Balls, and playing around that window of where this composition is operating is important.
Dragon number 3, 4 of the game. Energy was able to slip one in a little bit earlier, which stalls Cloud9's chances to get that 5, but 3 makes it that much more of a possibility now.
It's a nice little play there from Rush with the Scuttle swag. Q's to it, W's immediately to Sneaky. I don't even care about this thing. I'm just trying to get to the Dragon faster.
Gotta make it look good. Keeps his APM up.
Keep baiting Baron, though. If you're Energy, just keep baiting Baron.
See,
where you won the previous fight,
you group them up.
Go back to it, hope the C9 make a similar mistake. And now Jensen has his ultimate up almost. Has it up now. But Balls has no TP, so Balls has to stay nearby. So it'll be a 4-on-5, and then Jensen's the one splitting, and that wave is so far out. Thanks. Oh, there's a banner command minion that bot side, so pushing.
I was looking for it. I saw it on cooldown. Culling goes out, more like the tickling. Energy still very healthy. Two-man pulverize. Not much follow-up coming in. He now throws down the ultimate a little bit late, but he's able to make it out safely, and he may be able to go for another headbutt pulverize. The team would need that crowd control. Rush flies in. Where's the follow-up? Sneaky's there on the edge. Hooked in by Impact. Now they're going on Jensen. Flashed out by Moon. Everybody's deciding whether they want in or out, and they can't figure it out right now. A few have fallen. That's Rushdown. Bleeding bars on the side of Energy, and they finally start to bleed out. That's going to be more kills coming in. Sneaky gets those shutdowns. 14-14 in the end, but Cloud9 stands tall.
That's an incredible team fight there from both teams, kiting back and forth. Who goes in, who goes out, who's taking damage? Look at the health bars
absolutely
on all
crazy.
of these members.
They push themselves to
Balls goes down.
Limit. Still pushing themselves to the limit. Baron picking up some extra gold. That's very nice.
Baron just killed more members of C9 than Energy did. Sneaky,
sign him up.
Soften them up a little bit. Jensen, he's not going to engage completely with his ultimate. He goes off to the left side to get an angle on this fight because the AD carries have moved up a little bit. Ulti, off on the left side. Comes up, hits Moon over the wall, and then this is it. Balls back and forth. Sneaky in the back line, had to avoid the Impact ultimate. Rush dies off the engage, but the wild cards have already been chunking the back line. Altec has to go back. Moon, eat in, flashed out because he couldn't reach Jensen. Jensen peeled backwards, and then the wild cards, and Jensen is really just doing so much work in this fight. The damage dealers of C9 and the support that they were getting, Black Shield on the right person. Movement speed given by Whimsy to the right person at the right time. Sneaky making sure nobody else gets hit by Impact ultimate. And Jensen with the cleanup from the side, as well as he was softening them the entire time. Cleanup is a lie because he was throwing out cards the entire time and playing around that cooldown.
Very
that was
well
sick.
fought. It's the fights I like. 34 minutes in, it definitely pushed that kill score much, much higher. And we now see double Lich Bane coming out here. Once C9 makes it to any more of these turrets, they are not long for this world.
Double Lich Bane.
I guess the Rift world.
1-3-1 is available now with Balls with the TP. Altec on the bot side, and this blue Ezreal, it's going to take a bit. Yeah.
Just try to clear it.
The minions.
It's like watching Vlad push a turret.
Actually, it probably takes about the same speed.
Oh. They've routed the extra minions here, knowing that the Banner of Command will die shortly.
Balls, where's that wave?
We're waiting.
It's a little bit late.
So mid's even and clean. Bottom's not really going to be too much in their mind here. I think it actually could be top mid game if this fight happens in their favor. It'll be very tough here for Energy, but again, they're getting what they want. Cloud9's going to be grouping here in a second, so the siege might be the difficult part.
Yeah. Impact is a little bit weak to magic damage right now because he went for multiple.
Right, he's just put that Negatron poke in now.
And he's sitting at 140, 146, so he's got a decent amount because the Banner of Command as well.
Oh, that's right.
But
the Aegis in there.
He needs to go for that last one there, which looks like it'll be a Zerat portal, unless he's going for Abyssal Scepter to help out GBM. See though, Conquan. Oh, what is he doing? Caught out. He's trying to pull a Kiwi Kid, trying to flank them, and they smelled him.
He went down very fast. The headbutt pulverized really in reaction to try and save himself even more. Maybe caught out warding. But Decades Cloud9, some much needed room. And that really is what the Conquan going down, what they were worried about.
Yeah.
The turret.
Conquan, there was a blue ward in there.
Right.
And then he went to clear it, and then he backed on where he had cleared it. And they just placed another one and caught him. GBM though, a significant poke.
High, low, but he can stay on the outside and keep throwing it in at the bindings. Looks like they aren't going to go for this just yet. They decide to back off. Mid lane could be down, pushed down here. Altec and the rest of the team going to try to get up. Put some vision down. 37 minutes in, these fights are going to be quite difficult. True Shot Barrage down towards the bottom wave, so they don't have to worry about any quick TPs in from Jensen to drop a turret.
And in terms of item advantages, we're seeing them all across the board here for C9. Full item for Jensen over GBM. Some lanes are actually quite even in terms of what they've completed. Muramana for Altec ready to go. Last Whisper seems to be what he has in mind next, as well as Maw. And right now, Energy, you're waiting for when you have these item spikes, because when you're getting to this late game, the goal is going to start meaning less and less, and as C9 hits 6 items, they've plateaued.
Yep.
Waiting for that point, but there are 2 more dragons before C9 ends up getting 5. Yeah. This next dragon, if Energy are able to secure it, they give themselves some extra time to get to that point. Oh. It's in the front though, Sneaky going for
giving
boom.
him the 5v5 right now. Sneaky up in the front line. Oh, the collateral damage going over the Jensen cards as he gated in, but it was too early, and he misses both targets. A nice true shot barrage through the team, but the squishies are on the back line. That's where Conquan just got. Where's the rest of Energy though? So split and taking single target damage from multiple members of Cloud9. Now over to Altec, balls over the wall. He is just flying through with the whimsy. They ace down Energy.
And that's how C9 plays this composition. Perfect execution there. C9 with the catches, with the dividing of the fight, end up taking this turret. They're gonna just ignore it. They're gonna go for the inhibitor, push this down, go for that Nexus here, and C9 will tie for 2nd place at the end of week 6.
A few blunders, but they were able to right the wrongs that were happening. They found the fights they needed, and Cloud9 takes down Energy Esports.
Focusing Moon in that last fight. Just jump on him, throw everybody you can at him, but also keep the rest of that front line busy. So they went after Moon. They've singled him out as a weak spot on the team in these positioning. And they're able to get themselves this win here, and Cloud9 moved to 8-4, tied with CLG, I believe. Yeah, with CLG. And
I was like,
go above TSM.
It's like watching a Sivir comp. They had slows to kind of facilitate their catch, not a huge speed up. They were all over Energy every time they wanted to be. And Energy as well, definitely noticing their win conditions in the game and trying to promote those factors. They were easily able to bait Cloud9 into that 5-man fight multiple times. But then Cloud9 actually said, all right, if they're gonna want the 5-man fight, how do we prioritize our targets and win that fight if that's what they always want? And able to take that final fight to Energy and straight down the lane. Energy as well, gaining most of the Barons in this one. Still not able to get themselves too far ahead.
Yep. Energy, Altec having another great game in terms of damage per minute, sitting at 30,000 damage. He did the same damage as GBM and Moon combined, each at 15K. So Altec stepped up here. But on the opposite side, we see a lot of damage coming out from Cloud9. They're working as a team here, and Balls, not a whole lot this game. You know, he's 4th in damage on his team, just right above high, but he played a supportive role.
Right. That's what I was going to bring up. There's that switch after coming out so strong on previous games of Fiora. And his game on Gangplank can still switch that style up and play what the team needs. As well, Rush coming through huge on these Lee Sin plays. It was Lee Sin, 3 games now. That 2 Nunus before that, 2 Nidalees before that. So he's kind of sticking with what feels good on the plate. And that last time it was a Guardian Angel. This game it was the Titanic Hydra with a Banshee's Veil on top of his Warrior. He's kind of doing what he wants.
Well, when you know a champion so well, you can recognize a situation where, okay, did I get 1 kill early? Now I go for this item. 2 kills early? This one feels really good. So you can adjust your build based on how the game has been going in the flow and what's on the other side. And when he's up against a bunch of AD carries, it's actually really good because what Titanic Hydra will do is it's a full auto attack reset. So if I Q you, I take the Q, I auto, and then I Titanic Hydra. I use both charges of his passive to get energy back, so he's never having to worry about that in the middle of a fight. And I think that that was something that he went for there. And I think he kind of baited us with the Nunu when he was playing it before, because now he's just like, oh, yeah, by the way, I haven't played this yet. I played it back in week 1, game 1, and now they're letting me play it again. So let's go.
This week. Having that versatility is amazing, and it seems to be paying off for Cloud9 across the board. But now to break down a team fight from that game, let's head to the Telestrator for a lesson with Professor Kobe.
Thank you, Riv. And yes, I know Cloud9 games have a bunch of exciting team fights in them. There's a lot going on. But I wanted to switch it up and take you back to a simpler time, do a different segment this time around, just focusing on the First Blood. And I really want to walk you through the decision-making process that junglers have that goes through their heads in the early game. Because the early game may seem calm, but there's so many things that a jungler has to evaluate constantly before going for their moves. Let's take this example here for energy. We have Moon on Graves, and he's just found a pink ward, which is great. However, it did pop his Oracle's Raptor buff over his head, which you can see now. And that is going to be important for the next invade that he goes for, because he won't know if he walks over any subsequent wards deep in Cloud9's jungle. So yes, he's clearing out this ward, but clearing out that ward, not only does it give him money, it also tells Rush where he is. So let's roll this through and we'll see what happens. Moon clears out the ward, his Raptor buff is ticking, but he still feels confident enough to go invade Rush, even though he hasn't seen Rush pretty much all game long, who has been farming. And Rush is on Lee Sin. Let's pause it here, because Rush has been on Lee Sin hard farming the whole time. If you click on them, you'll actually see that Rush has not only red buff, but also the Gromp buff. And it gives him a lot of power in the early game, a lot of damage over time that you don't necessarily see in the 1 versus 1. And Moon, going for this second step of his deep invade without the Raptor buff, to know that he's gone over any wards is a very dangerous situation. He actually didn't walk over any other wards, but Rush, seeing him clear the pink ward, thought about it, predicted where he was going to go on the invade, and went to cut him off. Now, the super important thing as a jungler, we'll try and use red here, is the mid laners as well as the top laners' ability to collapse to any jungle fight. As you can see here, Moon went for this invade. His mid laner is a little bit behind, pushed up to the turret, that's GBM, and the top laner is about even. So it's a little bit risky of an invade, and Rush probably has the advantage as far as support from the rest of his team. Now we'll watch at the actual fight, because those are all things that are going on in the back of a jungler's mind, but you still have to simulate the 1 versus 1 fight and figure out if you can actually beat this guy. Rush knows that he has the advantage, gets the early cripple onto Moon. Let's take a look here and roll the rest of the clip. Moon is going to get one auto, that procs the damage buff here. Pause it again. We'll see red buff is ticking, the Gromp buff is ticking, Rush got the early Q on him, and he's thinking Moon does the right thing here. He's next to the wall, doesn't go over the wall early because he knows that Rush can follow that second sonic wave. So he's thinking through the fight himself as well. The only problem is that Lee Sin has just as many dashes and gap closers as Graves does. So even though he waits for the full duration of that Q to go off, and Rush, being a Lee Sin god, knows the full duration he can wait and makes Moon wait on this side of the wall as long as possible, is going to instantly follow him with a ward hop. Now we can run out the rest of this and see how Rush is able to instantly follow. He knows exactly Moon's escape path, because both these guys are experienced junglers. They know exactly what Rush is looking for. The other thing that Rush did right there, which you may not notice, but definitely has a big impact, because Graves had boots, it was so important for Rush to immediately directly input a move command after each auto that he pulled off. So immediately start the auto animation of Lee Sin and then directly input another move so he can keep up even without the boots. Do the move speed slow of both the cripple and the red buff, which ran off. Also, then we see the implications. Jensen was able to move in first, and he's Twisted Fate. He has the gold card, trumps the speed up there from GBM's collapse, and Rush does get the first blood for Cloud9 with all of that going through his head. So even though there are all these crazy fights going on, I like to bring it back to junglers because they think about the game quite a lot and you don't get to see that. So over to Dash now because they've got some members of Cloud9 ready to talk about their win.
All right, well, that was a lot of information to take in. Hopefully you all internalize it because it's good information and can help you improve greatly. But I'm sitting here with a couple of victorious members of Cloud9, Jensen and Sneaky, after taking out Energy, who sat just below you in the standings. You guys are keeping yourselves in that conversation for top 2 right next to CLG. I want to start first, though, with something that we've kind of noticed, maybe a trend or just a pattern here with Cloud9. You guys seem to be incredibly comfortable playing single tank or single frontline compositions, whereas a lot of other NALCS teams we've witnessed are looking for at least 2 frontliners. We'll see it come from the support and the jungler, or the top laner and the jungler. You guys, though, in this game and in games prior, a lot of times it's just Rush being the tank. Maybe an Alistar creeps in there. Is there any reason, Jensen, that you can speak to why Cloud9 is so comfortable playing with only one frontliner?
Well, we know Rush will do his job as a frontliner, and I don't think we particularly look to only run one tank. It just happens, and we just pick what we feel comfortable playing, and it just works out.
How does the how does a smaller front line affect the way that you approach a team fight, knowing that you have less barriers between their threats and you two, for example, being two of the bigger carries?
Well, with all comp, we kind of had a lot of options what we could do in team fights. We could either dive in or just hit their front line. So we kind of have to go for different approaches to a team fight, and because our front line won't last as long as theirs. So if we can like try to get on their back line, we can also win the fight.
Okay, all this aside, though, something has very clearly clicked for Cloud9 this split. You guys are in that conversation for top 2, and this is what I really want to focus on. Sneaky, can you pinpoint for us what it is about this team that changed between last split, this split, the first few weeks, and these later weeks that really turned things on for you guys?
I'd just say we're having a good time, honestly. We're having a lot of fun during our scrims. We're not like screwing around a lot of time, but even in losses, we're like happy about it. I mean, not specifically that we lost, but like our attitudes about the game are just more happy than they used to be. Like, obviously, we had some pretty big changes last split because we had to switch out junglers and stuff, but now we're just here with a whole new roster with high support in Rush Jungle, and it's working out well just because we're good friends.
Yep, camaraderie and good vibes are always helpful. You mentioned the roster swap, bringing in a new jungler, Rush. I want to kind of pinpoint your relationship with Rush. Something that a lot of people pointed to was how that synergy would develop between the jungler and the mid laner. So in a similar line of questioning to what I just threw to Sneaky, if we zero in on just your relationship with Rush, how have you two been improving this split to make sure that you can perform at this top NA level?
Well, at first, me and Rush, we were always like pretty close and good friends, but I feel like in the start we didn't synergize that well. Not that there wasn't really anything particular, but I just feel like right now we're just playing really strong together as a duo, and we just understand each other a lot better than we did in the start. So now everything is just working out really good for us.
And that clip there that Kobe showed too was a pretty good example of how communication is working just a little bit crisper for you guys. You're the first one to rotate out of the 2 mid laners, so things definitely turning out for you there. Now what if we pull the conversation all the way back out and we look at all 3 of the teams that are kind of in that contention for the top 2 spot. Now TSM did lose today, but TSM, CLG, Cloud9, Sneaky, back to you. What are the major differences between these 3 teams?
I mean, there's not too many of them since we're all so close in the standings. TSM's like 1 win behind us and CLG. And then we beat CLG last time. We just beat TSM, but we're still tied with TSM. So, I mean, we're all in contention for second. Although I don't think any of us can reach first, unfortunately. But there's like no playstyle differences that I can necessarily point out. Like, we're all strong teams. We kind of do what we want to do and just figure out what's the best in the patch.
Now, you mentioned that perhaps it's not quite possible for you guys to reach that #1 slot with Immortals being on the run that they are on. Jensen, I'm gonna ask you, I'm gonna press you to maybe come up with a reason why they've been separated from the pack. What is it that Immortals does better than any other team in the NALCS?
I feel like they just clicked as a team from the beginning, and they all like have playstyles that fit with each other, and then Reino and Huni coming in together as a strong duo, understand each other very well, and then, yeah, I just feel like they just had a pretty good like base with like how their team worked from the beginning, and that's why I feel like they had such a good start and is playing much better than everyone else. I can't really pinpoint any specific reason. I just feel like they're just a team that works good together.
Now, early at the very beginning of the day, I pitched the question to Dyrus, which of these top 3, or these, I guess, next 3 teams, TSM, CLG, Cloud9, is going to be the one to take down Immortals if it does happen at any point. He had said TSM if he's going with his heart, Cloud9 if he's going with his head. Right back to you, Jensen. I know that you have no more regular season games against them, but if you come up against them in the playoffs, how confident are you that you guys can take them out when you meet them once again?
I'm feeling pretty confident if we're going up against them. I'm pretty sure we are going to body these fools.
I like it. There it was, ladies and gentlemen. We heard it from Jensen, the mid laner himself. Didn't even have to come from high. They're going to body these fools. Gentlemen, congratulations on the victory today. Can't wait to see you guys play in only 6 days' time. When we come back, Team Impulse and Echo Fox will battle to see who can break the tie and move up the standings. We're back in 3.5. Same.
Give me, yeah! Give me, please! Hey, here! Hey! Hey, give me here! Please! Why don't give me? Hey, I'm human too.
The shield is off. The soul shackle is.
He's a
rage. You got him into the turret. You got to be kidding. the best of a worst situation.
Oh!
Conquan makes it happen.
Go where the bush, kill him, go. Go. Careful of his Q, careful of the Q. Jensen got a guard.
Nice.
Push.
It's really just a fight bait. A huge launcher Q from GVM wipes the health bars of Cloud9. Now over to Altec, balls over the wall. He is just flying through with the whimsy. They ace down energy.
And C9 will tie for second place at the end of week 6.
Welcome back, everyone, to the show. I am David Freak Turley, and taking over the caster desk with me is a man who won a tournament playing Trundle 3 times in a row, Joshua Jat Leisman, the Troll Master.
Was that a did you know?
No, I just wanted to introduce you with a compliment because you're a tournament winner.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
IPL 3.
Huh?
IPL 3.
IPL 3.
Somewhat forgettable.
With Team Dignitas.
Great.
Not forgettable is Joshua Jat Leisman, and neither is our next match of the day, Team Impulse versus Echo Fox, because these are teams literally tied in the standings in 7th place. Right now, Echo Fox, I guess, is 1-0 in the head-to-head, so maybe they've got a slight edge. But either way, I talked about TIP first. Just yesterday, they lost to CLG, and it did not look great.
Yeah, and this is an important game as you say, because it is that 7th place safety zone, and if you drop below that, you're in the relegation zone. And for Tip, they do continue to look shaky with Fang in the top lane. He has the lowest KDA and the lowest CS per minute for top laners. But the trouble extends to the team's coordination as well. I mean, yesterday Tip were against COG, and they fought multiple 4v5s, while their shot caller and carry match was not with the rest of the team. So they have to clean those things up.
Yeah, meanwhile, a team that is looking pretty clean is Echo Fox here. They are now 3 wins in a row with this lineup, including wins over playoff teams like Energy and most recently Liquid.
Yeah, and nearly an hour long in that game. Fox have won the same way all 3 games. Froggen gets Corki, and then KFO plays a tank. And Froggen did express some hesitancy to keep going back to the same strategy again and again, but it's winning, so there's no real problem there. So Fox are aware that it might be a liability, and we'll see if Tip can target that in Champ Select and if Fox have another strategy prepared. But remember, they did draw a Kale ban yesterday, which could be something we see for KFO, which will be interesting.
Exactly. KFO spamming it in solo queue. Got some surprised sort of looks from a lot of people, but it happened. Either way, we will get ourselves into the game, so let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side is Team Impulse with Fang up in the top lane, Proxen in the jungle, Purion in mid, Mash on AD carry, Gate on support with Coach Jason.
Yeah, and on the red side, it is Echo Fox, again with the blue jackets. I think that is just the way they roll. Top lane is KFO, jungle is hard, mid lane they have Frog, and AD carry they have Keith, and in support they have Big with Coach Kopp, who now he has his full roster together. He's been putting together some good picks and bans.
Yeah, this roster is 4-1 on this lineup here, and I got to talk to Big a little bit actually before the games today. He was chilling in the player lounge, and to me he was, I think, the actual MVP of their win over Team Liquid, in that he had brought up the Braum shield so many times, clutch, blocking Ezreal ultimates, blocking Gragas knock-ins, which were really huge to keep his carries alive, and he played super, super well. And I sort of talked about how well he was playing, and he's like, yeah, it's funny because I get flamed so much. Every time his name comes up, he's like, people are always telling me how bad I am, like all my old teams, that competitive history, it's terrible. And he's like, I think it's hilarious. I laugh it off and like enjoy the fact that I get trash talk, because he's like, I know how good I am. Like, I know what I can do for this team. Well, and it's just kind of funny.
Who is he getting flamed by? Is he talking about the community, or is he getting flamed by like KFO and Froggen?
No, I was going for, he's like Reddit and Twitter more so than his teammates telling him he's bad. I would hope not.
Yeah. It's when your team loses faith in you that you really have to worry about that.
Yeah. Echo Fox actually, though the roster did come together sort of fairly late in the year, they had multiple support options, and they chose Big because of his attitude, because of his ability to grow and just the way he acts with the players and in game and whatnot. So that's been a good choice. This is a 4-1 roster with a lot of rookies. Gotta say, it's kind of nice for Echo Fox.
Yeah, I'm looking at the picks and bans. We haven't seen Fiora banned until now. It's been banned all day, but I was thinking that maybe it would fall through the ban phase. Here, there is still stuff like Gangplank and Lulu available, so one of those will fall through. Not even talking about Alistair yet.
I want to see if TIP can take one of their top laner from KFO as well, because the Malphite first ban makes total sense. He was very good on that champion before, and then of course Nautilus was the other thing he'd been having so much good success on in this top lane. KFO playing tanks all the time. TIP instead say it's more important that we take the Corki away from Froggen, but there are still elements of this composition that can work here for Fox. That was not intentional.
I believe you. Taking Corki away, I think, is quite important in this draft phase, so we'll get to see what Froggen has up his sleeve. Dyrus and Kobe were talking on the analyst desk before. It's not like Froggen has a shallow champion pool by any means. He has been playing probably more games than anyone else in the LCS since the game was made, so he has experience on all champions, for sure.
He's got to be one of the record leaders in terms of like number of professional games played, number of games played in World Championships, etc. We'll see now what's next. Lucian picked up here for Keith. The Alistair is in for Big. He'll feel great about that champion. Alistair basically never escapes pick and ban.
Yeah.
And yet again, there he is. And picked up in the support role. Now for Impulse to make their choices. That Corki is a flex, so is Lulu. They're hovering. But Proxen playing Elise could be the pick of the litter here in the jungle, with Nidalee off the table and Hard playing that champion last time. I wouldn't be surprised to see it be a steal, and it is.
Yep, love those choices from Team Impulse. Actually like the first 3 choices they've had in this draft. Just because the versatility, Corki goes mid or bottom, Lulu goes bottom, mid, or top. So really there is no way that Echo Fox can start planning the counter picks for their lane, because Team Impulse has the proper flex picking choices. I would hope, though, that's a Corki mid, Lulu top, and then they get Mash on an auto attack focused AD carry like Caitlyn or something, but we shall see.
Caitlyn would have been my thought. They definitely need some physical damage on this lineup, and honestly, Fang has not been a player that's brought a lot of damage here. So we'll see what that roster ends up being here. 23 seconds ago for Echo Fox to make their last, well, next few choices, I should say. And I'm curious what they will save for last. With all these flex picks, they have to show at least one of their solo lanes here. I don't expect you to show both.
Yeah, they're going to wait until Team Impulse finishes their team composition. I hope before they take Froggen's pick, but at the same time, there's Kale. So they can just throw that Kale up in the top lane. If KFO thinks that's a good matchup against the Lulu.
Yep. So
All
Kale,
right. That's
Kale
the Kale
is...
big smiles on KFO's face.
Yeah, it's interesting. So, right, back in 2015, KFO was known a little bit as a Kale one-trick, and though Froggen has played it in competitive play before, it's like KFO's third most played in solo queue this season, and I haven't seen it from Froggen at all.
Yeah, and it's got a 78% win rate on KFO's solo queue accounts. We were joking yesterday when we were looking it up. It was like, it's one of those picks that you recognize is good, and you're like, maybe I shouldn't spam this. Like, maybe I should just stop playing some games. So we just spam some other champions. Oh, let's get Lysandra up there into the top 3 play. But Kale is the third most played with a 78% win rate in Challenger for KFO.
All right, we'll see how well it goes here in this one. You've got a very hard-to-kill team. Gragas, Alistair, and a Kale ultimate to keep people alive. And Echo Fox will indeed likely save their mid lane pick for last if that isn't a Froggen Kale. Last two picks come through for Impulse, and yes, they get Poppy in the top lane. So the only physical damage is Fang, who's been having, honestly, a pretty weak season with a Braum to keep this kind of meager backline alive.
That is the flexibility of being able to swap around like that, but it definitely isn't what we had pegged as the optimal position for those flex picks. At the same time, though, Kale doesn't want to build a lot of magic resist today. I don't think they're going to be punished early on in the game for not having the proper spread of damage here. It's not like they have a champion with Malphite who really wants to stack resistances yet. And now we will know if it's for sure KFO on the top lane is Kale, and what Froggen wants to play against what he can assume to be Lulu.
Yeah, I'm going to say Galio. Makes a lot of sense to stack some MR and be the other version of Malphite, but no, Gangplank was left up for the last pick, and even though Gangplank into range can be a tough matchup because someone like Lulu or Corki can kill off barrels, he is going to go for this champion here. So Froggen bringing out, I believe, his first Gangplank of the season here. And Froggen, you know, he has been known for wanting to farm forever into long games. Of course, he's been happy to be very aggressive as well, but Gangplank certainly, I feel like, should suit Froggen very well.
Oh my goodness, and this is a team composition where Echo Fox can just play the laning phase as long as possible. It'll be on Team Impulse to push the tempo here because a 5/6 item Kale and a 5/6 item Gangplank and a 5 or 6 item Lucian will all outscale their counterparts significantly. So the late game, if the gold is close or comparable, heavily in favor of Echo Fox. And they just played a 58-minute game against Team Liquid yesterday, so they have no problem trying to extend this laning phase. Once again, I really love Cops drafting.
Yeah. I think it's a super sweet team composition, and the thing is, we'll see if they can get out of that early game, of course. You mentioned the fact that they all outscale, so then the laning phase is important for Impulse, and who's going to know Kale versus Poppy better than the Kale player in the matchup? So it's going to be an interesting one to watch to see if these matchups can be won at all. And as the coaches shake hands and walk off stage, it's time to see who's going to win this one. You guys at home, let us know. Tweet at LOL Esports, use hashtag TIPWin or hashtag FOXWin to send in your vote for who it's going to be. These teams are tied at 7th place. This win gets you out of that relegation zone. If it's an Echo Fox win, they are 2-0 in the head-to-head, further insulating themselves from the bottom of the standings. And in fact, either team winning here gets up to 5 wins, which would tie them with Liquid, provided that Liquid loses the next game here against Immortal. So that would be an incredible thing to watch for. We'll see if they can do it. Here we go.
Yeah, and like you say, these teams are tied in the standings, but I would definitely say they are trending in much different directions. And they have much different records when they have their intended lineups. Remember, 3 of Team Impulse's 4 wins this year came with Seraph subbing in the top lane. Yet, when you look at Echo Fox, pretty much all of their wins have come with Froggen and KFO in the lineup.
Literally all of the Echo Fox
all of
wins.
their wins have been with Froggen and KFO in the lineup.
Yeah. Actually, and Gate actually managed to win a top lane game as well. So it's 2 Seraph, 1 Gate. Impulse actually, Gate is as winning as Fang is as a top laner here on this roster.
Technically, with KFO and Froggen, Echo Fox is 4-1.
Yes. And they've beaten some good teams, of course. We'll see if these tests continue. KFO cannot click on the trigger, but now, ooh, nearly gets stunned against the
man.
wall. That was close. But he's going to walk back in. Whoa! KFO did not realize. Barrel in a cocoon into everything. The flash doesn't come in time. First blood comes through. Huge misstep by KFO, and first blood goes to Impulse.
Yeah, he didn't have vision in the tri-brush, and for whatever reason, he probably thought Feng was just toying with him, the normal kind of top lane posturing. But the rest of the team was missing, and KFO needs to give respect to that. Once he finally did realize it was Cocoon and Bromstun, which were actually overlapped, but it didn't give him enough time, and he had to flash away. Just taking a look at this first blood again. He was hoping to kill the ward. Here, remember, he just sees Feng, and he's been pushed out of the brush, so he doesn't see these guys until now. And he's like, well, I've made a huge mistake.
Yeah.
I should never have tried to return damage.
I think he meant to put a trinket ward in that tri-brush, which is why he walked that way. He just didn't do it in time the first time around, so turning back, yeah. It now does mean that Proxen had to start Cocoon. That is not an ideal jungle start, but he's getting some double jungle with Feng, getting that first camp leashed. Proxen will have the Gromp buff as well for some damage, and it really shouldn't be all that bad.
Yeah, it'll be really slow, Proxen taking this camp without Q. He does skill up his volatile Spiderling, but it'll be a while until he actually clears through his jungle. Even with that being said, though, having Mash's ability to start with a longsword in the lane, especially now that we're heading into standard lane, so the gold difference will matter, and having KFO without flash as a Kayle who's actually a relatively vulnerable champion to ganks.
Which way the lane goes is very important. If Kayle pushes it out, it's very easy for Proxen to get behind KFO on this Elise and just pick him right back off. So definitely some danger here. Frog and Empyrean doing battle in the mid lane as well. That's definitely a matchup to watch. You can see Frog actually learned oranges at level 2. Doesn't need the barrels. Again, they're not going to do much against Lulu, but does need the health to survive the matchup.
Yeah, Lulu should be able to push in the Gangplank fairly early. Gangplank really doesn't offer a whole lot of anything early on in laning phase, and Lulu is actually fairly oppressive against melees. If Froggen ever wants to walk close, Empyrean will be able to outtrade. I believe he has gone Thunderlords as well, which creates an even more powerful Lulu trade.
Almost definitely. Basically every Lulu does that, so I would even check, and I'll assume it's true, chat. I got you in this one.
All right.
Keith and Mash doing a bit of damage. Back to each other. Thunderlords on Corki. Of course, the dual pen nature of the Precision Mastery makes Corki want to get that one all the time.
For sure. And speaking of the story we had in Champ Select here, Freak, about Echo Fox wanting to play this long, extended laning phase. Like in an ideal world for Echo Fox, all the other turrets are up until 25 minutes, and then they start grouping up. It's going to be much harder since they've given up that first blood.
Absolutely true. So Fervor of Battle, Kayle is the pickup there. I'm always curious to see which one it is. But that will be the attack speed focused mastery for him. And of course you get 2 stacks on Fervor for landing a spell, and Kayle's E counts as that. Plus landing auto attack onto a champion counts as 1 for being a ranged champion. So her first auto attack onto a champion gives her 3 stacks on Fervor of Battle. It's really actually quite easy to stack that one up.
Yep.
There's only a max of 8 stacks in the first place.
It just adds to the late game power as well. Ginsu's Rage Blade, Nashor's Tooth, onto the Kayle. It's pretty much enough to start dueling people, and then it only gets worse from there.
Definitely does. So scary things to watch out for. Echo Fox have 1.5 million damage to deal. The question is, will they have the time to do that? Hard just swept away a ward in the tri-brush, then pink warded the river. Things should know that he's up here. Now comes the chance for a gank. Steadfast Presence will be put up now, and Hard walking onto melee range means he gets to land the body slam because he barely even moves casting it.
Clever little gank there by Hard, but at the same time, Feng didn't have to use any summoner spells. The lane has been shoving up. KFO is going to probably just finish shoving this one into the turret, and he has even pink ward coverage in the river, so despite using his flash early, despite dying early, it didn't actually lead to an immediate item advantage since Feng just got the assist, and KFO has been able to lane. As planned, his flash almost back up, no Elise gank has come.
Yeah, didn't have the TP to get back down there as well, and of course there's still the rule where super early in the game assist pools are halved, so only 25 gold went to each player who didn't get the first blood itself. 25 gold, you can't do anything with that early game, and yeah, that means almost nothing. It's just the fact that Corki, this Mash, got to start with a longsword and an extra potion. Maybe Mash does something with that right now. He has a slight lead in the bot lane thanks to his earlier start in items. And we can keep watching that matchup play out. Impulse should be up 500 gold due to the first blood, but they're up a little bit more than that thanks to some slight laning prowess here.
Yeah, but Froggen only down 1 CS in the mid lane, KFO up 6 despite being down flash, and despite being down a first blood and a longsword in lane, Keith and Big are close to even. The laning phase has been pretty good for Echo Fox, considering they just want this game to go late.
Yeah, absolutely the case. So we'll see then if this can be upset then by Proxon's Elise from the jungle. So far, the lanes are happy just to trade equally, and so far that's been the case. The cannon minions are killed off by the supports with Targon's Brace, or the Relic Shield, I should say. But look at this Hard coming around the wings, flash, and the combo onto Fang. Ulti used well by the Gangplank, and they're really diving in, but Hard continue to hold aggro. Kill Ulti times out! Gets an execute, thankfully for them, but still not something he wanted to give away. XP went over to Proxy for this one, and now chasing onto KFO. Auto attack, there's the flash. Cocoon was never even used. You just expect the KFO at some point to dodge it.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive gank by Hard right there. They didn't have actual vision on Proxon, and they thought they'd be able to get the clean gank down onto Fang. Poppy gets a lot of extra bonus armor and magic resistance when she is below 40% health, and they just didn't have the damage to take him out of the turret. KFO will be scaling to that point later, but I did not expect that early of a dive from the Gragas Kale.
Yeah.
They're lucky to get out without giving up a kill, even though Hard did fall. They have the big minion wave, they get the stun, on top of a Gangplank ultimate, but Fang is able to dodge damage, actually has the balls to go back in.
Yeah.
Proxon did blow his Cocoon right there. No one had done damage too hard, so by the time the Kale ultimate timed out, slightly unfortunate, it'll set him back a little bit in experience, but ultimately not a huge cost.
There was some mistiming as well. I think KFO only got 3 attacks off on while the Righteous Glory, the E, was still on. And so, like, really not that many empowered auto attacks came off. After the flash, he was no longer in range to do any damage, being a melee champion again. So, yeah, unfortunate there. Execute did get some XP over. No actual kill, gold changing hands. And we continue on to the later part of the laning phase here. 3.5 minutes in. Echo Fox, certainly off this roster, have looked like the favorite. You can see the fan vote. 3-1 odds. It sounds honestly about right based on the trajectories of these two teams. But still a close game. Certainly winnable by both sides.
Absolutely right. Spectre's Cal, the early build on Fang. A lot of Poppies like to start with the Bomby Cinder. A lot of times it's Sunfire, Cape Iceborne Gauntlet. You just can't do that build against Kale.
No.
Such heavy shredding magic damage, so it'll be still very difficult for Fang to stay in this extended laning phase. We talked about the mismatch of a melee versus range in the mid lane between Froggen and Pyrion, but Fang
Same
and
thing
KFO,
here.
we got the same thing in the top lane, so it balances itself out.
So look at that, 53 to 63 CS in the top lane, 65 to 74 in the mid. Those advantages are roughly trading equally here. The only major difference being that Gangplank gets free gold by being Gangplank, plus having the Bandit Mastery, and parlaying the face is worth 10 gold. So Froggen's a bit rich here. Actually, I should take that back. I misspoke. It's actually both solo laners of Echo Fox actually ahead in CS. I read that wrong. So really got to say, for a laning phase that Impulse needed to win, gotta feel pretty good for Echo Fox here.
Froggen has had insane numbers since he's come back, and he's always been a very lane-dominant player. The way he would take over games in the past is he just wins laning phase or waits until he hits the right power spike, then just gets deep wards and continues to pressure mid. It's not so much towards roaming and impacting the other lanes, but it's more about just trapping the enemy team so they can't get out of the laning phase. And Froggen just continues to dominate and extend his lead. And he's going to try and do that with Gangplank, even though he shouldn't be able to yet with the Corruption Potion in Machine. It should actually be much later where he can start getting some large barrel poke on a Pyrion, but he's just last hitting better, and he's not taking that much poke from Lulu.
And I do want to say, it's not like Pyrion's a bad player. I've talked to a few LCS mid laners about the Impulse roster, and they say, no, Pyrion's definitely one of the better players here. He's someone you have to respect, but so far, Froggen's still just doing better than this man. And I gotta say, massive props to Froggen for continuing to excel on another new champion. The Gangplank coming out, doing quite well for him. And this actually is doesn't quite have the damage skill Raptors, but I'm pretty sure this has got to be Froggen's first professional Gangplank game. Because Gangplank wasn't in this state before Worlds last year.
Yeah, I can guarantee you that it's his first professional Gangplank game since the rework.
Yeah.
He's played hundreds of competitive games, so I'm not willing to say with certainty that he's never playing Gangplank.
That champion named Gangplank
Because this is a dude that played Lee Sin and Jarvan mid back in 2012, so he played a lot of stuff.
That's a fair point, Chat.
Yeah, even so, Froggen has been doing very good work on Gangplank, and his CS will extend very heavily once he can actually get the 3 small Raptors with the barrel as well.
And now we'll see how it can continue. As Fang just struggling to deal with KFO in any meaningful way. Dot, jumps forward, puts on Steadfast Presence, auto attacks twice, and KFO walks backwards and hits him harder back. So just really no headway being made here. The bot lane at least sort of trading back and forth. You're seeing them hitting each other. Of course, there is some sustain on all these champions, and that temporary 5-minion lead that MASH has will be turned around by the fact that there's still minions to kill.
Yeah, we almost saw junglers running into each other here. Proxen does have a level advantage onto Hard, but he's basically just defending against the dive. Strategically speaking, Freak, I'm a little disappointed that Team Impulse didn't force a lane swap, especially with Poppy versus Kale and Poppy's ability to turret dive and such early on. Because Echo Fox, they want the extended laning phase.
Yeah.
And they're kind of being given it by Team Impulse here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Proxy just has not found a way to do anything to these lanes. Just nothing's happening right now. They're not getting in on anything. Again, the flash that KFO lost early game, unpunished. Meanwhile, speaking of punishing, chunks him down to half HP. Now, actually, they get some damage onto Hard. Gragas forced to run away. Is actually going the Cinder Hulk route, I believe, on this champion. So
yeah,
we see him go back and forth, but no Runic Echoes this time around. Hard did the same thing on Elise last game, so it seems that he is sort of happy to take up the role of, when given the chance, I will just be a tank.
Absolutely, and especially in this composition, I think it's smart because KFO, Froggen, and Keith are going to be getting so much damage in the late game. Hard only needs to give them time to do so. Team Impulse does make the rotation over to the Dragon as Froggen was pushed back to his turret and Proxen had kind of gotten control of Hard. That's the types of moves that Team Impulse need to be making in this early laning phase if they want to start building up an advantage.
Okay, well that's good for them. Echo Fox yesterday played a 55-minute game. I said actually on the desk that, oh, we won't have a 5 Dragons this game. You know, Echo Fox already winning by too much. But hey, it's never too late to start 5 Dragons. You never know. You might have one of these long games, and so we'll see if that stacking starts mattering here for Impulse. Their gold lead has now entirely vanished. That 500 gold they got from the first blood and assists is now gone, and it's just been earned off by laning phase prowess and gangplank passive gold here from Echo Fox. The teams are in some ways tied. Big and Keith trying to hold a freeze right here because MASH needed to recall back and finish another item, and Echo Fox just wanting to keep this wave stuck here to deny more minions and grow a gold lead.
Yep, Froggen can't quite clear the back wave of that. He's losing his turret a little bit. If that turret goes down, then the early game stall becomes much more difficult for Echo Fox. So getting that blue buff is very critical for Froggen, and he doesn't quite have enough attack damage to clear the back wave of minions yet. So this is a window where I want to see Elise come mid and push down with those minions, because if they have 2 people auto-attacking the turret, they could take it down. But Proxen's channeling recall right now. Hard is here because he knows what's up. He needs to be there for a counter.
And he's just waiting in the wings on a pink ward. They can't know he's here unless they saw him come through, which I didn't actually spot his path. Didn't know if that happened. Proxen almost surprised by the fact that blue buff came up. Again, he saw him. He was starting to recall and then says, oh, okay, blue buff. No, I'll come back and give this one over to you. Mid lane turret basically at full health. And I mean, it's weird because it's not even miscommunication. Both Proxen and Pyrian are Korean players. They can talk to each other fluently. And that call has not come over to come and stop that. Another ward over the wall thanks to the efforts of both Hard and Big, and they've made sure that no one's waiting over the wall. They can knock into Pyrian pretty soon. Right now that does not happen.
Yeah, there's just, we're not seeing the focus from Team Impulse as Fox goes in and catches Gate.
Knock up comes through, Gate taking plenty of damage, knocked back around. Ulti comes across, doesn't hit anyone, but does buy a little bit of time. Big, forced to run away Hard, right behind him as well. Keith coming in from the side, a nice tackle in from Fang, putting some damage into the ulti to Alistair. Now Proxen in the front, and Corgan comes in. They want this one. They force the flash over the wall. Big forced to run, but that means Proxen is now overextended. Keith gets the first kill of the game for his team. Hard takes a Kale ulti, refuses to go down, is still alive, finally! MASH with the Triforce takes him down, but still a second kill for Echo Fox. This one going over to Froggen, and a battle that Echo Fox win.
Yeah, and actually a fairly strange fight because Fang channel his teleport about 5 seconds before KFO decided to come down and join the fray. It looked like he wanted to finish the minion wave. I thought they were just going to try and disengage and let KFO take the turret, because that's kind of what Kale wants a lot of time, is just free time on the turret. But he teleports down late, and even with that, Echo Fox win the fight 2-for-1.
Very impressive stuff there. Just even buying time with the Kale ulti. Hard was still going to die, but keeping people locked in place. They got the damage down to the targets that they needed, and look at that. They will get mid-turret for that one instead, so hey. 2-1, a turret in the aftermath, and now they can recall and be healthy.
Yeah, Nash's Tooth completed on Kale. Still enough, he got free time on the mid-turret, just not top lane. Look at the start of this fight again. Gate was down in a zone where he had no pink ward control, and Proxen wasn't close enough to back him up. He also completely whiffs his Braum ultimate, which does not synchronize well with this TP. Team Impulse have to burn so much just to get into this fight. And then, I'm just looking for KFO at this point, because a lot of Tip is trapped in there. KFO is on the backside. Poppy ultimate did knock one person away, but KFO is pretty much just able to free hit for a lot of this fight, burns the Lulu ultimate, and continues to split the Team Impulse team into multiple sides, which is great for Echo Fox because they have more overall damage. The damage from Team Impulse is very low when you consider Elise, Poppy, Lulu, and not even a champion for Lulu to empower greatly.
Yeah.
So like we're talking how Echo Fox has great late game scaling. That is made even worse by the fact that Team Impulse have terrible late game scaling.
They not only have terrible late game scaling, but the builds are like weirdly desync because to their credit, Mash power spiked off Triforce, like literally just then. Before that fight, he had recalled to buy that item, so he's big. He's got to feel happy. But Pyrian went over for Frostbeam's claim. He went for a partially scaling item, but like a map control item to get these ghosts out instead of something like a Lichbane or Luden's Echo that has some early game bursts. So just, didn't have kind of the damage you would want. He's going for the Lichbane second now, so, items are starting to come in now for Pyrian, but did not have the damage that make that fight work. Now we see Impulse right back into the bottom lane, and it's still Triforce Corki that demands respect from Echo Fox, and they back off the turret. They're going to take Rift Herald for that. Down it goes. The bot lane Outer should die.
Hard on the other side of the map, so it is credit to Proxen for moving up here. But at the same time, I think this is just an extended turret trade. Rift Heralded Nashor's Tooth, Kale, is going to kill the turret.
I imagine so.
Against the incredibly low wave clear of a Poppy who's not even in the lane.
Yeah, doesn't even have teleport, has to walk all the way up there. This turret down to 1/4, absolutely it's going to die. Echo Fox securing that the resources were there for the top side. Down it goes, empowered minions, bonus damage, all that's wonderful. And heck, Kale even really loves movement speed. So just lots of good things to care about. In tracking the build, also Berserker's Greaves on Kale was the choice. It's always curious seeing exactly how much cooldown reduction that champion gets because you need about 34% to keep Righteous Fury on at all times. And
Is he
he's
going
sitting
cooldown
on
per level blues a lot of
yeah,
times?
he's at 33.35, and he gets 20 from items.
That'll do it. A couple more levels, and he's got 100% uptime on Righteous Fury. It is currently at a 10.66 second cooldown. Lasts for 10 seconds. So he's got this.
Yep.
No more of those, someone dives under the turret, Righteous Fury runs out. Full-time range champion for KFO now.
I actually have actually there's a dragon coming, I'll do it later, but there's a dragon being attacked right now for Echo Fox. Spooky Ghosts come across, those are from Pyrian here in the mid lane. But who will even challenge this one? No teleports are up for either top laner. Gangplank on the top side does have globals. And there's a push in towards Dragon, picked up. There's the hard engage. Big starts it off, and he's tanky. The first kill comes through. It's already a kill off in the gate. A second one at a Pyrian. The hammer comes down from Fang, sending someone away, but it doesn't even matter. This fight is long gone. Impulse kind of half contest a Dragon, lose 2 kills anyway, and walk out.
Yeah, it's only 2,000 gold here, Freak, but I think this game could quickly turn into a rout if Echo Fox plays their cards right. That was a slow follow-up by Echo Fox because Hard was finishing the Dragon as Big made the initiation, but they still destroy them. No ultimate, though, on Big, so Proxen does push them temporarily off this turret. But, man, Echo Fox is getting farmed.
They are getting huge. The fact that they're winning off of 3 champions that will outscale their counterparts. Heck, even the Gragas outscales Elise. Like, only Alistair and Brahma is debatable here in this one in terms of champions that are better at 55 minutes. So Echo Fox just in a wonderful place now in this game. Continue to scale up. Froggen finally pushed off Corki. Doesn't seem to care. Gangplank 2-0-1-2's got to feel good.
Well, they're going to go for a package gank, but he misses, and now he's got to watch out and get a face full of Kale.
Oh, he's got a lot of damage. He comes in, though, and the Summoner Heal buys enough time that Proxen can come in to secure. So, hey, that aggression finally pays off here. Impulse get their first kill in a while. Top lane Outer. Mash doesn't want to stay. He's under too much threat with low health bars. And Proxen... Okay, now Mash comes around. So, again, a conflicted call where Impulse kind of did the wrong thing and then finally decide to do the right thing. At least they will get the turret.
Right. I do like the idea of Mash using the package aggressively, especially on KFO. They need to be able to make those aggressive plays. Proxen would have been nice if he was a little bit closer so they didn't have to burn the Summoner Heal. But, that, I mean, they still get a kill and a turret in cost of pretty much nothing. So, huge success right there. Still going to have those late game issues because they're 20 minutes in and they're facing a gold deficit.
So we'll see if Impulse can pick up anything more here. Froggen trading back and forth with Fang, who does have a Sunfire Cape to his credit, so can survive some of Froggen's damage. But look at that, the rest of Echo Fox already coming down. Froggen got the wave pushed. Keith walked over, said, all right, you got this one. I'll go somewhere else here. And Froggen will continue to farm with these barrels, knocking these minions down. Looks like he's ready for his next upgrade to his ultimate. Earning plenty of money with Silver Serpents.
Oh my god, Froggen has so much gold. He has 9,800 gold, 20 minutes into the game.
He is massive in this one. Well over 10 CS per minute. Typical Froggen. Looks like that part of his gameplay never left. And he continues to play different styles of champions, excelling, being the primary carry on this team that is still looking to go up the standings. I mean, this could be the 4th win in a row for Echo Fox, longest winning streak for any team not named Immortals.
Yeah, super impressive. They haven't taken out the top teams. That'll happen next
top
week for
4
them
starts
when they
next
play
week.
some really tough teams.
TSM and Immortals.
Yeah, that's going to be a tricky schedule for them. Although TSM just had an 0-2 week.
Yeah.
So Echo Fox maybe striking at the right time. If they can close this one out too, it's only a 2,000 goal advantage. We talk about Froggen as well, playing all the way since the game was made, basically.
Yeah.
But he's played in all metas, but the metas where he's been most successful are when you had long laning phases, people weren't lane swapping, and he only had to worry about the dude he was against and the jungler.
Yeah.
And guess what type of game Team Impulse is playing right now?
That.
They're letting Froggen do what he's been most successful with throughout his career, which I don't think you should do against Froggen, because like he can obviously play the other ones, but this is clearly where he's the strongest. And now he's reached the itemization point where the wave is just gone.
There it is.
He gets a whole bunch of extra gold for it.
Yep. 48 gold per wave from Parlay. Gotta feel good. Froggen just keep dancing back and forth, playing Gangplank and feeling happy. So, my Did You Know was about Kale.
Okay.
So,
Did you know that you said I wouldn't hear a Did You Know the next day because I wouldn't be casting with you?
Yep, I was wrong.
And you were wrong.
I was wrong. You are, in fact, casting with me, Jat. And I'm glad, because it was setting myself up for a pleasant surprise that you were still next to me. So thank you for making this effort.
Right.
But okay, so like 3 years ago, there's a minor rework to Kale, and we changed the E cooldown so that you could actually have it up 100% of the time. And the way it was coded, it was never intended that could happen. And so I was the first playtester to have 35 CDR on Kale, and I said, oh hey, if you reactivate Kale E while Kale E is still on, the on-hit damage goes away. You keep the range, you no longer keep the other buff. And then I was like, oh, whoops, and change it for the next day. But there was a time that no one ever else got to do where that was busted.
I mean, all right.
It's a really weak Did You Know, but
Technically,
you
that's
talked
a
about it
Did
and
You
I was
Know.
reminded of it.
Yeah, it's just, did you know this thing that never made it to live happened and I got to do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got to play a really weak version of Kale.
Just
it wasn't good.
I'll give you that one.
Okay, thanks. Did you also know that since Echo Fox had all those issues with their roster and they had a lot of Ember players on it, during the first week of Challenger, Big played against Ember, subbing for Apex, and 2-0'd them.
That's just confusing.
Yeah. He played against and then with them like the next week. All right, so we are in this match, of course, and it's Echo Fox holding on to this 3,000 gold lead. And it's a match where they get to just be passive, right? They don't have to really push this because of the late game scaling, and if Echo Fox can play their way, you don't need to see a lot of kills. You can just see them buying items time and time again.
Yep. The game still could have a lot of volatility as well, though. Like, if Proxen lands the right cocoon onto KFO and there's a fight where Kale does absolutely no damage and Froggen doesn't have good barrel placement, those are two really squishy high damage champions, even though they have immense late game scaling. So playing to super late game doesn't come without risks entirely, especially with how long death timers can get, around 35 minutes now.
Yeah.
There's still a way that Echo Fox throws this away, but the control up to this point, I think, is pretty much as planned. They even gave up first blood, and they just kind of steamrolled right through that by still having dominant laning phase.
And dominant they have been here. Just checking teams off the list of ones they've knocked down. Everyone around them in the standings so far has fallen to Echo Fox in this back half of the split. And as they walk forward towards their second Dragon of the game, they got the previous one, and Impulse just kind of sat by and watched. We'll see what they do this time around. Dragon has started in full view of a ward, and it's time for Impulse to make a choice here. KFO will need to teleport into this if there is a real fight. Fang is not showing up either. He's still recalling on the top side, so no TP's pulled. Mash goes for Rocket, doesn't get it. And Impulse sat there in the mid lane doing not much while the Dragon went down. Now they've walked back to clear the wave, but Echo Fox will be there to defend.
Yep, that's always an unfortunate time waster when you think about contesting Dragon and also don't push mid. You either contest Dragon or you push them in turret.
Yes.
You try and create a trade of some kind or a team fight, but they weren't confident in their team fight, so you have to question why they're at the Dragon pit at all. Then you also have to be like, well, if they weren't confident in the team fight, why didn't they just push mid?
Right.
It means they're indecisive, and they actually don't really have a direction in this game.
And that's unfortunate here for Impulse because the direction this season has been downwards for the last couple of weeks, and that's not one you really want here. Echo Fox continuing to press aggressively hard. Wanted to set up a bait in the jungle, but guess what? So we could go see this rotation down to the bot lane. But the question is, seeing it or not, can you even stop it here? 3 members already right there. Zrot portal set in the bottom lane, but the minions actually die before they can reach the turret, so it's an entirely useless other than getting the wave to be pushed. And the wave getting pushed, well, Impulse showed up in time.
Well, it's off cooldown. Hard could reposition it whenever he wants.
All right.
Here. Kobe mentioned on the analyst desk, the Zerall portal aside, it doesn't need to be pushing the turrets sometimes. It just acts as a cork in the lane. So even if they don't have anyone down there, it's very hard for Minis to push past it. KFO, they'll cut again.
Wow, another great dive by the Corky running back and forth. KFO pops the ulti, goes in for the fight, and he's just a few hits away from killing Mash and gets it. And in a nearly 1v2, a bit of help from Froggen. Now back in towards Fang. Nice knockout comes through. Lulu buys a bit of time, but a great knockback by the Gragas of Hard. Gets another kill, Echo Fox, and another 2-for-0.
26 minutes, are we late game yet? I feel like we're pretty close. KFO has the items required to call it late game. Nasher's Tooth, Gunsu's Rage Blade, and the QSS to make it so
Just
that
make sure
he
he's
can get
safe.
rid of that CC. They turn straight for Baron, which actually could be a little risky. Pyrian, Gate, and Proxen still up, looking to contest.
The jungler is alive. Big does not have the ulti. Gate comes in, a nice knockup comes through, but right there, the burst comes through. Gate chunked low, the Elise in the rafters, flashed over the Baron pit, Culling tickles him at the very end of his thorax, and down goes the kill. And there is Baron Nashor picked up. Congratulations. KFO gets the last tip because why not give it to Kale? 8-3 on the scoreboard. Echo Fox up 6,000.
Yeah, and it was the first kill of the game for Kale, but it was the 249th minion kill when he last hit Baron, and that's all that matters because he got the gold that was necessary. Froggen landed some nice barrel chains, Big reinitiated out of the Baron pit when there was really not much damage that could actually follow up Braum, Elise, and Lulu, so not a huge threat coming through. Goes right through the Braum ultimate. Really clutch timing there. If he tries to headbutt a little bit later, the Braum ultimate might actually knock him up and cancel the headbutt. And then didn't even look like the culling hit him. Maybe it was a dot of some kind, but it did.
Yeah, it hit him. I think the elevation change from being in Baron Pit to in the jungle made it look, I think, different from where they actually were. Skill shots don't exactly glom to geometry very well, but it certainly was the kill. Nice Cullen comes out in the Fog of War. Red buff goes over to Mash, so at least Impulse have been able to hold their side of the jungle. It just doesn't mean all that much overall. I mean, Echo Fox are just continuing to just take everything away. Impulse just have not found any good fights.
Yeah, and at this point they're dealing with some very, very fed damage dealers, and they just do not have the tanking capability to deal with it right now. Echo Fox can just kind of sit back and kill him. It's potentially going to be a 4-game winning streak here for Echo Fox. Renegades, Energy, Liquid, and Impulse. So they have had an easier schedule, but Energy and Liquid are no slouches. Impulse still sitting at 4 wins. They're winning the games they have to win to move into close to playoff contention. This will be their 5th win.
Yeah. And again, if Liquid does in fact lose to Immortals, which is of course a likely outcome, Echo Fox are tied for 6th and are 1-1 against Liquid on the season. Like, that is literally basically in playoff contention at that point right there for Echo Fox. So this season is looking pretty good for them here. Warmog's picked up 3rd item for Hard, which is a lot of health and actually makes his Void Spawns do about 500 bonus damage to the ones that get that buff. So some very scary pushing tools are available. Echo Fox a little bit short range as a squad, but they're still making the way forward. This Baron buffed cannon just slowly whittling down on this turret. Finally poked down by Pyrian. Fang tries to wave a bit, but here comes the barrel chain. There's the GP ulti. Fair bit of damage out. The turret's already gone, and now Fang in the front line just cannot survive this kind of damage. Goes down to KFO, and the push continues. The inhibitor is going to be gone at 29:05, and Echo Fox can walk away with another team fight victory and another objective gain.
Yep, they are just steamrolling over Tip right now. The team composition has turned on about 10 minutes ago, and we're just seeing the results of Echo Fox knowing how strong they are. They pop down another portal right next to the turret. They still have the Baron-empowered minions, and they're just going to try and roll down for another inhibitor.
And this might just happen here. 2 turrets down means they have that slight extra, sorry, 2 Dragons down means they have an extra little bit of turret damage on top of all the gold they've got right now with that Baron buff just now timing out. Top lane under fire. Gate taking some plenty of damage, puts the shield up, runs away. Culling zones the team out, and now second inhibitor laid open. Easily take down, only 40 seconds after the first one. And man, so much of a lead here. Oh, nice. Inhibitor kill credit went to a Void Spawn.
Woo! Haven't seen that icon in the LCS before.
Me either.
So, awesome. Also want to point out, Hard, because of his Strength of Aegis Mastery and Cinderhulk, has crested the 3,000 health mark to actually make Warmogs give him the massive regen.
Oh, yeah.
So, credit to him for some creative building there.
He gets over 100 health per second out of combat. If he disengages, he just back up the full. So, very interesting health stacking build for Gragas, and hey, it's working, so can't really complain too much here. Bot lane, the next obvious target, and conveniently it lines up right with this dragon respawning. Why not get number 3? They know it's up in 6 seconds, and then just mosey right on down to another inhibitor kill.
Yeah, Hurricane completed for KFO. I think we're seeing the reason for that Kale ban.
Yeah.
That we saw yesterday. Also, if any other teams don't want to ban Kalen, let KFO play it. Please lane swap it. Do not give him his comfortable solo queue strategy. KFO is a player that comes out of Korean solo queue.
Yeah.
And this is his first split in competitive play. Lane swapping is incredibly complex. Do not put him in his comfort zone on a carry champion, please. But when he is in his comfort zone, we're seeing all that solo queue talent shine through on screen.
And he's absolutely crushing Fang. He's crushing this game right here. 2-2-5, not a bad scoreline at all. 7 out of 9 kills. They're gonna push right forward there. Hurricane Kale doing 1.5 million damage. I want to see these damage charts because it's a race among those 3 players who actually does more in this one. Turret's gonna go down. You don't even want to contest that. Wow, actually gets the 3rd barrel off just barely. Purian chunked to half. Froggen barely got that barrel out.
Really good barrel mechanics from Froggen throughout the game. Well-placed ultimates, good positioning for no deaths, and a very strong laning phase. Ditch, last ditch effort.
Wow, a stun does come through. Fang got some decent damage, but and the package coming through as well. But Keith just turns around and fires backwards to get the Corki gone. But meanwhile, the front line has already evaporated. Another death for Fang. The chase in towards K, who flashes, jumps to his teammate, and look at the knockback. The Elise runs away as far as she can, but it's not far enough to get away from Gangplank. Squashes the spider. KFO onto the turret, says, I will happily grab that kill. That's the word I was looking for. Can't quite kill off Gate, though. Still holding on to that intervention. KFO pretty much immune to death in this last half of the fight.
Yeah, that's the 3rd inhibitor, and as you said, still has the ultimate up if Team Impulse wants to get fire back. Keith flashes for fun. I think this is the game, Freak.
I think this is the game after all. 32 minutes in, all the fantasy points you could want here for this one. Echo Fox making quick work of every team in front of them. Nexus goes down. Well played. 4 in a row to Echo Fox.
Yeah, and another unfortunate loss for Team Impulse. From draft translating into the in-game strategy. And aside from a questionable face check by KFO in the early game, big mistake to give up first blood.
Yeah.
Everything else was solid. They seem to be very cohesive, have good plans in game, and they're not the fastest team playing, but that's because they are picking these super late game scaling team compositions. And this game only ends up going 32 minutes.
Yeah.
Because they power through pretty quick.
The fact that you played Gangplank Kale and still won in 32 minutes is definitely impressive right here. Impulse, of course, not feeling too great about that one. Mash actually sold his build for 6 Tears of the Goddess to express his sadness for that game. But honestly, just all smiles for Echo Fox here. Their 4th straight victim. They end both Week 5 and Week 6 on 2-0 streaks. And now you just have to look to what's next, and that is, of course, TSM and Immortals. And that's, of course, a tough test. Once again, I can say I got to talk to Big about that and said, hey, I mean, you beat team number 6, you beat team number 5. Now you have to start playing teams number 1, 2, 3, and 4. And at first I said, are you going to be 1 and 2? And he's like, no, of course we can't. We're too many games behind.
Right.
But I said, no, but can you beat teams 1 and 2? And he's like, actually, yeah, it seems more reasonable. That seems totally possible. And so Echo Fox, I think, honestly surprising so many expectations. But if you look at just like the last 2 weeks of games, they're at least the number 5 NA team.
It's looking especially based on the teams they're playing against, but we do have to remember the way the schedule has ebbs and flows, and it's the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place teams that they have to play in their next 6. So definitely a hard schedule as the season will continue, but you can't ask them to do anything more so far.
No.
4-game winning streak since Froggen and KFO's return, and as you were wondering throughout the game, 21,000 damage to champions for Froggen's Gangplank, highest in the game. KFO was 2nd at 14,000, and Keith, the 3rd threat at 12,000. He got the quadra kill. He was a superhero last time. No superheroes were needed today, just your everyday normal heroes.
Every day, just players doing well. Way to go, everyone on Echo Fox. Solid game from them. Good win, and now we're going to check in with Riv, who's on stage with Echo Fox's support.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by Big from Echo Fox after their win over Impulse in a fantastic game. I got to ask you, man, it's been a long time coming. Echo Fox is showing so great right now. How does it feel to actually have all of this be shown to the fans now from what you guys tried to put together?
It feels great actually having a full roster and showing what we're capable of doing instead of just playing with subs every week.
Well, you guys are definitely putting a lot of variation into the mix. There's some Corki there, now Gangplank, definitely switching things up. But I want to focus on you because when you switch things up, there needs to be great shot calling in the team, and we have definitely heard that you are a vocal person on this team. I got to ask you, Big, what actually makes you a shot caller? Why did you want to be one, or how did you fall into that role?
I didn't really want to be the shot caller. I was kind of forced into a role a couple years back. So I just learned to be better at it, and you just gotta be confident in your calls. When someone makes a call besides you, you have to take into consideration how well that call is, and at the end of the day, it's all about you.
Well, you guys have definitely been working that out and finding where to iron out any of the wrinkles. Final question for you. Everything's been going well, but next week is a tough one. Immortals and Team Solo Mid. How will you guys prepare?
I think we're gonna prepare the same way we always do. We'll just try our best, try to see what's our highest chance to win is, and go from there.
Well, you guys have the longest winning streak, not named Immortals right now, so congratulations. Hopefully you guys can keep it up for the fans. We're gonna throw it over to the analyst desk to break down the rest of that game.
Thank you very much, Riv. It's great to hear from Big. Actually, it's very interesting, that point that he never really wanted to be a shot caller, and yet he is one. But diving into this, let's start with Champion Select, because we saw a very interesting composition come out from Echo Fox. We had the Kale ban yesterday, had the opportunity to play it today, and they went for it.
Yeah, Echo Fox really had a solid comp this game. They had Alistar and Gragas as a front line, and if you dove their back line, they had Kale, and they had Engage. They just had everything you wanted in a comp, and it really supported Keith and Froggen's way of carrying.
Yeah, I really am happy that Kale is sort of making her way back in. I was brokenhearted when they changed the Devour so that Jungle Kale was no longer a thing.
I remember those days in the office.
Yeah, but solo lane, she gets to her items really quickly, because even though everyone's like, oh, the late game of Kale and the scaling of Kale are so amazing, her full item builds come really quickly, because she does need a lot of the items, but they're all fairly cheap. These are not maximum price items. They're all these sort of pseudo end game items where a lot of them are mostly attack speed based and on hit base. And as they said multiple times, works really well with Fervor now. And so he definitely gets to be that big threat in the back line. The only problems that really ever arise for Kale are when she's facing a lot of hard engage, and hard CC, because if you target her, she's very squishy. You can sometimes burst her down before the ultimate comes off, or force her to use it on herself. But Fox, they had so much control of the battlefield. With Gangplank Barrels, the threat of a giant area of the battle that is there, and then the front line that Dyrus pointed out of Alistar and Gragas is really secure.
Yeah, so I'm tipped, Dyrus. I'm in the loading screen. We've seen the Kale locked in. We as a team are now discussing in comms how we're going to beat this composition that's been put together by Echo Fox. How do we play around this specifically? What would be your advice in that situation?
So there's lots of strengths and weaknesses of Kale, and if you don't play against it often, you won't really know. So one of the big things is Kale always pushes the lane because of her E. And because of the First Blood and because Kale didn't have Flash, that actually brought up a huge opportunity for Tip to have like Poppy E, Elise E, and then maybe even have mid priority to where they push up middle and set up a tower dive before Kale hit 6. And Hard's whole goal this game is to keep Kale safe, to keep him from getting tower dove, and TIP just wants to pressure that. But we didn't really see much of that, so we weren't able to see the weaknesses, and we were able to see Kale thrive because of it.
Yeah, when we saw that First Blood go off with the Flash being burned and still dying, I was like, this top lane is in such a terrible spot. But as you said, Gragas was able to cover, and with a jungler like Elise on the enemy team, you especially think something's going to happen up there.
It was kind of strange, because with that given information, we still saw Proxen opt to start jungling on the top side of the map. So in those early minutes where he maybe could have capitalized on the flash, he forced himself into the bottom side of the map.
So I actually, when I initially saw the start, I thought that he was going to just do 3 camps on the blue side of his jungle and gank top, because Elise doesn't actually need red buff to go gank a flashless Kale. She could just get a really quick level 3, and that's actually the quickest way to gank top lane, is just to clear those 3 camps and then make your way up there. You're a couple seconds ahead since you don't have to traverse to the other quadrant of the jungle. And I thought he was still going to go up there. But ended the route on the bottom side.
I think it was really important that they set up like a jungle path and a plan to abuse her, because right now, if they did that whole blue side, the way the wave was, Poppy was actually pushing in. So maybe if Poppy pushed in the first 2 waves and then on the cannon wave it comes back and then you look for the gank, or you try to pull the wave from the start and try to make Kale use E. But it seems that KFO didn't push the lane at all, because he knew that if he did, he would get ganked. And, it just worked out for him. He got lucky.
Yeah, so Kale makes it through the early game into the late game. And now's where I want to turn to a couple of individual players on Fox. I'm going to group them together, though, Frog and Keith and Big. These guys have been putting up some pretty crazy performances that have played major roles in their 4-0 run here so far. I don't really have anything to add to that. I just kind of wanted to bring those.
They get the
I kind of wanted to just, I don't know what it was. I was like, well, maybe they'll have something to say about it, but
You're like,
they're
we've
very
got
good players.
Let's group them up. Here's your package of good players. All right.
Woo! I don't know.
But honestly, okay. I got you, bro. I got you, Dad. So, Froggen, we've already gone over the amazing stats. He's going to even have better ones. I don't know exactly where he stands, but I would assume still at least near the top, if not at the top of mid laners. And transitioning into Big, he's another one that people wouldn't necessarily point out because Keith has had these big plays where highlight plays at the end of the game he's cleaning up. Obviously, Keith has been a huge carry for the team as well. But Big, I like you pointing him out as well because he's been keeping Keith safe and creating a lot of plays, plus the shot calling aspect that he didn't even know was really going to be one of his main roles, and he's really thrived in under that pressure.
Really coming into his zone. Ultimately, fantastic win for Fox. They're moving to 4-0 so far, or since they've gotten their lineup back. The big question, though, as Jat mentioned, was in their last 6 games, they're going to go up against the 4 top teams in the league. We'll see what they've got for us in the coming weeks. We've got to step away for a quick break, but stick around for our match of the week, where Liquid will take a second crack at taking down Immortals. There's more league in just 3.5.
Lucian can literally suicide into them and just get ulti.
Keith,
But
don't.
you know what to.
That's not something you want to say before a game, Carl.
Okay, Keith, don't suicide into them. Take all of them with you.
Yep, I'll kill everyone,
5
like you did yesterday.
The Hard takes a KO ulti, refuses to go down, is still alive, finally! Mash with the Triforce takes him down, and there's a push in towards Dragon, picked up, there's the Hard engage! Big starts it off, and he's tanky, the first kill comes through, it's already a kill off and a gain, a second one in a period, the hammer comes down from Fang.
Poppy no flash.
Nice,
nice.
Poppy.
Okay. Poppy. I'm going. Poppy.
Baron.
Gate chunked low, the Elise in the rafters, flashes over the Baron pit, Culling tickles him at the very end of his thorax. Echo Fox making quick work of every team in front of them.
think Dardock is one of the guys who have like really high potential to be like superstar. He is not really like scared about making plays.
Dardock dashes back. Was it just enough HP to save him? They're gonna get over the wall. Oh, he gets taken down.
But he doesn't really have a lot of experience. I think if you get a lot of experience, you don't really make bad plays.
It's not like I'm just a brand new player, like I have no knowledge. I'm pretty much just as smart as him.
I think I'm more consistent, more team player than he is. I put way more wards.
I mean, wards don't make the Nexus explode. You can ward all you want, but that's not what's gonna win you the game. There's not a big enough difference between me and Rainover to warrant him being the jungle king.
Oh, he's gone! Rainover says hello, picks him off again!
But he's still pretty good.
What a great way to end that one.
Still pretty good.
Welcome back to the North American LCS Spring Split, everyone. We're setting the stage for the match. You guys guessed it. The match of the week, Liquid versus the one and only Immortals. Dardock had some words to say about his opponents, and maybe they're a bit warranted. Honestly, Immortals yesterday looked quite sloppy against Renegades. It's a win, but it wasn't a great one.
Yeah, it was definitely Immortals' worst win of the split, and they were not operating 100% for sure, and maybe it was because they were overlooking Renegades in preparation for that game. Rainover was also trying out a new champion with Rumble in the jungle, and he had his worst game of the split by far. They were able to recover and win, though, but it definitely was not clean.
It wasn't. But meanwhile, we can talk about the other side of the rift here, because Liquid haven't looked all that clean themselves. They had a 55-minute slobber knocker against Echo Fox, and they couldn't quite pull it out, and that's kind of rough here. And as much as people want Liquid to be good, they have still yet to beat a top 4 team.
Yeah, and they're sitting at 5 and 6. They have been sliding, actually, and a loss here would jeopardize their playoff spot by putting them into a tie for 6th place with Echo Fox, who is surging pretty hard. And 2 of their new players this split, Dardock and Matt, they came in and looked like they were going to reinvigorate the team. But lately, in their last few, they have not been having the same impact. Yesterday, Dardock looked a little shaky on his Gragas. He even tweeted after the game that he wasn't mentally into that game. And Matt has also been very inconsistent, even within the same game, where he has some great plays and then maybe some game-losing plays.
Yeah, so rough stuff here. We'll see if they can kind of shelter that here. Meanwhile, talking about emotional players and being ready for these games, Liquid have been referred to, of course, as an emotional team. Piglet says that's actually a good thing, though.
사실 제가 너무 이기고 싶어 해서 좀 그렇게 많이 불리는 것 같아요. 그리고 제가 정말 지는 것도 정말 싫어하고 다른 사람들보다. 근데 저는 그게 꼭 나쁘지만은 않다고 생각을 해요. 왜냐하면 그런 감정들이 있어야지 그래도 성장을 더 할 수 있을 거라고 믿거든요. 네, 그래서 그런 감정이 없는 선수들보다 저처럼 이렇게 질 때 화나고 이길 땐 즐겁고 그런 사람들이 더 성장할 수 있는 사람 같아요.
Yeah, and that's the thing is we heard this, of course, from Piglet right now, where getting really emotionally involved in the games is super important for improving. And of course, yesterday he talked about the fact that Immortals, they don't lose, so they don't have as many lessons to learn. And you hope these lessons actually finally start meaning something for Liquid here, because 5 and 6 is not a record that these guys would have expected to have for themselves this far down into the split. Their playoff position in jeopardy as well, and maybe just now they can finally turn it around against Immortals.
Yeah, well, the biggest thing that they need to be able to do is they need to start taking games against teams ahead of them in the standings.
Right.
I mean, yesterday was an upset loss to Echo Fox because aside from their Renegades loss, which was in week 1, they had beaten everyone below them in the standings and lost to everyone above them in the standings. And Immortals is well above them in the standings, so they really need to kind of step up and start putting all these potential pieces together to find a game and use all the motivation from their losses to maybe make a surge here.
Well, we'll see if Liquid can kind of gel that all together here. We're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side on this one is Liquid, of course. Lorlo in the top lane, Dardock in the jungle, who says wards don't always win games. Shame on you. Phoenix in mid, Piglet and AD carry, Matt on support with Coach Loco Doka.
They don't always win games, but they certainly help. On the red side, it is Immortals with Huni in the top lane, Rainover in the jungle, Bobelter in mid lane, Wild Turtles AD carry, Adrian is support with their coach Dylan.
So this is interesting to watch, and we'll see how these teams can do. I asked Matt what he thought about Adrian's approach to champ select, where Adrian says if they're good in solo queue, they must be good and competitive, so I'll just keep playing them. Matt was like, yeah, that's probably pretty true, but he's still not playing Janna and Soraka every game, so I don't know. I mean, Matt was giving him some credibility, but that really intrigues me, actually. The players that are, wanting to bring out new things. We got to see the CLG Pantheon, the Karma trains coming up there, 2 energy games, as well as 1 from Renegades. We'll see if there's anything new in this one.
Yeah, well, Matt has definitely shown the most success on Bard, which has been his best champion in solo queue. He used to have the name Matt Life in even, I think it was Kasing who had a good Bard game over in Europe, said he only started playing Bard because he saw Matt Life play Bard over in NA and was like, wow, this guy's really good at this champion. He kind of unlocked the potential. So it's like a world-renowned Bard. I think you should just play it whenever you can, honestly. I don't think Bard has enough bad matchups. If you're that good at him, you should be drawing a banner picking it.
And we know Adrian won't play it because he's not high up in the solo queue tier list here. So pick it up whenever you want. Poppy grabbed away. Soraka banned. Janna left up, which is interesting because I feel like Immortals picked Janna over Soraka anyway. But the ban comes through regardless to make that not happen. Poppy still being picked happily by teams in 6.3 after her minor nerfs. That does leave Corki on the table, but neither team want it. It's the Gragas who's rushed for, still at Kalista.
They also picked the Poppy over Kalista, which I think is somewhat questionable. Kalista was banned 9 out of 10 games in the European LCS, has been banned the majority of the time in the NALCS. 100% presence this week, pick ban. And Poppy you cannot say the same about. Also, Piglet is a really good Kalista, and Wild Turtle has shown some incredibly good games on it. I think it just gives too much versatility to Immortals, who's already a versatile team.
And now we're going to see if Liquid decide they want the Rumble or not. Rainover did play it yesterday to minimal effect. Goes on to Gragas this time around. Of course, it's champion he's very good at. Played it at Worlds plenty of times, and he's bringing it back here in the North American LCS. Liquid to make their decisions. I don't expect them to show a solo lane right now. Actually, they've shown Poppy, so maybe they actually will just show all of their solos. And this is honestly very strange. This draft is a bit confusing to me. They, again, rush pick a Zillion when Poelter is just going to play Lux every single game. And they take an Alistar, which is probably the only high priority one that I would have expected to see early on.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're just tunneling on exactly what they want to play. It is something that Team Dingertoss said they have been doing since they've been struggling, is they just picked a composition, practice the crap out of it, get your execution down, and just play it against anything.
Yeah.
And Immortals is a team that has been doing, somewhat similar style compositions, even though they have really diverse total champion pool. But for Team Liquid, a team that has been struggling, not the worst thing. They are making sure they get their picks, and they're going to be able to double pick their bottom lane at the end.
Okay.
Well, don't say it's a great draft, but I can see a reason for it.
Yeah, it's a logical draft at the very least. The Janna does come through for Adrian. I think literally no one here is surprised that champion came through the Soraka ban. Twisted Fate is actually the pickup for Pobelter. He had played Lux his last 3 games and actually hasn't played TF since week 1 against Cloud9, but brings it back here and says, you know what, this is the time for this champion here, and I want to see what it's going to synergize with, as they still need a top laner to play for Immortals.
Huni will be able to counterpick against the... Oh, they're doing it!
They're doing it. Udyr comes through. Jat, you get to cast an Udyr game.
I get to cast an Udyr game. I've actually been waiting for this. I will get into it in a little bit.
You will get into it in a little
bit.
bit.
I'm not going to play all of my cards yet.
Okay.
But I will have much to say, and I think Dardoch is the player to do it. I haven't actually seen Dardoch play Udyr personally, but he has the correct style of play where Udyr will be good for him. Fast clears, lots of high pressure, and typically fearless. So that's what you need to play Udyr.
And we're seeing the occasional Pantheon hover as Adrian circles through champions. I actually think there's a good chance that Immortals just played CLG all week, and both teams realize that Pantheon top is good.
I do have to clarify about Udyr, though.
Okay.
I never pick it into Janna. I think Janna is the single best champion against Udyr. It has changed a little bit now that Udyr can get so many movement speed items. Sometimes he can work around it, but Janna with the ultimate, the Zephyr, the Tornado, is so hard for Udyr to work around. It'll be already a tough game for Dardoch going in.
All right, and Immortals actually building pretty low crit on the double marksman composition. Quinn in the top lane is going to be the pickup for Huni here, who's not against a hyper tank like Malphite, but more against a more fighter type like this Poppy. So we'll see if Huni can find some advantage here. I actually am very curious to see how the Quinn vs Poppy matchup will play out, because there's a lot of room for outplay on both sides here. Poppy to go, of course, alongside this Udyr from Dardoch, and you see Team Liquid actually, there are parts that I like here, though. You have Zillion to haste heavily 3 different really scary melee champions into the enemy team. The Udyr going at light speed, the Poppy, or the Alistar going at light speed can definitely be scary. Piglet on a very high uptime backline AD carry can belt out tons of damage.
Exactly. Udyr is a great person for enchanters to put stuff onto him, and Zilean can speed him up so much, whether it's a Lulu, a Zilean gives very similar move speed, and then instead of a shield can just bring a revive. So I expect the majority of the Zilean move speeds to go onto Udyr, and if he gets a bear stun, that chains very well into a Zilean double bomb.
Oh, yeah.
So the synergy is real, even if Janna is a good champion against it. The incredible move speed that the Zilean can add on top of that might be enough to overcome.
So we'll see how well that goes, guys. It's going to be a very fun game. It's our match of the week, and Team Liquid have definitely a very interesting composition, so we'll see if they can win this one against the undefeated Immortals. Tweet at Esports, hashtag TL winner, hashtag IMTwin, because this, I think, is going to be a very exciting game. Liquid can certainly bounce back from their loss yesterday, but Immortals looking to make it 12-0. Many consider them untouchable, but you never know. These teams can always bring it out and give you a great game. Liquid versus Immortals. Who's it gonna be? Here we go into the game.
Yeah, Immortals still going for that undefeated season. This will mark the 2/3 point if they're able to win this. But Dardoch's Udyr stands in the way. Well, and also the rest of Team Liquid.
Yes.
But I'm going to be focusing on one thing in particular.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Dardoch is using, of course, the best Udyr skin.
He's doing the thing too, so this is actually very key. Notice how he is in Phoenix stance already. Dardoch has used Phoenix stance in base, so his first auto attack will shoot the flames in the jungle. Also, it allows you to spam a really annoying noise on the opponent, which you can't do if you haven't done Phoenix stance. And Dardoch was doing that. It's like, if you ever just skill up Phoenix and then press Control 2 and just spam 2 over and over again, you make the most annoying noise with that Udyr skin. It's one of my favorite things.
But have you heard Lulu's laugh? Or Lux's?
Or Korean Lysandra.
Oh, or Korean Vi is worse than Korean Lysandra. Korean Vi, I think, is actually the...
See, it's... No, he's not doing the right one. You can make a louder noise.
Dardoch, take lessons.
Make the noise.
Watch this VOD. Learn how to play it better. Lorlo here to double jungle with him. And we'll see. Does he have the mechanics, chat?
Either way. Well, the thing is, it's all about optimization when you're Udyr jungling. So he's going to hit first and then proc his Phoenix stance immediately. Notice the flames come out, then he procs it again. So he had 2 consecutive flame attacks, which is a minor thing, but it's all about pulling ahead of the enemy jungler when you're playing Udyr.
Udyr, a farm-heavy, really gold-hungry jungler, and you can see hits Turtle, gets the shield, then Phoenix right away.
Dardoch has at least played enough games on Udyr to know the way to jungle him. Notice how he's positioning so his flames can go through all 3 of the camps. Also, he pressed Turtle stance on the way to the camp, but then his first attack was still Phoenix. The Turtle shield persists for 5 seconds on Udyr, so whenever you can, mana permitting, you want to be using that before you start the camp, and also finishing camps with it so that you can start with the Phoenix stance on the next one.
Very nice stuff. Nice headbutt pulverize onto Wild Turtle, and look at the damage coming out already. Piglet and Matt, nice early trade there. Adrian could not block enough of that damage. You consider the fact that these guys are still level 1. Matt and Piglet, I believe, did start Krugs for themselves, and while the Immortals duo lane did, in fact, get Gromp for themselves, they just didn't get enough XP, and the level 2 power spike came in for a good trade, and it means that Turtle's already out his first potion.
Yeah, and Piglet's had some really successful games on Caitlyn this year, even into Kalista. He's very good at keeping that max range on Caitlyn and not letting Kalista get aggressive onto him. So Piglet and Matt giving that Kalista through in Champ Select, picking their bottom lane last, and still being able to get a very powerful duo.
Well played right here. Fervor of Battle, both marksmen not named Corki. Again, the right way to do it. Actually, all 3 marksmen. It's the same for Huni as well. I can see the case for Thunderlords in that, but auto attacks are going to be the case for him. Wind Speaker on Alistair is for sure always what you want to do in case there's ever any debate in your mind. It's definitely Wind Speaker, guys. I'm going to keep doing the Keystone talk for a little bit here. It'll slowly wind down as players learn more and more about the masteries. But as the bot lane is pushed in, Immortals have the smallest of gold leads right now, mostly because Huni is so very far ahead of Lorlo early on in the laning phase, and Dardoch is right now not really out-clearing Reignover by much.
Yeah, it's kind of insane how much Quinn can pressure Poppy early on in the laning phase. Dardoch hits level 4, puts his first point into bear stance, so his skill order was R, W, R, and then E, which is pretty standard for Udyr since he can full clear so quickly.
Again, the headbutt pulverize comes in. Piglet this time could not land the net, so it's auto attack into Q. If you can, though, the net actually guarantees the Q does not have fall-off damage against the champion. And so if you can EQ auto, and the auto has a million range, so you can get that, that is the optimal trade for Caitlyn. Couldn't get it here. That's fine. Minions are minions. But look at this. An early dive by Immortals.
Such an early roam.
Lorlo stuck on a turret. There's the gold card. Poelter pulls the aggro, does plenty of damage. Huni gets blocked up by the steadfast presence. Doesn't matter. Right over. The jump boy throws turret. Ooh. Woo. Nearly down to the turret. Does get away. Great early dive. Good play by Immortals.
Poelter's got a flash, though.
Yep.
Yeah, did not want to follow over the wall because he didn't have vision of Rainover or anyone else, and Udyr could have ended up dying here, but that'll be a lot of early experience for Dardoch. It's surprising that Poelter was able to make that roam so early.
Ooh, big misstep there. The javelin did not come in. Oh, Piglet dangerously low as well. Exhausted come through for Adrian, who is still chasing, but Adrian's Tornado did not come in time to stop Matt's headbutt pulverize. He tried to time it and predict it, and that would have been insane, but a quarter second off, Adrian nearly made that a 2v1.
Yeah, Janet can be very good against the Alistair, interrupting the headbutt with the Tornado, but instead it's a 2 summoner for 1 trade, and Piglet continue to dominate this lane against Wild Turtle and Adrian.
Up 18 CS, forcing the recall, so all those minions are just going to go nowhere. Adrian can absorb some money, getting that 1 gold per kill from Bandit, but misses the Zephyr, not going to get some of these CS. Plus 17 finally gets a bit more gold, but wow, Wild Turtle falling very far behind, and in fact, this happened a little bit yesterday as well. The Immortals duo lane have been falling behind this week.
Yeah, not their week. They've definitely looked a little bit off. And that has prompted a lot of focus from Rainover to push a little hard with Huni in the top lane. Didn't cost him yesterday against Renegades, but today they do already have that big lane advantage, and they're looking to pressure Lorlo the whole game. I mean, Rainover even said in the tease at the start of the day, oh yeah, Team Liquid, we can deal with them. We'll just shut down Lorlo. So they're very telegraphed about what they want to do to this guy.
Sure.
Huni picks him in with a counter pick in the last matchup. Rainover uses all his ganks there, and Dardoch has been farming up the lane. Udyr does not operate well when he has to focus one lane, because Udyr wants to cycle constantly in the jungle and needs to make his ganks convenient for him. Otherwise, he'll fall behind. But that means if you're in a bad top lane matchup, it's really difficult for Udyr to succeed.
Lorlo having to sit on a bit of an island. This lane will now start pushing towards the Papa here. Huni level 6. And of course, Poelter still gaining levels, is not far from that Destiny himself. Actually just gets the ulti rank now. And it's interesting. I want to see what Immortals can do with this, because bot lane is getting far behind, and Piglet can maybe even 1v5 this game if he gets big enough on Caitlyn. We've seen it happen with players like Reckless before. And Huni is not on the best late game champion. Quinn is not Kale or, Udyr, who can do a whole bunch of stuff 60 minutes in.
Should go.
Flash pulverizer to the headbutt backwards. Not good for Wild Turtle. Tornado comes across and Adrian says goodbye. I'm not part of this anymore. Turtle gets a few more attacks in, but will go down. Well played gank. Dardoch came to make sure it happened. The kill comes through. Good job, Team Liquid.
Yep, Matt was worried that Wild Turtle is going to be able to flash out of his pulverize, but he waits just long enough, gets it, and they just alley-oop it straight back to Udyr. So Dardoch is kind of jump-started in the jungle here and going straight for the Dragon Control. I do have to point out, he's gone without the Chilling Smite, which is the most common smite for Udyr, because it's all about move speed differential for him. But in this particular case, because he has the Zillion to speed him up, he's probably going to be able to gap close in the later game anyway, so he's instead gone for the more pro-play viable Tracking Smite.
Yeah. And also rushing a Hunter's Potion early on before finishing Runic Echoes, so a lot of sustain in the jungle.
Yeah, Rainover also splitting the map expertly. Even with Udyr, who's a super fast clear, Rainover is keeping up with that from a farm perspective, and once he gets Runic Echoes, he's actually outpacing Dardoch in levels, which is so impressive, and has had the successful ganks for a 40 CS advantage for Huni in the top lane. So it's still advantage Rainover, even though Dardoch is doing pretty well on Udyr.
Yeah, gold-wise, they're definitely very close, of course, with the fact that Dardoch has the kill compared to the assist of Rainover. There's more money on this champion, but he's constantly looking to make this top lane happen. Lorlo's Trinket Ward spots that in the Tri-Brush, but look at that, 21 CS. Ooh. 8 minutes in. I mean, Lorlo is the punching bag of Immortals right now.
So brutal for him. I mean, Dardoch is up there for help, but if he ends up waiting there, it's just not the situation he wants to be in. No lane swap here either, which may have been beneficial to just get Lorlo out of that situation with Huni. But Immortals is very willing to dictate to their opponents, and they probably would have swapped back and forth until Huni would get the solo matchup.
Yeah.
Still think Team Liquid should have gone for that game, since this is not going well in the top lane.
It's not going well in the top lane, but the mid lane and bot lane are still fine. Of course, we saw that earlier kill, and we've been seeing Piglet win the laning phase, but also look at this, Phoenix pretty far ahead against Poelter. Of course, Poelter did roam at about level 4, like very early on to this game, which will make him lose a wave or two, but still, minus about 15 is more than he would have normally lost just from that one play. And Phoenix is going to do his best to keep pushing forward. Of course, there is cleanse on the Zillion, so chain stun into kill is not likely to happen. And you can always get that ulti off onto a teammate. Right now, a 1,000 gold lead sits for Immortals with, you know, the kills being equal. That means it's 1,000 gold worth of farm.
Yeah. Both junglers actually know, they don't know that they're spotted, but the junglers know the other jungler is there. Dardoch walked over ward and River Rainover was sitting on a ward. So that gank's not really going anywhere. Smartly, Dardoch goes in for the counter jungle, but they have to be careful because Twisted Fate can collapse.
TF can, and so is Quinn. Huni is running across the map, but now Bird's a teleport to show up, and look at that, Dardoch forced to flash away from Pobelter. Now stuck in a 1v4, a whole bunch of damage comes through, but guess what? There's a Zillion, and he's gonna revive. The bombs come through, Rainover takes a stun, Matt still in the front lines. A lot of damage to Adrian, whose fate's called out. Wild Turtle's gotta be careful though, he's on the wrong side. Pushes Adrian right back in, who wants Monsoons to buy a bit more time, and these kills are gonna be so close, and it's 2 for Immortals, make that 3 for Immortals. A double kill, Huni almost gets a third, but they have slaughtered TL.
Yeah, and I don't think they want Piglet to get this recall off. They don't have too much, but I think this is turning into a 4th kill. Great collapse by Immortals, and here's the dive.
There's the dive, there's the kills, there's the rend. They made sure it happened. Huni pulled the wave to make sure that the next minion wave could come in. Then they executed the dive. Adrian, well played, jumping right back in, buying enough time. 0-0-4 on him. 5-1 Immortals. Great fight.
I'm really sad the first pro-Uter in the North American LCS has to play against Immortals, who is just so good at collapsing and mispositioning people. He's not at the farm state where he can make the super aggressive invades, and he did not have enough time to make that invade, so Immortals collapsed quite expertly on him, with Huni teleporting in as well as Pobelter coming in for TF. Very crazy fight. This turned into a full-on 5v5. So great stun by Dardoch to delay Pobelter on the gold card, but the gold card still catches him, and Phoenix does arrive with the stun. But at the same time, the rest of Team Liquid is slower to the start of the fight than Immortals is. Adrian gets pulled back, but then has the balls to go back in, still has his ultimate as well, so he can heal up safely and clump everyone for Immortals to finish the collapse onto them. Even though Immortals was split off into 2 sections, they grouped up Team Liquid in the mid of the fight and were able to land a bunch of AoE.
Yeah. And this last dive, you see the minions getting pulled in.
Yeah, they don't even wait for the minions. Huni
they just know they have it.
Decides to tank it as soon as Wild Turtle and Adrian are ready to go in.
Huni E into 1 auto attack and walk backwards out up to a range. He knows his team can secure it. The Janna shield helps make sure he survives it all, and just a really well played and well executed dive. Top lane still under fire as well, and Huni's got red buff. That affects turrets. That thing's going down really quickly. And Immortals 5 kills to 1, about to be 2 turrets to 0, and a 6,000 gold lead. Out of basically nowhere 12 minutes in.
Immortals looking to make a statement after their tricky game against Renegades yesterday.
Yeah.
Taking this one very quickly.
They are.
So far. As you said, 12 minutes in, 5,000 gold lead.
It's extreme.
Bordering on absurdity.
Just Immortals things.
Also, Dardoch did pick Udyr into Janna, so it will always be a difficult life. Also against a Twisted Fate. Udyr loves to go Swiftness boots, but it's really hard to go Swiftness boots against the hard CC of a Twisted Fate.
And top lane 2-2 is already gone. The rest of the team joined Huni. Janna showed up, gave him a shield. 4 people, I believe, were up in that lane as Pobelter held mid. It meant they had to leave bot lane alone, but oh no, some minions died to a turret. Meanwhile, the turret itself was taken out in the top side. So Immortals pushing farther ahead. That lead now 6,500. Yeah, like it's just getting worse and worse here. Rainover now inside his left-hand jungle. Blue buff is completely there as Immortals own about 80% of the map now.
Yeah, Rainover showing us why he continues to be king of the jungle.
Yep.
Farming faster than Dardoch's Udyr, and then also getting off the more successful games.
Uh-oh. They found a Zillion, but they also found Dardoch and Matt. Huni walks away. No one with the combo, though. Matt didn't go for the headbutt pulverize, despite the fact that those two were alone. That could have been a pick-off, honestly, onto Huni.
Yeah, I don't think they had quite the right fog of war control, so they weren't sure where people were going to be. Probably a little bit afraid of Froggish flying into the end of the fight. Turns out to just be Rift Herald, and I know earlier in the day we saw Quinn picked into Malphite, which is a bad matchup. But Quinn is also not just about the matchup, it's about how you play the map with it.
Yes.
Huni there recognized that the bottom lane was getting pushed, very quickly was able to cover down there. It's all about wave manipulation and just being able to always get the enemy pressure.
Yep. He's the only player on this Immortal squad with 100% kill participation for this game, so he has made everything happen. He was the winning lane, they ganked for him, then he roamed down and made the other team fights happen. Blue team has slain the dragon, so well played the dart up, but the fight continues now. Matt locks Pobelter into the team, but you know what? He's not taking that much damage. Janna buys some time, a great explosive cast, and Piglet is trapped, and he goes down to Rainover. Matt follows suit, the bot lane of Liquid is dead, and now comes Twisted Fate. Gold card onto Lorlo, the flash tornado for Adrian, there's the kill. Stun to the wall does not matter, a double for Pobelter, 8-1 Immortals with another victory.
Yeah, Team Liquid does pick up their second dragon, but Immortals easily engages a 4v5 in the dragon pit. Turtle was way over on the other side of the map, but they still win this fight swimmingly. 3 kills for 0, and they may even get, they're going to get at least 1 turret. I think they're going to somehow turn this into 2.
They somehow can. It just feels like this team pushes better than other teams do. Bot lane being pushed in right now, that's going to be under turret as well. And you know, Immortals don't need these dragon buffs. They don't seem to do much for them. They're just getting the gold from killing champions, killing turrets, and out farming. So we're at 10,000 up at 15 minutes.
Yeah, very close to. That's one of the largest advantages I've seen all year. Yeah, Matt wants to go in for this, and it was actually a 4v3 within the Dragon Pit, although Team Liquid had the option of having 5 people there. There was only 3 people doing the Dragon, the rest were caught mid lane, so it's not so bold of a call when you're 4 people catching 3 in a Dragon Pit. Then the rest of the collapse is there for Twisted Fate. Yeah. Team Liquid really just feels like they can't catch up. They've been so far behind. They had the call to go for the dragon, but if they were ever going to win a fight, it would have been in a 5v4, but they only had 3 people there because they were worried about clearing the minions from the mid lane, and that's a map pressure thing.
Yeah, it is.
Where Immortals has all the lanes pushing at once, and Team Liquid just couldn't find the time to group.
Immortals, I think, are easily the best team in North America at map pressure. For whatever reason, they always have the lanes where they want them. They always have the turrets available to be killed. Every time Immortals win a team fight, at least a turret died. Every single time. There's always a lane in the right spot for that to be just taken over. Really impressive stuff by Immortals. The entire game they've played this quite cleanly.
Now go back to the starter sentence. Immortals is the best team in North America, full stop.
True.
Don't even need to elaborate sometimes because they have been doing everything the best. That's the big reason they're undefeated. And the next closest team has 4 losses. They are way into first place here. And just showing us why, again, here against Team Liquid.
And look at this by Adrian, actually, rushing into Eye of the Watchers on Janna. He had actually, in every game up until now, gone Frost Queen's claim on this champion. And instead wants that 4th ward. Doesn't seem to need the tools to start fights because, well, they have Pobelter and Huni. Do you even need Frost Queens? And look at that Phoenix. Cleanses, gets gold carded afterwards. It goes, jeez, that damage. Okay, to be fair, Huni took some as well. But Immortals are constantly finding people to fight, finding people to kill. And this turret might be next.
Yeah, really good return of damage on a Phoenix right there, but they just move bottom lane, and it's the other 3 people that are pushing that. Meanwhile, Lorlo has to clear out the wave that Huni already shoved up in the top lane. That's the Quinn coast-to-coast play. Get the lane shoving, someone respawns, create a 2v1. Didn't get the kill, but it still gave them a numbers advantage somewhere, and they take yet another turret, their 5th of the game, down bottom side.
Really impressive stuff here. Immortals continue to push farther and farther ahead. I want to note that one of the least talked about changes of 6 point, I think it was actually 2, was the Kerchay's shard costs less, which is a little like mini static shiv. And the thing is, he bought that and then also got a longsword on Huni's Quinn right there. I don't think he bought it just to have the stats of the lightning bolt, but I'm curious if that was like actually the intentional build there, or if he will continue to go into Hexdrinker or something.
Energized attacks will deal 40 bonus magic damage on hit.
Yeah.
I usually avoid pronouncing that item. And I just let it sit in inventory. So I'm like, oh yeah, he's going for a Shiv item.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I just go for it.
Was that the correct pronunciation?
Kerchay's?
Kerchay's shard?
I assume it's a proper noun, so unless someone corrects me and says, here's how you say it. For now, it's canon.
All right.
Fight me. Immortals looking to close out on our last game of the day. 8-1, 18 minutes in. And 11,000 gold lead. This is actually... While they won't win sub 20 minutes, they've done that twice before already this season, though. This is certainly one of the biggest leads at this point in the game. Not only just this year, but in competitive history. This is a massive, massive advantage. Rainover cannot quite steal away that blue buff. Liquid can be safe in knowing that they got that buff over to the people they wanted. But the map is just falling away.
I remember a few EDG games where it was 15 or 17,000 by 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And I wonder with all the turrets when Immortals won their 18-minute game, what their gold lead was there. But like you say, these are the games you actually don't see that frequently.
Yeah.
Because a team really has to have, like, it's all about the gold difference. So if they did a lane swap when they trade 4 turrets, right, it's going to give less turret advantage when a team is up. But this is 5 turrets to 0, 8 kills to 1, and a double CS advantage in 1 lane. So that's the types of things that need to happen to have this type of gold lead.
Really rough stuff. Approaching the Flame Horizon is Huni, and I actually wonder what the record is for Flame Horizoning someone else, which is, by the way, plus 100 CS over your lane opponent. But right now, 19 minutes in, he's nearly there, 168 to 87. He's got 19 to go, 18 to go, less now. And Huni, I mean, he counterpicked into a good matchup. The team ganked for him repeatedly. I mean, this is clearly a team effort to get Huni this far ahead, but look at that, into the turret they go. Phoenix has to ult, he will revive himself. Matt buys a bit of time with the stun. Immortal's still under the turret, and somehow they managed to drop aggro well. Lorlo dangerously low, but Poets are also getting attacked, knocked into the air, exhausted. I think he might have dodged a bomb with that as well, but another tornado lands, one kill already through onto Lorlo. Matt might be next, Rainover stuck under the turret, taking damage. More barrels coming through, plenty of punishment, and whoa, Rainover does go down. As you say, a triple stun is a really big deal coming out of Phoenix. That means the fight is a 1-for-1, way better than many would have expected for Liquid.
Yeah, Pobelter went really deep right there, and they also didn't hold off properly on that.
He dodged one, he did not dodge the other. He will trade a kill, but go down to Matt. He slams the ground in victory, a 1-for-1 yet again.
Oh wow, but Turtle and Adrian and Quinn are kind of on the hunt to clean up the backside of this fight.
Yep.
Never deterred from what is looking like a disastrous situation. It looks like Immortal's going to get the turret at the end of this anyway.
Every time a battle happens, Immortals get the turret. Every time.
Oh my god.
Whether you got killed or not, it's whatever. 6 turrets now picked up by Immortals. Lorlo does get some farm in the side lane and will crest that 100 mark very shortly. We watch that fight again, though.
Yeah, so the double bombs do not get the stun. One is picked up by Wild Turtle on the backside. The main thing we need to focus on, though, is the bottom of this fight here where Pobelter is way down there. And Dardoch flashes on him for the stun. But the ultimate from Lorlo actually stops Ace in the Hole from doing damage to Pobelter, which stalled the fight pretty poorly. This is where the fight could have been very disastrous for Immortals because Phoenix gets a triple stun with the double bomb onto Huni. Piglet's able to last hit Rainover, and they continue their retreat. But even Team Liquid is very low here, so any kill they're going to chase down, it's going to be pretty tricky because Immortals is never willing to just completely back away from a fight, which I think eventually will backfire and lead to like a really lopsided loss for them. But up until this point, it's been working out for them, so there's no reason to not play so aggressively.
It really has. So Immortals continuing with the hard pushes and with the minion waves always pushed up. Even if they lose a fight, they seem to never lose a turret. I harken back to their C9 victory from last week, and even though the team fights in Immortals vs C9 were so very close, Cloud9 could never take something off the map. They got maybe 2 turret kills all game, and Immortals had taken the entire base every time around. So, again, as you said, Immortals, best team in North America, full stop, showing it here. Just the class of this team, the caliber of their players, and the caliber of their macro play, certainly very, very high. 12,500 gold up, 21, almost 22 minutes in. And this is what everyone imagines when they pick Quinn into a tank top lane. Win the early laning phase before the armor items, and then roam around the map and make things happen. Huni is doing that very, very well. Affecting the lanes, affecting the matchups. Still highest KP on his team, 10 out of 11. No deaths either. Did in fact go all the way to rapid fire cannon, so there's what the Kerchase Shard was for. And we'll see just what the Jarm's Fist goes into.
Yeah, looking to set up a play or a Baron. They do have Callista, so they have tremendous Baron control. They also have Teleport up on Huni, so he's going to be split pushing the bottom lane. I don't think Immortals is going to straight up just do the Baron without proper vision control or without a pick. They have Twisted Fate, they have Gragas. Rainover will have his flash up in under a minute, and I think that's when we're going to see them really start forcing.
So we wait for those cooldowns to come through. Wild Turtle clears the top lane. No threat on him at all. 206 to 118, the top lane matchup. Wild Turtle actually still behind in minions, and he hasn't been the most impactful player on his team at 2-1 and 2, but you know what? It's been good enough to keep the turret alive and to be a part of some of these fights. There comes the engage. They find Matt, who's already popped the ulti, is trying to run away as fast as possible. Exhaust now onto Huni to buy him enough time to survive. Blotting Assault will not land, and he'll walk away.
Yeah, the cooldowns that had to be burned by Immortals are very small. A Ghost Blade, it's on a 45-second cooldown. Huni's still at full health. Meanwhile, Matt had to exhaust and ultimate. So if Team Liquid did want to look into this Baron, it would be for a 4v5. So that's the right time to turn and burn onto it.
There it is. Smite comes in. Last hit goes to Huni, but now the ulti in from Pobelter to flank right on. Phoenix has to immediately burn Cleanse, taking damage from Ignite as well, but the team will run away safely. Huni is still on the hunt, looking for some prey. Won't find any just yet, but we'll walk to the bottom lane to kill some minions off. Baron buff on, 15,000 gold lead. Huni clearing a minion wave pretty quickly there. 214, the minion score for him. and despite how much he's roaming around the map, is still managing to be the highest minion killing player in the game.
Yeah. Quinn makes very quick movements.
Yes, she does.
Around the map. Plus, he had that big advantage from the laning phase.
Yeah.
About 1,500 gold in multiple pockets for Immortals. So they're sitting on about 6,000 unspent gold, but they still, even with that, would have nearly a 10,000 gold advantage and a Baron buff. So they look to push hard.
Combo in from Matt, but no one else is in the gold credit on him, as it is Alistair. Now a tackle onto Wild Turtle, and yes, they blow him up. He goes down. Huni nearly dropped as well. So hey, good fight by Liquid to get one, nearly 2 kills. But now comes them trying to run. Can you outrun a Janna team?
Yeah, and Gragas, who can throw slows behind them, so probably no extended chase. 1 kill. Kind of why you don't like sieging with 6,000 gold in your pocket, but it was a 6,000 gold advantage anyway, so they thought they could do it. Again, Phoenix has some pretty good bomb stuns on the turret. That's what ends up. Huni just has things detonate on his face. Cobelter takes turret aggro here, and yeah, Huni just does not respect the Zillion.
He actually vaulted into Steadfast Presence as well and took some more damage there.
Yeah. Overly aggressive play, but they still have Baron buff timing. I think they're going to look to go right back there. I like the Captain Boots Adrian going back to catch his Callista and help him speed down the lane.
Yeah, he picked that up very early. That was right after Eye of the Watchers came through. And then also now, Mikhail's Crucible picked up very early, so understands that, yeah, Poppy stun at a double bomb is kind of the way people die. So let's give them a cleanse. Let's break that stun and try to get them out. We'll see how much more Adrian can save lives this game. Unkilled in this game has always got to feel nice. Double bomb will knock down the blue buff. Raynor sadly could not steal that either.
I'm a little sad for Dardoch this game as well. He's potentially caught out here in the jungle, trying his best to get farm. I didn't like the fact that he built Hunter's Potion. I feel like that's wasted gold on Udyr, especially with Runic Echoes. You can conserve your mana enough to not need it. But aside from that, his team has been so far behind.
Wow, Lorlo flashed from the threat of getting jumped on. I don't think everyone was even in range of him, but he flashed away, afraid of Huni. The rapid fire cannon, of course, helping him knock down these turrets, so Huni's still able to split push very effectively. Steric's Gauge was picked up. Now he's going towards another armor penetration item. The rest of the team roams down to make sure this bottom inhibitor can go down. A few more hits will do it. The shield on Huni. One more auto attack. One more auto attack, and there it goes. Inhibitor goes down 26 minutes in. Immortals continuing to press their advantages. As they set 11-4 in kills. Now mid lane also under fire, and guess what? Liquid aren't even around, so another turret killed without any threat of combat for that damage. Matt knocked into the air, stunned for a million years it seems, and Huni dodging the bombs. Matt will go down, an unstoppable Huni, and a nice combo comes in from Rainover, means Lorlo will go down as well. A double kill for the Quinn. Adrian knocked in, the vault continues, and a triple kill comes through. Make that a quadra kill for Huni. No voice crack this time, and a pentakill for Huni. After all, on the Quinn. Beautiful game. That's going to be the Nexus. That's going to be the game. 12-0 to Immortals.
And a nice fitting finish for Immortals there. The man, they were focusing ganks for all game. Flanks in the back of the base. Of course with a 15,000 gold lead. And Piglet doesn't even flash away to deny that penta.
Real recognize real Jet.
But Huni gets it.
When Huni plays that well, that's those games where you deserve the penta.
That's true. Yeah,
Piglet
comes off Fountain after that. He's healing full. I think he's trying to get... No, Piglet gave that penta away.
I think it's still deserved. Pentas are earned, and whether they're gifted or not, sometimes that still counts as earned. 23,000 damage dealt in a 27-minute game. Quinn does not normally do 900 damage per minute, but that just sometimes happens when you're Huni. When you get a good matchup, your team ganks your lanes constantly, and he was empowered to make those plays. And again, that's what's in everyone's eyes when they envision picking Quinn for their team, is that situation. Dominate your lane, gank for it, get him ahead, power spike early, roam around, abuse that advantage. That's what people see when they see that champion, and that's what Huni did this game.
Yeah, the Quinn fantasy, so to speak.
Yes, absolutely.
Really great game. Wild Turtle was pretty underwhelming, but that's kind of the Immortals way. You can have a player be underwhelming, and they'll still find ways to win the game handily.
Yep.
And it's troubles afoot for Team Liquid now. That's their 4th loss in 5 games after surging to a 4-game win streak after an 0-3 start. So really a back and forth year for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Trending downwards.
And they play a team that's 1 game behind them next up. Impulse sitting at 4 wins, Liquid sitting at 5. That's their first round matchup next week. And that is not a game you get to drop. If you drop that game, if you are worse than Impulse, you are now the 8th place team.
Yeah.
Echo Fox already challenging 6th. And that's now a tie, by the way. Echo Fox have tied Liquid in 6th. So 6 and 7 are between those teams. Impulse are right behind that at 8. Dignitas, by the way, also at 4 wins, tied at 8.
It's getting tight down there.
That's now where Liquid resides.
Yeah, Liquid was looking like they were going to pull away, and we're going to have a very clear, like, oh, these are the playoff teams.
Right.
These are the teams fighting for 7th, but that's different now. Yeah. Liquid has fallen down fairly heavily, and there is going to be a race for that final playoff spot.
They are 1 game between playoffs and relegation. We'll see which way it goes in the last 6 games of the split. But for now, this game is, of course, about Immortals going 12-0. For more, let's send it down to Riv and Hola Hooney.
Thank you very much for EKcast on the day, gentlemen. I am joined by Hooney after his first pentakill in the NALCS. I only got a few questions for you, Hooney, and my first one is, why are you so good? What makes you such a good player?
First of all, I'm just Hooney. Hooney means I have to be good. I think a lot of people, like, since when I was in amateur from U player, like, there was a lot of fans, like, cheering me, even I'm not, like, I'm just foreigner, but so I have to like practice for them. Like they're cheering me, so I didn't want to like to them make it disappoint because I'm bad, like something like this. So I just practice and then make it good. So.
Well, the practice is definitely paying off. I have a final question for you, Hooney. It's very reminiscent, the run you guys are having here in North America, to how you did with Fnatic in Europe. Do you get the same feeling with Immortals? Are you guys going to go undefeated?
I think it's pretty much I would not say like similar, but it's kind of different. But just our goal is pretty much the same. Like it's just 18-0, make it, and then just being undefeated. I think this feeling is like really happy. Of course, this is exactly the same, but I think it's just as just different team being Immortals. I think it's pretty much different feeling.
Well, you yourself, 32 straight regular season wins. Congrats on the Penta in the NALCS, and good luck to the team in the rest of the split. We're going to throw it to the guys at the analyst desk to break down the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Riv. And before we get into any analysis on that game or anything else, we're going to take another look at that pentakill. Very exciting way to end a big win for Immortals there. So we're just going to roll this out from the beginning. Hooney was a monster on this Quinn the entire game, not just here in the final fight.
Yeah, look at that. He starts it off flanking and going straight to the backline, chunking down Piglet just to get him out of the fight, and then swings over to the rest of the team. Here comes an extra kill. Got the last auto off before the cleanse flash from Phoenix was able to get him out of range, and cleans up the last one there on Piglet, finishing what he started at the very beginning of the fight.
Holo.
A pentakill for Hooney. You know, we had wondered if their struggles yesterday or their success as a whole over the split
would light a fire.
Yeah, would yesterday's struggles light a fire, or would they have become complacent because of how well they were doing? Dyrus, I know you said it while we were watching the game. Not at all. It does not look like they've become complacent.
They're scary. Like, usually when you lose games or you get close to losing, I guess that lit their like flame, and they're like, man, we played really sloppy yesterday. I guess it's time to really turn up the heat, and they really did this game.
Yeah, another very quick one from them today. I think kind of the one major thing that I want to look at in this game is the use of that Quinn, because we were pretty critical about Quinns earlier. Granted, there was no Malphite in this game, but we have been critical of teams and their use of Quinn, and we've talked about how to use that champion properly, and Immortals, they did just that.
Yeah, so not only do you play around your winning matchup and send people to the top lane, where they were able to bully Lorlo with the first giant wave that was built up under the turret. You know, they sent Pobelter as well as Reignover up there to zone him off of the turret, get him behind in CS, and then they had a big advantage to work with in that matchup. But they also paired the Quinn pick with a TF pick, so they have 2 forms of global pressure that they're able to snowball in mid-game.
What they did to Lorlo that game was exactly what they should have done to KFO from TIP to...
in the KL game.
Yeah, that's the exact idea that you want to put. And when you're in Lorlo's position, you got to be in damage control. You got to get armor Quinns, a Doran shield. Like, you just got to survive, man. And at the same time, you got to think about, like, where your jungler's going. They put a lot of pressure going towards bottom, and Piglet really won out in CS there. But, you know, in the end, top laners, they have TP. They can help the whole map, and Quinn is really fast. And one of the big reasons why Quinn works so much better for them is not only because Huni played it well, but because there was no lane swap, there was no malfight. It was just them abusing Poppy.
Yeah, foresight and very clear win conditions for Immortals, and they executed on exactly that, putting a lot of focus into the top lane and then letting Huni affect the rest of the map. Solid win for Immortals, still undefeated. We'll see what happens as we wind down Week 6. These are how the teams are arranged. Immortals are ahead of the pack, with Cloud9 and CLG tied for second place. TSM has moved to 4th, followed by Energy Esports in 5th. Echo Fox continues to rise up the standings, tying Liquid in 6th, while Dig has tied for 8th with Team Impulse after beating TSM. And Renegades are at the bottom of the table in 10th place. Here now, though, are the 5 players who stood among their peers. It's our OP5, and we start in the top lane with Balls.
Balls definitely had a huge performance this week, one of the biggest. The main thing that pointed out for his performance was GP, where he single-handedly almost carried the game against TSM, and he had a solid performance on Lulu as well.
Yeah, definitely even showing that he can play that supportive role today, be the carry yesterday, so covering his bases. If we move into the jungle, though, we're going to find his teammate Rush.
Which was pretty funny because Rush used the champion you expect him to use this week. However, he varied his builds greatly in all of his games. However, he was still a frontline, and he was building Cinderhulk over and over, and he was able to weave in and out of the team fights for Cloud9. And there was a lot of hype for all the damage dealers, and Balls, played his part, but Rush was doing a really good job on the front line, not dealing as much damage because he was the point man, he was the tank, and he was creating plays.
Now we're going to jump to the mid lane, and we're going to find Froggen of Echo Fox leading the charge in that 4-0 for Echo Fox.
Ever since Froggen came back to the team, he's been having a solid performance with his team with a 9.3 KDA, a 96.6 kill participation this week, and there's no doubt that his impact has been large.
Yeah, without a doubt. He has some crazy statistics there. I mean, that kill participation is actually pretty nuts for a mid laner, considering the prevalence of lane swaps and how often small skirmishes have been breaking out. We're going to go to AD Carry. Lo and behold, his teammate as well, Keith.
Yes, if there was a counterpart here, the duo for Froggen is obviously Keith. He had a massive play on Lucian to get them that victory. His play really all weekend with Fox has been a really big part and another threat for Froggen, who is often playing the AP to Keith's AD.
Now, I hate to burst Keith's bubble here, but it's not just a duo, it's a trio. Our OP support, save the Lucian.
Dynamic
it's
Keith,
big,
here we go.
Right,
Perfect.
save the Lucian, and that's the thing. So, and that's kind of why he's in. You got to round out this trio here, and his shot calling, as well as some big plays on Alistar, some really clutch headbutt pulverizes that closed out the game.
Yeah, we saw in that recap. Save the Lucian. It was all his idea.
Exactly.
He saved Keith
right.
with
You
that
know,
shot calling.
you know it wouldn't have happened if he didn't say it, right? I guess. Anyway, but breaking away from the competition and claiming this week's MVP title is going to be Balls. Balls brought the pain against TSM yesterday, and his clutch late-game barrel placement blew up the competition.
I mean, 1,200 damage per minute. It was insane. Yes, there was a Soraka Silence to set that play up, and then Rush also had a good Lee Sin kick on it, but really good GP ultimate placement, plus the barrel chains were on point all day long. The Lulu game for him as well. He was able to play the supportive role for his team.
It's actually
flexible.
Stark contrast here in DPM, Kobe, but it does kind of show.
That's a Lulu game.
But his Lulu did support Sneaky in his aggressive movements, micro movements in those team fights, where we saw Sneaky unlocked to go into the backline and challenge the the backline of the enemy team while the front line was still alive. So at the end of the day, we're going to wrap things up, but fear not, there's more League of Legends action just around the corner on Wednesday. Tune your browsers to the sights and sounds of Primetime League at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Then stick around for the all-important final day of the North American Challenger Series, where teams will battle it out for playoff spots. It kicks off with Team Dragon Knights and Ember. Then on Thursday, the LCS returns in Europe with G2 Esports taking on Elements in the first match of the day. After that, Giants will go up against Team Vitality before their match of the week, H2K versus Fnatic. And hitting your browsers next Saturday at noon is the return of the latest and greatest North American League action. We'll be starting off the day with Team Impulse versus Liquid, followed by Echo Fox versus TSM. Then on Sunday, be sure to check out our match of the week as Cloud9 squares off against Counterlogic Gaming. And here's where I want to take a pause and focus in on this matchup, because these are our teams that are tied for second place currently. This is a big one. Preliminary thoughts on that matchup next week.
At first, I thought TSM was the runner-up out of the three, but after today, my fanboyism has been slightly wavered, and I
clearly
feel,
now
we broke Dyrus today. Oh no!
I feel like the winner of this match is going to be pretty much the runner-up, and it's going to be really close.
All right.
It's exciting how close it looks like it's going to be, too, because even though you're like, oh, yeah, TSM's probably just barely dropping below them, they're still, in that top kind of pack as well. But for specifically for this matchup with CLG and Cloud9, I'm even more excited after the week that Smithy just had for CLG. Not only with the Nidalee game, but Gragas being back is huge for him as well. It really does enable a lot more playmaking for CLG.
Just one of many matches to look forward to next week. That's going to conclude our broadcast today. I'd like to extend a thank you to the wind beneath my wings, Dyrus, for joining us on the decks today. And for myself and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Thanks for the carry.
Week 6, day 2 here, flowing in. We're going to be getting onto the Rift right now. Renegades versus Counter Logic Gaming. Still is able to get the kill onto Xmithy. That's first blood. That's a double kill for Crumbs on the rec side. They can probably get Afromuk here as well, but they're keeping it for Darshan.
Freeze?
Yeah. Flash.
I'm a sec.
Let's go. Ulted. Nice.
Nice shot. Yo, I'm gonna put it over the wall. I got him.
30 minutes in. CLG takes down Renegades.
Oh, Kiwi!
Kiwi goes in. Fitzgerald and Yellowstar. They immediately deleted. And look at this.
Lulu, Caitlyn. Nice. Caitlyn. You get her? You can chase. We can get Baron. Let's go, guys. Nice. Double doesn't know.
Oh, he gets bumped into the team and immediately deleted. Team Dignitas takes down TSM.
Give me, please. Hey, here. Hey. Hey, give me here. Please. Why don't give me? Hey, I'm human too. Just don't die.
I'll tank it with shield.
That's all I can do.
I'll tank it with shield.
Jensen.
tank.
Oh, no
We got it.
Now over to Altec, balls over the wall. He is just flying through with the whimsy. They ace down energy.
And C9 will tie for second place. There's the hard engage. Big starts it off, and he's tanky. The first one comes through. It's already a kill off of the gate. A second one in a period. The hammer comes down from Fang. Gate shunt below the Elise in the rafters. Flashed over the Baron pit. Culling tickles him at the very end of his thorax. Echo Fox making quick work of every team in front of them. The vault continues and a triple kill comes through. Make that a quadra kill for Hootie. No goes back this time and a pentakill for Hootie.
That's how go. Get it.
Ah! 12-0 to Immortals.